morning, Junior Derby fans. My name is Dave O. I'm sitting here next to Jim Diesel.
Good morning.
And we are about to announce Game 1 in the 2016 Northwest Junior Championships and JRDA All-Female Northwest Regional Tournament. First game up here is going to be I-5 versus Rosebud. Downstairs, they're talking about the storied history of the Northwest Championships, going all the way back to 2008, 2009, a couple of unofficial tournaments down in Eugene. Then started the official tournaments, first ones down in Eugene, won by I-5. Then Portland, I-5 a couple of times, and Galaxy Girls last year. So a long history of this tournament so far. Looking forward to seeing it going into the future.
Just moments ago, also went over the code of conduct for people here in the house. So people at home, please do not yell at your computer screens.
Yes, we don't want to have to kick you out of your own homes. Our officials are standing by. I don't know how we're going to get them to Germany for somebody over there, but it'll happen. Please rise for the singing of the national.
And you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the lands of the free and the home of the brave?
All right. We are back now and ready to start our first game. Due to some the tight time crunch that we are going into, we're not going to see a lot of skater introductions out on the track. We're just going to get right down to it. But we will tell you who you're going to be seeing here.
That is true. Starting off with the I-5 Roller Girls, number 5 seed in today's tournament. Number 00, Elaphobia. Number 2, Green. Number 4 is Watson. 7 is Mad Zaz. Number 9 is Marilyn Manslam. Number 12 is Lucy Cannon. 15 is Rose Blood. 20 is Marshall Law. 25 S. Sagos. 26 M. Sagos. 52 is Bankin. 55 Karmic Death. 66 Frank the Bunny. 75 Berlin. 80 Mad Taco. And 81 is Lynn Sanity.
They'll be facing off against the Rose City Rosebuds. That's number 6, Smacky Kennedy. Number 7, Filipino. Number 9, Catnip. Number 15, Hazard in Training. Number 22, Habanero Romero. Number 23 is Mischievous. Number 26, Mace of Grace. Number 31, Moaning Murder. Number 33, Bad Advise. Number 89 is Big Mac. Number 101, Juella DeVille. Number 117 is Psycho Kitty. Number 266, the Barbarian Librarian. 418 is Moonlight Bandit. 423 is Fatality. 777, Rosemary's Baby. Number 999, Holly Screwya. Number 1717, Starship Trooper. Number 3690, Hex Mix. And 6464 is Lady Gotcha.
And the whistle is already blown. We are underway. Karmic Death jamming for the I-5 Roller Girls. Juella DeVille for the Rose City Rosebuds. And right off the bat, cutting penalty for Karmic Death and a power jam for the Rose City Rosebuds.
It's like I cut the track as she was trying to go on the outside there and got pushed out.
That she did, and there we are now through turn 2, lead jammer after about 30 seconds for Rose City on the power jam. Looks like I-5 getting things moving forward, keeping it going as far as they can, forcing that pack to move along with them. A very good use of movement to take away that passive offense opportunity.
Oh, just on her toe stops, manages to make her way around the last lines of defense from the roller girls there, but the power jam has now ended. Karmic Death now in, also hanging on just by a thread and a toe stop, but she makes it out, and she's now on a scoring pass as well.
That she is. 2 passes on the power jam for Portland, and that will be the tail of the first jam. Like she picked up a couple more right there at the end, so 12 points up on the board for the Rosebuds, nothing for I-5. But I think we both know that's going to change. Number 33, Bad Advise out there for Portland. And that is number 66, Frank the Bunny for I-5.
Both teams setting up into that nice diamond defensive position. And both jammers basically deciding to go right up the middle.
And it's Portland getting through on the inside for lead jammer status. Right behind them is I-5. Frank the Bunny losing her footing a little bit. Oh, that's going to hurt. That'll give Portland the opportunity to get into the pack and start scoring. I think she's going to grab a couple of points. And that is it, too, but calls off the jam before I-5 can get on the board.
Excellent recovery there. A little bad footwork, but nothing that can't be recovered from it. She recovered from it beautifully and kept that down to only 2 points.
Now out there on the floor for I-5 is Mad Taco, number 80. She'll be skating against number 26, Mace of Grace for the Rosebuds. 3-4 pack advantage for the Rosebuds. And a multiplayer block that's going to make it even in the pack. Mad Taco looking to the outside. Lead jammer, I-5 Roller Girls.
Excellent agility there from Mad Taco getting around there. And looked like she had gotten clear, but that was a cut the track penalty on Mace of Grace. So now it is a power jam for Mad Taco.
Little bit of a late call on the cut. Not quite sure who she cut. We got a little bit of a block here. Not able to see the outside line closest to us. But other than that, the view up here in the, I think we're calling it the Sparkling Cider Room for today.
Yes, indeed. The Sparkling Cider Room.
Not the Champagne Room.
No, this is Junior Roller Derby. We have water and we have coffee, which is a necessity in the Pacific Northwest anyway.
That it is. Power start now for I-5 Death by Beth. Going to take that one. I-5 with a 4-3 advantage in the pack.
Both Rosebuds standing at attention in the penalty box, ready to come back in.
Benkin pushed out, has to recycle. Power jam is over. Rosebuds looking to get that lead jammer status. Benkin has recycled, moving her way up through return 2 now. Got a tripod to deal with right in the middle of it, and there she is around the outside. Lead jammer I-5. You know, you can tell once they get into the middle of that tripod, to start working against one person instead of 3, a little bit easier. Karmic Death now headed to the penalty box. And that is the end of the jam. 1 point put up for I-5. And it looks like we have a tie game at 14-all.
One thing that I personally am just loving seeing in this bout here is that everyone's going into the diamond defense, and the jammers are basically just bull rushing them every single time. I love that they're just going right into the jaws of the defense, like they're daring them to stop them.
Well, like I said just a second ago, once you get into the center of that tripod, you start working against one person. The other two really can't engage with you very well. And looks like the Portland Jammer tried to get behind everybody else, not able to. She will be called for cutting the track. So another power jam for I-5, and that will be handed over to Green.
Still having some trouble getting out of that, getting through that pack there. Marilyn Manslam going in to try to disrupt that defense.
Green sent to the inside of the track. She'll have to recycle. That'll slow things down a little bit, eat time off of that penalty.
I-5 now isolating out Smacky Kennedy in the back to force the pack to be no pack to be called.
Green finally making it through the front for lead jammer for I-5. Now she's up front again, and she'll freeze the jammer in the box after picking up 3 points. Or is that 4? 4 points for I-5. Looks like she did get that last one.
Mm-hmm.
And Mad Taco on the line for the power start. 18-14 now, I-5 advantage. And everybody in the pack. Not quite a scrum start. Mad Taco up front, finding a way through, gets around to the outside. She's got a couple of beat. Looking to do it, trying to find that seam, not really able to do to. Portland Jammer on the track. There we go. And not lead jammer. No pass, no penalty, so she did not get lead. That will go to Portland if she's able to get out.
Right
And
now,
there we go, lead jammer.
Bethkin trying to hold her back, but not able to. And now, yes, Portland lead jammer.
Mad Taco, of course, already on a scoring pass. She'll call off the jam, will Portland, and limit that scoring to 3 points. So 21-14 now. I-5 with the lead. Like we're going to see bad advice out there for the Rosebuds. And Watson for I-5. First time we saw her out there today. Both jammers trying to fight through that scrum. I-5 now hurting for blockers. They've got 2 on the track. There we go. Rosebuds got loose around Green. Found that seam on the inside. Lead jammer for Portland, but not far behind. Only about 1/3 of a track is Green, or Watson rather. And Portland not able to pick up a point. Tried to get the hips around 1, but I think her skates went out of bounds. Can't score when you're out of play.
And now we're going to bring up Habanero Romero for the Rosebuds. Mad Taco coming back out for I-5. I-5 got 1 of their blockers back, but still have 1 in the penalty box, so it is a 4-on-3 advantage in that pack.
Number 22, Habanero Romero for the Rosebuds, working against that tripod. She will be recycled, though. Mad Taco with an opportunity up here for lead jammer, and there we go. She got it. But just as she got it, she got recycled. Has to go back. And another power jam for I-5. Penalties really starting to hurt.
We are just about 10 minutes into this game. And yes, we are seeing so many penalties and a cut track now on Mad Taco. So we're going to have a little jammer swap out there in the box.
And that'll be another 1.5 minutes of derby on this jam. Habanero trying to make her way around turn 2, getting recycled. Mad Taco working around on that scoring run now, but completing the initial pass. And a cutting. Tried to pivot around the blocker. Unfortunately, the skates came back in bounds, not able to maintain control enough to remain out of bounds and picking up the penalty. So a power jam now for Habanero as she's skating around looking, sizing up that pack. Portland now 3 blockers on the track against that diamond of I-5.
And the pack starts to stretch out. Oh, just barely outside. Just tapped it outside, brought it back in. That is another cut track, and it's going to be a question of how fast she can get back into that penalty box. If there's going to be nope, she's going to have to serve the full 30-second penalty. Not going to be able to do a quick jammer swap out.
That she will. Looks like she had just a little bit of a mental lapse, and as soon as she did it, she knew it. Tried to pivot around the skater, but unfortunately the skate's flipping over the rope. Mad Taco will collect 5 points for I-5 coming out of the penalty box.
Time
And that
runs
will
out.
end the jam.
For all of that full derby jam time that we spent there, that was only a 5-3 jam.
Yeah, kind of amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, that was, looking back on it, that's some impressive defensive work with all of the power jams going on there. That is some nice work out there on that track. 5-3. I'm kind of astounded.
A lot of strong defense going on, and a lot of time spent going to and from the penalty box by the jammers on that one. Green now, the jammer for I-5, and she will pick up lead jammer on the power start. Portland jammer now standing in the penalty box, so she'll be out very, very soon. Green may have an opportunity for one scoring pass.
I-5 there, since they had the power start, did a classic football blitz there. They didn't go into a passive offense off the thing. They just pushed right into the Rosebud defense and just disrupted it completely.
And looks like we're going to have a star pass attempt here. Jammer took the panty off her head, and looks like she dropped it, and that will give a penalty to her. And I think she's looking for the panty. So I think there was an illegal procedure on the Portland Jammer giving another power jam to I-5. And that will be given to Beth Bankin, formerly known as Death by Beth. That's still on her uniform. So we call her Death by Beth. That's why. But her name is Bankin.
Because we're using our reading skills and while we're looking at her.
Bankin working up front over there in term 2, getting pushed out of bounds. She'll have to recycle a little bit. Yes, Portland able to extend that recycle. And Bankin missed where the Portland blocker was going to go, ended up stepping in front of her.
That was Big Mac, number 89. She pulled that beautifully. She stopped for just a half a second, and pulled her in and got that cut track.
A great juke there. Nice little head fake to go along with it.
Yep. Pack starts to stretch out. Maryland Mansland, the last line of defense. Can't hold on to her, though. That is Yep, here she comes back in. A scoring pass.
Here we are, and the scoring pass gets right into the middle of the diamond, pushed to the outside by Karmic Death. And that was out of play. No pack was called. They had to let her go. Unfortunately, did not. But you know what? While the penalty did happen, they were able to keep her in the pack. And that allowed Beth Bankin, rather, to get back on the track. Bad Advice completing that scoring pass. She got the jammer lap point before the jammer came back onto the track, so 5 points up for Portland.
Now, Big Mac once again knocking out Benkin, but she picks up a penalty doing it. But Big Mac, a force to be reckoned with defensively out there in that pack. Catnip there throwing a little shoulder into Beth as she comes through on her way out.
And Bad Advice may have kept the skates in, may have not, but wisely going and crawling to the inside because she wasn't sure. And with the number of cut track penalties that we've seen so far this morning, I do think that's probably the better choice.
Great, this is going. I'm wondering if we're going to have any jammers left by the end of the game, but that's just me extrapolating from these first few minutes.
It'll be interesting. I'm sure I'll get a text during the halftime on the penalty count. Scott Chicken's good about that kind of stuff.
Sure, once everybody settles in very nicely, there'll be less penalties. Everyone really hyped up right now.
That they are. It's the Northwest champs. I mean, these teams have fought, as mentioned, for 6-7 years over this title.
Mace of Grace still trying to get through in the front there, struggling against that four diamond defense. Frank the Bunny getting knocked out and recycled several times. Up, she hangs on while she tries to get knocked out, but cuts to the inside, and she is through. So lead jammer is now Frank the Bunny.
Frank the Bunny, the lead jammer. Portland jammer still trying. Mace of Grace fighting against that 3-wall up front.
Took almost half the jam for us to get a lead jammer there. These defenses are just absurdly strong.
They are, and they're starting to lock it in, get their feet under them, getting a feel for how this track is going to work. Not exactly early morning, 10 a.m., but a little earlier than some people want to be skating.
I can only imagine the amount of fatigue that these jammers are going to start feeling as they struggle against these defenses. These jammers are going to be just digging deep to keep pushing forward against such strong defenses. It's going to be something to see.
That it will.
So much heart going to be on display. That's my prediction for this second half, is all the heart that these girls can bring forward. You're going to be seeing it.
And number 101, Joella DeVille, jamming for the Rosebuds. Green back on the track for I-5. Green got a break. Found a seam, able to push her shoulders through. Lead jammer for I-5. Along with a penalty for Mad Taco, will cut the jammer count down, but Karmic Death, last line of defense, holding the Rosebuds jammer back, allowing Marilyn Manslam to get back up there. At number 81, Lynn Sanity, joining them to form that tripod, and that will allow Green to get through for a grand slam. And Portland finally able to get through, not lead jammer. Green coming around for another scoring pass.
Joella DeVille coming in against that reduced I-5 defense. She's able to make it through as the defense is disrupted by a little offensive blocking there from the Rosebuds.
You know, one thing that's interesting, we've been talking about how many penalties that the Portland Jammers have been getting, but for all of that, the defense has kept this game close.
Yes.
And 42-36 after a 9-4 jam. That is the tale of what you were talking about, is just how strong the penalty killing and the defenses are on these teams.
We have seen so many power jams in this first 20 minutes of this game, and it is 42-36. You're absolutely right. That should be underlined here with just sheer power jams. 42-36. Still anybody's game.
Oh, Karmic Death tried to get her there, pushing the jammer to the inside. Number 4, Watson, alertly going back, almost caught her. But number 33, Bad Advice for the Rosebuds.
Bad news for I-5 right now. 2 of their blockers have just gone into the penalty box, and they have 1 standing. And now they have 1 on the field, 1 more coming in. That will end the jam.
That it will, and that it was a very good jam call-off. Bad Advice was coming around for that scoring pass, trying to find a line through. And the call-off came, allowing I-5 to get both of their blockers on the track at the same time.
So now we have a 4-on-2 pack advantage for the Rosebuds right now. We have Mad Taco in for the Roller Girls. We have Mace of Grace in for the Rosebuds.
Mace of Grace, only 2 blockers to beat, but having trouble. Number 4, Watson, being anchored there in the front. Nicely done, but oh, there it is, stolen. Mad Taco taking lead jammer from Mace of Grace. Mad Taco popping loose just as Mace of Grace was about to make it around the last line of defense, getting out of the pack first.
Now this speeding is up so much.
This reminds me of years ago with the racing of the pack. Everybody going as fast as they can. And you know, if they're going to let you run and they're going to follow you, why not?
Yeah. All right, we have now a 3rd blocker out there for I-5. Oh,
Nope,
looks
they're
like we
gonna
have
have all
4th.
4.
All 4.
4 on floor in the blocker core.
Karmic Death in there up against Joella DeVille.
Little bit of a scrum start. Joella DeVille up there working on the front. Karmic Death pops to the inside but recycled. She'll have to go around and try that again. Grilla DeVille, one to beat. Up front, lead jammer, Portland.
Nice last-ditch effort there by Marshall Law. Just didn't catch her in time with that last second block. But even, again, I'm going to underline how strong these defenses are, that those defenses were utterly disrupted. There was no formation to those defenses once that jam started going. They were just pushing and shoving without any diamond or anything like that, and yet still held those jammers back, and in fact recycled one of them. It's still just impressive.
Absolutely, and I got to give a shout out to the jammers too, because right there at the end, the both jammers able to score points. The call off came quick, but not quick enough. So 3-2 advantage for Portland as they gain 1 point, 47-40, with just under 9 minutes to go. Frank the Bunny jamming for I-5. Bad advice for Portland. Bad advice goes down. That's going to give an advantage. No, it did not. Frank the Bunny recycled. Bad advice pushed to the center, but not a very long recycle as one of the Saga sisters tried to extend it, but runs into that wall. I-5, one to beat now. Trying to reform. There we go. Lead jammer, I-5. Able to find the way through as the diamond was trying to form around her.
I believe that was number 9, Catnip, back there, that threw up a last line of defense and allowed the rest of her blockers to get around her, but it was not quite enough. Yes, we have a 3-0 jam there, 50-40 now, with just under 8 minutes left in the half.
Of course, whichever team wins this game gets the honor of playing against the Seattle Derby Rats Galaxy Girls at the end of the day. Mad Taco jamming for I-5, number 26. That is Mesa of Grace for the Rosebuds. Mesa of Grace trying to find a way through. Mad Taco working up against Diamond up front, back and forth, getting a little bit of help from her friends. Bankin getting in there, trying to mix things up. Mad Taco got a foot out and stepped back in. That is going to be a cut track. I don't think she noticed that her foot was out of bounds.
A power jam for Mace of Grace. The Rosebud defense is starting to play a little more of a disruption game, but now they switch to a passive defense, and they are going to just let that pack get stretched out. But again, strong defense there. Looks like it's going to stretch out too much there. They have to release her. She is out for a hard-fought lead jammer position.
Over a minute before we had a lead jammer on that one. And that is going to take her to the inside the 5-point play. Pushed across the infield, but able to stand up. Didn't cut anybody. I think everybody was out of play when the hits happened.
She skates through, picks up a couple of points. She's going to call it off. That should get us a lead change.
Yeah, I think it's going to stay at 50-47.
My math was off. They were adding the points in real time. I was looking at the 45 on the scoreboard and thinking they had 5 more points to add up there.
Our NSOs and scoreboard operator working very fast and seamlessly on this first game.
Now I know how they're working. They won't fool me again.
You know, we're going to see a lot of stamina work on the part of the NSOs and the rep crew here. It's kind of a short crew, but we'll have to see how that works going through the day.
Hey, you know, they're going to be out there. They're going to be skating. The NSOs are going to be standing a lot of the time. They're going to be running back and forth. But let's not forget who the real heroes are, and that's us sitting here
just
watching
talking,
the game
just
and
talking about the game. Absolutely. And we cannot say enough about how awesome Jim Diesel is.
That's right. You can never say too much about how awesome I am.
Looks like we have an official review. I-5 calling for a cut track, that one where she went across the infield and was able to stand up, I mentioned before.
I was if that's against Rosebuds there, I was a little curious about that myself. It looked to me like her foot, as she pinwheels when she tried to do that little tiny apex jump, and she pinwheeled onto the inside, and it looked to me like her foot went out of bounds.
Well, her entire body slid across the infield.
Yeah.
So she was very definitely out of bounds.
And then she stood up and she looked for the call, and none came, so, she went for it. But we'll see what the refs say.
And looks like refs are looking for people to talk to.
We'll get the word from our woman on the street, Mistress Mouth down there, in there, finding out what's going on. Now the referee is trying to determine what the official dance move of today is. From Hell is voting for the sprinkler, it seems like. Skate Tool going a little old school. He's trying for the Charleston.
Really?
He's trying to bring it back.
That sounds a great thing. But I think they may also be talking about Black Rock Coffee, who cares about two things, people and coffee. Check out the only Black Rock Coffee bar in Seattle, located at 143rd and Aurora. You like how I did that?
That was smooth.
Gotta pay the bills. So it was determined that there was no contact in the pack. Everything was copacetic. No cut track penalty given. I-5 loses the official review for the half. That'll be a full 6 minutes.
Just a shade over 6 minutes left in this half. Joella DeVille in against Green. Green picks up a back block right away, so it is now a power jam for Portland.
Oh, and Sierra Saga is also picking up a penalty, so that'll shorten the pack. Only 2 skaters out there for Joella to get around. She's able to do so, pivoting around the last line of defense, lead jammer for Portland. Able to make her way around Lynn's Sanity. Death by Beth now trying to get up there towards her pack. Portland wisely holding her back as Joella getting around for the scoring pass. That'll be a 5-point play.
And now we do have a lead change.
That we do. Portland taking the lead, so drink some of that sparkling cider.
And the power jam has now ended. Green coming in. Portland setting their defense in, waiting for her. But there's number 25. There's Sierra Sagos going in there to disrupt that defense. She picks up a penalty, but her jammer gets through.
Green able to power through and get that initial pass, but a 5-point play, another grand slam up there for Portland. That will make it a 10-0 jam, 57-50. Just about 4.5 left in the half. And each team with 1 blocker in the penalty box.
So at least it's even.
It is. Tripods instead of diamonds.
Like we got Bad Advice in there up against Mad Taco.
Mad Taco pulling a lot of duty on this rotation. And she'll be pushed to the inside. That'll recycle her.
Rosemary Baby just throwing the shoulders in.
That she was. Rosemary's Baby trying to access the last line of defense. And the initial pass completed now. 1 to beat up front for Portland on the scoring pass. She'll take a 4-0. You're in the lead. Just get your 4 and out. Eat a little time off the clock and extend that lead.
We have Mace of Grace in for the Rosebuds. Frank the Bunny coming in to see if she can do something about that point spread. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left in the half. Both teams at full strength.
5-on-5 roller derby. Frank the Bunny getting a little bit of separation on the people there. Rosebuds playing a little more fluid, and Frank finding a line on the inside, and there we go, lead jammer. Little bit of stepping on those toe stops, get past all the line. And here she comes on her scoring pass. Rosebud's finally completing the initial pass.
Both teams down a blocker now. Frank the Bunny trying a little juke there. Just doesn't like her chances as the Rosebud jammer is coming in. So she calls off the jam, picks up 3 points for that one. Closing in, 61-53 now.
Watson out there for I-5. She'll be up against Bad Advise for the Rosebuds.
Every time I see her Bad Advise's name, I know in my head that she probably means it to be pronounced Bad Advise, but that's how the British spell it, is with an S instead of a C, so I still just see Bad Advice.
Either way, Bad Advice or Bad Advise, she is your lead jammer for Portland and racing around the track as Watson got recycled. Bad Advise getting that head of steam up, not touched on the outside line. And that'll be a grand slam for Portland. Bad Advise and Portland looking to speed up the game. It seems as though they're playing better at speed.
Indeed, Mad Taco cuts her off on the inside, though, knocks her out of bounds. Ends that little rush that they had going on there. Keeps her back from and forcing her to call off the jam. It was a 5-point jam for Portland, opening it up to 66-53, just under a minute and a half left in the half.
So one, maybe two jams left, depending on how this goes. Benken on the line for I-5, and that will be number 26, Mace of Grace, for Portland. Grace working against that diamond formation up front, trying to get her way into the middle of it, not able to. Benken, meanwhile, working up against the Portland defense, trying to find a way around. There we go. She is around, but wow, very fast recycling by Portland to get that defense up top.
Beth almost out. Barbarian Librarian gets in the way, just stands off against her and allows the rest of the defense to reform around her and holds
there's
back
a line
Beth.
on the inside. Lead jammer Portland. Wow.
Indeed, that was, again, that turn of speed that Portland's starting to use here. Now Marilyn Manslam being the anchor of the tripod for them for the I-5. Lynn Sanity manages to close the door on the outside before Mace of Grace can get through it.
Portland having a little bit of trouble on blockers. They are down to 2, but those two are really working well together. Loving the way they're using that 2-skater formation.
Indeed, Beth has now forced it out. Yes, she spread the pack out too much. Beth is now released, but it ate so much time off the clock. The period clock has expired. We have about 30 seconds left on the jam clock.
And there is the end of the jam. A 5-point play for Portland there at the end. And that'll make it a 5-0 jam to end the half. 71 for Portland, 53 for I-5.
That was an impressive first half. I can't believe that the point spread is so small going in here. So we are going to have an exciting second half going in here.
That we are, and that will happen in about 10 minutes. And we'll see you right back here. All right, welcome back for the second half of I-5 versus Rosebuds. Looking at the tail of the tape for the penalties, looks like I-5 has a couple of their jammers in a little bit of penalty trouble with 4. A few 3s scattered in there as well. Portland looking at a couple of 3s, so I-5 going to have to skate a little bit cleaner. They're going to lose a couple of people.
Yes, Portland has done a very good job of spreading their penalties around. They do have one that is at 4. So there is one blocker for Portland that's in a little danger, but it shouldn't be too bad. But again, they've just scattered their penalties all throughout their roster. I-5's just a little more concentrated.
Yes. Speaking of penalties, a couple of blockers are going to be sitting over there in the penalty box. One standing, one sitting. So 3-on-3 here at the beginning. Karmic Death taking the first jam of the second half for I-5. And that is Juella DeVille out there for Portland.
Karmic Death is out and is lead jammer now. Portland is reinforced back up to 4 and then dropped back down to 3.
An out-of-play penalty taking that one blocker back out. And
Karmic Death going from the inside to the outside, gets around that defense. So she is out for 5 points. I-5 off to a strong start.
I-5 locking down the defense. Juella DeVille got nowhere to go.
Impressive juke there. Just leaping out to the outside from Karmic Death, avoiding that defense entirely. I guess that's one way to put up to deal with these super strong defenses that we've been seeing, is just avoid it. Just get around it altogether.
That works. Karmic Death with another 5-point pass. 3 grand slams in a row so far for Karmic Death. Juella DeVille having trouble with this I-5 defense. And a big hit there by number 89. That's Big Mac for the Rosebuds.
And then Big Mac looked like she almost sat on her as they both collided and fell down there. Glad no injuries out of that one, because that could be a bad one. It looks like we got an official review now.
That we do. I heard a penalty whistle, then I saw nobody going off for a penalty, so I think it might have been called back. And Chuck Hendrick over there, one of the coaches for I-5, rushing onto the track, putting that O in the air for the official review. Mistress Mouth getting into the huddle, so I'm sure we'll hear in just a moment what that's all about.
Up there I can see that I-5 coach Chuck Hollywood, as he is sometimes known. Glad he's wearing pants and shoes today. Usually he's in flip-flops.
Flip-flops, shorts,
Yep.
sometimes shorts. I have seen that on many occasions. Sometimes he comes in wearing a jersey that belongs nowhere near to the team that he's coaching.
Indeed. So this is really formal wear, Chuck.
That is
home.
formal wear, Chuck, over there.
Yes.
Of course, in our review of Chuck, the official review of Chuck's wardrobe, we missed entirely what the official review is about.
We're giving the folks at home all of the important information.
And while we're doing that, while we're having the official review, a little bit more time to pay the bills. Quality Athletics. We celebrate sport. Located in Seattle's Pioneer Square, Quality Athletics is a full-service restaurant and bar, not your usual sports bar fare, with large wood-fired grill, a slushy and a snow cone machine, a rooftop garden, an AstroTurf back bar, and outdoor fire pits. That is Quality Athletics.
Right, the huddle is broken up, so we'll get a word here shortly.
Gritty Pearl giving the news to Mistress Mouth, who will give it to all of us. Of course, this tournament being put on by Rat City, in cooperation with Seattle Derby Rats, and that means that we get to have something at this junior tournament that we haven't had at a junior tournament or junior games really in a few years. We get to hear music.
That's true.
Okay, so they did want a low block on Big Mac. Not going to get it is I-5, so they will lose their official review for the second half.
It was ruled that that contact was incidental. No call stands, and now we have Mad Taco up against Bad Advise.
Bad Advise getting a little bit of separation with Mad Taco around the outside. She popped loose, able to escape those 4 blockers from Portland. Lead jammer for I-5. Bad Advise recycled. Things are mixing up as Mad Taco trying to push her way through the pack. Bad Advise trying to take advantage, not able to do so. She's still got there in the back of Mad Taco, getting through for a 5-point play.
Mad Taco putting on some high energy speed there and then sliding around the outside. Bad Advise able to make her way through. She's coming in on a scoring pass. Taco's going to pick up a couple of points.
That she will.
Maybe just one? Two points.
2 points, and we missed it. Actually, there was a lead change at the end of the last jam. I-5 now up 79-71.
We were just too focused in on Chuck Hollywood, I guess.
Oh, look what he did.
Yep, see, now he's rolled it up.
Now he's rolled it up. Has to expose those shins.
$79-71 now for the I-5 Roller Girls. Karmic Death up against Starship Trooper.
Karmic Death working up against that front 4 wall of Portland. Portland trying to keep it together. Karmic Death gets a shoulder through. Oh, but there is the hip. She'll not get through on that one. And there we go. Lead jammer now, as one of the blockers called for a penalty, able to break loose for lead jammer.
So it's now 3-on-3 in the pack. So we have one of the I-5 girls and one of the Rosebuds.
And Karmic Death getting a 4 and out, extending the lead of I-5. I-5 coming up very strong here in the second half.
Indeed, that halftime had a good chat or a good rest. Either way, they are back in business. 83-71 now.
Now this look is impressive.
He's splitting the difference. I don't know what's going on with Chuck Hollywood. I don't think the folks at home looking at the camera can't quite see him over there, so you'll just have to take our word for it. He's got one pant leg up and down. Speaking of up and down, Green is recycled to the back. Meanwhile, Juella DeVille is able to get through. She is your lead jammer. Green darting around with a little juke move there around Catnip. She is on a scoring pass as well. Juella DeVille calls off the jam as she struggles with the defense of Watson.
Tried to get her hips past that final blocker, able to pick up 3 points. And get things back to within 9, 83-74. And have 4-on-4 for the blockers. Everybody on the track. Starship Trooper takes the star for the Rosebuds, and that's going to be Karmic Death for the I-5 Roller Girls. Karmic with a hit off the line. Starship Trooper going to have to recycle right off the bat. And what a start there. Lead jammer for I-5.
Excellent work there. Martial Law getting a good shoulder in up against Starship Trooper, forcing her to recycle. Karmic Death is through and lead jammer going to the inside. That door, the door that she saw that was open just slammed shut in front of her. right now, we'd like to give a special thanks to our medical staff for being here and volunteering their time.
Absolutely want to keep everybody safe.
I was just about to say that that was Hex Mix that had slammed that door shut so well on the inside.
And there's the end of the timeout. Everybody on the track. Rosemary Baby is going to be jamming for the Rosebuds. Mad Taco for I-5.
Rosemary's Baby been a force to be reckoned with defensively out there, so she's going to take a turn at jamming now.
Rosemary's Baby through the pack, and she is your lead jammer. Mad Taco not far behind. Rosemary's Baby, of course, normally a blocker, able to use her power and get through. Mad Taco throws on a burst of speed, forces the call off.
You know, I think this is my first clear view of Rosemary's Baby. I want to call it, those are some impressive shin guards and knee pads that she is wearing there.
Yes, they are.
She is armored for battle out there.
You know, I've heard of some skaters talking about that, and a little bit of a switch to more of a hockey shin guard, because there is a lot of action with the skates in there. You get your shins beat up, and I've seen people come out black and blue.
We've got Juella DeVille in for Portland. She's up against Karmic Death. Juella DeVille finds an opening on the outside. She is your lead jammer. Karmic Death, though, just about a quarter lap behind her coming out. Defenses are starting to reform. Portland going into a more of a disruptive offense, trying to break that pack up.
On an attempted call off, but no.
Trying to call it off, but she had picked up a penalty as she'd gone in there, so the jam is not called off.
Looked like a misconduct being called. Either way, power jam now for I-5. Chance to extend that lead. 98-74 so far. 5 more on the board. 103-74.
So we have now broken 100 points here. Karmic Death forced to the outside by fatality.
And that'll be the end of the power jam. Juella DeVille back on the track, trying to make her way through, I believe, still on that initial pass.
Portland going with sort of a 2-2 defensive strength there, and it's working out really well for them. Now they've reformed into our diamond.
And a little bit of a jammer switch off there.
Looks like that's Beth Benkin.
That is Death by Beth. Beth Benkin. Now the jammer for I-5.
A little bit of a pile up there from the Rosebuds. Stops Beth's momentum. But she comes back up. She is out, picking up her 4 points. Juella DeVille working against a disrupted I-5 defense. So nice job there by the Rosebuds. She gets knocked to the inside, and that is going to end the jam. She picks up 4 more points. 20-8 jam there. 113-82. A 21-40 left in the game.
Big point swing there by I-5, 113-82. Sending the lead to 31. I think that's the biggest lead we've seen all game.
I think so, and that's also, I think, one of the biggest jam point spreads that we've seen. Which, again, going back to what we were talking about in the first half, is that is so impressive with the amount of power jams that we've seen. That's the first big 20-ish point swing that we've seen.
We have, and I think we may start seeing a little bit of what you were talking about before, the fatigue beginning to become a bit of a factor on these defenses as things are loosening up, but not for this jam, apparently. Green being held still in turn 1, finally making a way to turn 2.
And Starship Trooper, lead jammer, she moves through that I-5 defense, but she gets tripped up a little bit. It's going to slow her down. And she's beating out Watson. She is moving on. That's going to end the jam. So it's a 4-0 jam that time, which is more in line what we've been expecting from this strong defensive battle. 112-86.
Over a minute to get 4 points. And it looks like we're going to be starting up near that other line that nobody ever uses anymore.
And she's up against Rosemary's Baby once again. Rosemary's Baby only up against 2 defenders from I-5. So Karmic Death going to throw her support in there.
Oh, nicely done by Rosemary's Baby. Through his shoulder to get some space and just kind of tiptoed along the outside.
Rosemary's Baby now coming in on her scoring pass. The defense, though, is discombobulated and scattered. So she is able to get through on the inside. A last-second shoulder throw by Death by Beth, not able to slow her up. She calls off the jam, 4 points up. Making it now 112-90.
Death by Beth trying to slow her roll, not able to do so.
Joella DeVille coming back out for the Rosebuds. She's going to be up against Mad Taco. Mad Taco just in here a lot.
Yeah, she is heavy duty.
Heavy jam rotation for Mad Taco today. But she's still going strong. Trying to push her way through that formidable Rosebud defense. Joella DeVille, though, gets on the inside, hangs on by a skate, gets through to become lead jammer.
That she did. She got a little bit of help from a penalty, a low block penalty by I-5, loosening things up in the pack, allowing her to get through. Nice little hop over. That'll be a 4. 4-1. As they begin clawing their way back. 113.94 now.
Slowly but surely closing that gap up. Rosemary's Baby and Karmic Death in.
Starting up near the pivot line.
One blocker advantage for the Rosebuds right now.
Karmic Death really likes that initial hit. Rosemary's Baby just kind of says, no, I'm not going to get hit by you today. And she powers her way through the pack for lead jammer for Portland. Mad Taco still caught, finally out of turn 2, push to the outside. She'll have to recycle Rosemary's Baby through.
Nice hop over on the inside there by Rosemary's Baby.
And that is a 5-point pass for Portland.
Portland's defense solidifying around Karmic Death. The packs now come to a standstill.
Rosemary's Baby just looking over at the I-5 bench and calls off the jam. And that'll get Portland over 100 points, taking that 31-point advantage of I-5, making it now a 13-point advantage.
Joella DeVille in for the Rosebuds. And we have Green in.
Green working on the inside. Oh, nice. Low block by Mad Taco, but that slowed her down just enough. Joella DeVille almost had that line.
Nice little move by Watson there on the I-5 Roller Girls. She snuck around to the outside and then rammed in from that side into the Portland defense to try and disrupt it for Green. It's paid off a little bit. Green is now loose. Meanwhile, Joella DeVille still struggling away.
Joella DeVille once again almost out, and there she's finally around as the pack was split.
Held up by Sagos there long enough that the pack was able to reform around her a little bit, slow her down, but she is now out and on a scoring pass.
And I-5 takes their 4.
Calls off the jam.
Call that off, absolutely.
4-0 now, 117-100. So a 17-point difference there. I love having those nice big round numbers so I can do easy math.
That does make it a little bit easier, yeah. Chuck Hedrick looks to have his pants a little bit more under control. Looks like he's pegged them now, right under the knees.
Starship Trooper in against Frank the Bunny. Both packs down to a 3 on each side. Starship Trooper gets around to the outside, but she picks up a cut track penalty. She would like to know more, so she is going into the penalty box.
That gives Frank the Bunny the opportunity she needed. Lead jammer now coming around for a scoring pass. I-5 getting in there and mixing it up. Disrupting the Portland defense, trying to pop their jammer loose. There we go. 5-point pass. That pass took about 20 seconds. Portland jammer now standing, and they'll freeze her there. So a single pass on the power jam, 5 points for I-5.
Karmic Death coming in for this power start. Both teams otherwise up to full strength. And we have a timeout.
An official timeout, Mike Hammer. The alter ego of one of our fellow announcers, Dan Unda, putting on the stripes and the kilt out there as Mike Hammer. Like he's going to have to talk to Portland and telling them to take. It's like they had to switch. Who was the pivot? I'm not quite sure why.
Once again, winner of this match is going to go face the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls at the end of today. So will it be the I-5 Roller Girls looking for, once again, having another grudge match?
Another one.
Perennial rivals, the Galaxy Girls.
You know, all three of these teams have spent years battling it out at the top. Portland and I-5 for years, trading back and forth on those championships. But the Galaxy Girls have always been right there. And last year, of course, taking the trophy.
Like everything is all straightened out now. We have one blocker that went into the penalty box, so now it is a pack advantage for I-5 Roller Girls. Karmic Death takes advantage. She gets through. She's on a scoring pass. But Starship Trooper is back out of the penalty box, and she is not going to take that hind lion down. All right.
Nope. Starship Trooper trying to get their lead jammer already. Oh, nicely done there by I-5. That'll give a 4-point pass. 136-100, now 36-point lead. And another pass. 5 more points up for I-5 as they are locking down this defense on Starship Trooper.
Starship Trooper getting recycled there. Watson, nice move by Watson, trying to pull that cut track penalty on her. Starship Trooper didn't buy it. She stopped herself at the last second. It was really good work, really good eye there, catching that. Still a 17-point jam up. 139-100. Rosemary's Baby in for the Rosebuds, and she has muscled her way through and is out as lead jammer. Benkin in for the I-5 Roller Girls. She is now out as well, but she's about a half track behind her. Penalty box now cleared out. Both packs up to full strength. Rosemary skates on through, gets pushed a little bit to the outside, says, good enough.
Yeah,
calls off the
She
jam.
could have gotten the 4th, but, you know, I've already been pushed out. Might as well just call it off.
3 points up, 139-103. Ruining my easy math for the point spread, so I guess it's like 36 points now.
36, yes. Well done.
I was an English major. I don't have to use this math stuff.
Benkin out on the track up against Karmic Death, rather. I got that wrong. But it is Juella DeVille through very quickly. Lead jammer for Portland. She'll start pouring on that speed. She likes to do that.
Yes, you do not want to give Joella DeVille any sort of run-up or any sort of opening because she's going to take advantage of it. And there she does. She finds an opening on the inside.
And a 5-point pass. Nicely done, picking up the jammer lap point. Karmic Death now through on that initial pass, so this will be a scoring pass for her. Joella DeVille slides through the middle of the pack, calling it off.
Picking up 2 points each time, so it's a 7-2 jam in favor of the Rosebuds. 141-110 now. Just under 11 minutes, 30 seconds left in this half.
Now Starship Trooper out there for the Rosebuds. And that'll be Frank the Bunny for the I-5 Roller Girls.
Both teams down by 1, so it's a couple of tripods. Karmic Bunny finds an opening, manages to get through. So she is lead jammer.
Frank the Bunny found the arms on that tripod, attacked them, and of course they cannot hold them, or that's a multiplayer, so wisely done there by Frank the Bunny.
Starship Trooper picks up a penalty. She is going out, so it is a power jam right now for Frank the Bunny.
And that is definitely not what Portland wanted right here.
Portland's defense responding very well, but I-5 managing to disrupt them. Frank the Bunny dodging around the last line of defense there. That was fatality.
I-5 getting in there, mixing things up a little bit. Frank the Bunny pushed to the inside. Sees the jammer standing, decides to freeze her in the box. Doesn't pick up any points on that pass.
That was Big Mac.
Oh, I was wrong. 4 points. I was looking at the wrong ref.
That was Big Mac knocking Frank the Bunny to the inside there and ending that jam.
14-0 run, now a 45-point lead for I-5 at just about 10 minutes to go.
Karmic Death in for the I-5 Roller Girls on the power start. They are lining up at the pivot line. Maryland Manslam moving in to disrupt that defense, but Portland able to immediately reform.
Portland reforming, holding her back over there in turn 2. Jammer is out, but lead jammer now for I-5 just before she was pushed out and has to recycle.
That was Barbarian Librarian, I believe, with a nice little shoulder there that knocked Karmic Death to the inside and forced her to recycle.
Maryland Manslam, last line of defense over there, picking Starship Trooper. Starship Trooper.
Elaphobia now
Taken
coming
down.
in, trying to lend a hand, but she's going out on a penalty now.
Multiplayer block is the call there.
Insanity, Maryland Manslam delaying Starship Trooper from getting through just as long as they can.
And I think we missed a penalty. That is a power jam out there for Portland.
Indeed. I just suddenly realized there's no jammer out there for I-5, which makes Elaphobia and Maryland Manslam's efforts to hold her down even more heroic.
So 5 points up on the board for Starship Trooper on that power jam. That was done now. Karmic Death back on the track looking to score some points. Get that back. And Portland with a star pass now, 266. The Barbarian Librarian will be the jammer of record.
Barbarian Librarian being an excellent linchpin in the defense for Portland. Let's see what she can do as a jammer here.
4 points up now, 5-4 jam so far for I-5, or Portland rather, in the lead on that one.
Pushing up against Elaphobia and Linsanity, stretching that pack out. No back is called, so they have to let her through. She picks up her 4.
Meanwhile, Karmic Death threading her way through the pack. She'll pick up 4 as well, so trading 4s. Portland still in the lead by 1 point on the jam. Nice apex jump. Well done by the Barbarian Librarian. Karmic Death, though, finds that line on the outside. Not much of an advantage picked up there.
Karmic Death using her own blockers as a shield between her and the defense of the Rosebuds to allow her to slide through on the outside.
13-12, Portland wins the jam, but only gains 1 point on the lead, 167-123. 7.5 minutes left.
Green coming out to face off against Joella DeVille. Everyone's back up towards the jammer line this time.
I-5 here late in the game, able to get some separation on this score. Green now looking to get her way through. Green gets lead jammer. It wasn't very clear there, but the ref saw what I didn't.
Good call there by Green, calling off the jam. Right now, the Portland has 2 blockers inside the penalty box. So they are going to get a fresh start here with only 2 Portland defenders to beat.
That they are, and they'll hand that over to Frank the Bunny. Rosemary's Baby on the floor for Portland. Frank the Bunny inside out, but push to the inside. Nicely done there by Portland.
Once again, Barbarian Librarian teaming up with Smacky Kennedy. And they are a force to be reckoned with as a 2-wall, but it looks like Smacky Kennedy now going out to the penalty box. Still only 2 Portland blockers out there.
That it is, but Rosemary's Baby has control of the jam. She will take 1 point, looks like 1 point, 2 points, and calls off the jam. So 2-0 run, 125-167. All of that for 2 points.
All of that with 2 blockers.
Absolutely.
For the Rosebuds.
Barbarian Librarian anchoring that 2-wall very, very well. And now Joella DeVille out there for the Rosebuds. Green once again for I-5. Green working against a tripod up top, trying to find a way around. Pivots around the inside. It gets no joy there. Tries to the outside. One skater down. There we are. There's the line she wanted. And lead jammer.
Moonlight Bandit not able to hold on. Throws a hip into her, but doesn't stop her. Portland now back up to 4, as well as I-5 Roller Girls. Green finds an opening on the inside, moves clean through, picks up that jammer lap point, so it is a 5-point pass. Portland back down to 3, so it's a 1 blocker advantage for I-5 right now. Green finds another opening on the inside, goes to the outside to avoid the scrum of her defense. Picks up another 5 points.
I-5 locking it down now, 10 points to 0 so far on this jam for Green. And a star pass to number 418, that is Moonlight Bandit.
And the jam is called off before Moonlight Bandit can strut her stuff as a jammer.
And Green going over and talking to the Portland bench for some reason. And timeout called by Portland. And of course, the winner of this bout, as we've mentioned, going to go and face Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls at the end of the day. Galaxy, a force to be reckoned with this year. You know, the JRD is partnering with the USA Roller Sports to bring roller derby to the Amateur Athletic Union Junior Olympics, July 12th and 13th. This event will feature teams from 6 U.S. regions and 2 from Canada. Northwest All-Star team includes players from the Galaxy Girls, Reservoir Dolls, I-5 Roller Girls, and Pixies. So just about all the teams represented here on the A Division and other leagues from the region. Streaming information coming soon. So check JRD's Facebook page and juniorrollerderby.org for more information there.
Both teams have made their adjustments for these last just over 4 minutes left in the game, and we've had a little bit of track repair while all that was going on. Track repair brought to you by Tape. For all the things that you need stuck down, try Tape.
I think maybe Hollywood needs some of that tape.
It might be what he's using to hold those pants up into shorts.
That's entirely possible. We have Mad Zaz, 4-5 Bat Advise for Portland. Bat Advise finds the line. There we go. Lead jammer Portland.
Mad Zaz making her debut as a jammer out there. She's forced to the inside and is now recycling.
Mad Zaz now on a scoring pass. Engages in the center of the pack. Finds an inside line. Mad Taco closing that one down. Mad Zaz pushed to the inside. She'll have to recycle. Looks like she's trying to get four more points, which she's going to have to if they want to win this game. Mad Taco once again, nice hip check. Taking Mad Zaz to the inside.
Frank the Bunny trying to disrupt the defense of Big Mac. Big Mac has none of it. Shoulder blocked her to the floor, and then shoulder blocked her Mad Zaz out to the inside, forcing her to recycle.
Yes, and I just realized I was calling bad advice as Mad Zaz. My apologies.
Fatality now taking over. The Portland defense just shores itself up, locking down this.
Mad Taco called on a multiplayer block, slowing down Bad Advise. Bad Advise through with a 5-point play. One minute, 20 seconds on the jam to score those 5 points. Now through for another 5-point play is Bad Advise.
Bad Advise picking up that grand slam. She's digging deep to come in on these last few seconds of this jam. Mad Zaz now finally out of the pack. That Portland defense just doing amazing work holding her up for that long. That Advice swings her hips around, calls off the jam, picks up 4 more points. That is a 14-point jam, 14-0 for the Rosebuds. That is what they start to need, but we only have 2 minutes, 15 seconds left in this game, and the score is 181-39. It's a tough uphill climb.
That it is, with only 2 minutes left, 181-139. It could happen. I have seen it happen.
Oh, absolutely. Watson in now against Rosemary's Baby. Rosemary looking to the outside, gets recycled. Watson makes her way through as if it were elementary to get lead jammer.
I see what you did there.
Yes. I've been saving that one up the whole game, and I'm sure I am the first one to ever do that joke.
I am sure you probably are, and you should have saved it for tomorrow. That's when the dad jokes are going to happen.
2 points up for the I-5 Roller Girls. They call it off. 183-139 now. 118 left in the game.
And looks like for coming down to what maybe last two jams maybe. And I am looking at
Joella DeVille up against Frank the Bunny out there. Joella knocked to the inside, forced to recycle. Frank is working against that strong Portland defense. Getting a little assist from Green, but it is not enough as Smacky Kennedy knocks her to the inside. Big Mac going out on a penalty right now, and Portland's jammer, Joella DeVille, also out for a cut track. So it is a power jam right now for Frank the Bunny.
And that is exactly what I-5 wanted here with 30 seconds left on the period clock.
Frank the Bunny finding a gap on the inside, 30 seconds left in the period clock as she picks up 5 points. Comes around, Portland defense trying to shore itself up, but they are disrupted just enough by I-5. Once again, Frank the Bunny finds a gap on the inside, makes her way through, picks up another 5. Here. Penalty clock is over for Joella DeVille, so she is back in. There's only 3 seconds left in the period clock. And you can see Frank the Bunny keeping her eye on that period clock. She comes around the corner. She takes a big shoulder, just runs right into it from Fatality. And she's going to call it off from right there. So unofficial final right now. After a 14-4 jam in the last bit there. Going to be 197-143.
197-143 is unofficial, but I think we can pretty much say that I-5 will advance to the first semifinal. That'll be up against the Galaxy Girls at 6 p.m. today. Coming up next, we are going to have the Inland Northwest Pixies, the number 2 seed, against the number 3 seed Emerald City Reservoir Dolls. And, of course, tomorrow at 6 p.m., the winner of that game and the winner of the game at 6 today will meet in the championships. So I-5 advances. Congratulations to them. A great game by both of these teams. And we will have more Derby coming up here in just a few minutes.
Yep, we're going to have, Northwest Pixies up against Emerald City Reservoir Dolls up next. And yes, it is now official. I-5 Roller Girls will advance 197-143 in a tough defensive bout. I'm Jim Diesel. in for Daddy-O, and we thank you and enjoy the rest of your Derby day.
All right, and we are back for game number 2 of the Northwest Junior Derby Championships / JRDA Female Division Northwest Regional Tournament, or whatever we're calling it. I am
Something
Scott
like
Chicken.
that. I'm Spider.
And I will run through the rosters. We have skating in the black jerseys, your number 3 seeded Emerald City Reservoir Dolls. Number 00 is Death Wish. 7, Live and Let Cry. 11 is Bashful Babe. 13, Psychotic Angel. 18, Rose Hips. 23 is Gallifrey. 27, Lethal Ivy. Number 30, Instigator. 32 is Tough Cookie. 33, Slam Shady. 44, Tipsy Terror. 74, Barbie Hurl. Number 76, Mally Boomer. 88 is Move Fasta. 113, Block and Roll. And number 314, not with the team this weekend, is Mouter, but we have to give a shout out to her because she's great. Maybe she's watching it at home or on the job at Domino's.
Chances are.
And in the teal jerseys, the number 2 seed Inland Northwest Roller Derby Pixies. Number 0, Hertz Donut. 4 is Twisted Blister. 007 is Annihilate Her. Number 7, Stinger. 13, Ginger Slap. Number 25, Alley Oops. 50 is Strawberry Short Skate. Number 54, The Crusher. 64, Kickin' Ash. Number 99, Irene Yonek. Number 113, Daisy Juke. 123 is Tap Out. 338, Lethal Weapon. 357, Black Heart Blocker. Number 666 is Slim Reaper. 813, Brozilla. And number 5150, Lucky Harms. Winner of this semifinal game will play the winner of our end of the day game, the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls versus I-5. That's at 6 o'clock tonight. They will meet winner of that game, and the winner of this game will meet in the championship tomorrow at 6 p.m.
So early out on the track, already lining up for Eugene, Emerald City Reservoir Dolls. They're going to jam the captain, number 11, Bashful Babe. Pack is going to be Mally Boomer, Instigator, Barbie Hurl, and I believe Psychotic Angel.
And it looks like the Pixies sent it out, number 666, Slim Reaper to jam.
And I lied, that was number 33, Slam Shady.
All right, we'll make a note. We'll deduct that from your pay.
I know. I get paid so much for this. NTO 5150, Lucky Harms. Number 64, Kickin' Ash. Daisy, Ginger Slap. Nope. Again, Daisy Juke, 113. Slim Reaper is going to be their jammer. Moving to the front of that pack, staying out in front, Kickin' Ash. Giving some, indicating to her other blockers to move forward some. She's going to be joined up at the front by Daisy Juke.
Pixies going with the interesting split pack, sending 3 forward and 1 in the back.
Indeed, sort of a classic lineup for the Reservoir Dolls. They put all those 4, trying to run that trap door. Oh, knocked out of bounds by number 64, Kickin' Ash on the jammer. Bashful Babe, number 11 for the Reservoir Dolls. Oh, and lead jammer status is going to go to the Pixies. Slim Reaper, number 666.
And Pixies doing a good job holding up the Reservoir Dolls jammer and letting that 5-point lap run go through.
Yeah, Kickin' Ash creating some room on the outside as she just moved right through on that scoring pass. She is going to go through. They have indicated that she is eligible for a 5-point scoring pass. She's going to pull through. That is the full 5 points for Slim Reaper. Four wall at the back here on behalf of the Reservoir Dolls. Oh, and a hop right through, but nice reformation by the Reservoir Dolls. They're going to knock down Slim Reaper. She's going to put her hands to her hips, call off the jam.
Looks like she grabbed 3 more on that last pass, so a 13 total jam, 13-0. First jam lead for the Inland Northwest Pixies.
And we're going to start out with Kickin' Ash, number 64, for the Pixies, sitting in the penalty box, incurring a penalty right before the last whistle there.
And it looks like Daisy Juke lined up to jam for the Pixies, and Psychotic Angel jamming for the Reservoir Dolls.
Gallifrey, who I hear this is her last year with Junior Derby. She's holding the outside lane there, trying to take on 007 Annihilator. Honor's going to go to Reservoir Dolls. Psychotic Angel, number 13, as lead. Daisy Juke still having some issues at the back of the pack. She's going to run into that nice defensive wall. She gets knocked out of bounds on turn 2.
Oh, Annihilator trying to throw the shoulder into the inside, not able to stop Psychotic Angel as she breaks through for 5 points.
Still struggling to get through. Daisy Juke now going to try to get around Gallifrey. She jukes to the inside, pulls around Gallifrey. That is her initial pass. Psychotic Angel gets knocked to the infield by the release number 64, Kickin' Ash. Ref solidarity on that pass. And 0
Fists
points.
raised for 0.
That's right.
5 to 13. So the Reservoir Dolls able to grab 5 at least, but the Pixies shutting them down enough on that second run. And we will reset with Death Wish jamming for the Reservoir Dolls. And it looks like Slim Reaper jamming again for the Pixies.
The Pixies starting out with a pack disadvantage. They're going to try to hold her off. 5150 Lucky Harms. Nice lateral movement by her. We have a knock out of bounds on 0-0 Death Wish. Kickin' Ash holds way back, but she goes past the engagement zone. 64, then nice reset. She pushes herself forward, takes that forward position, and she's going to try to stay on top of Death Wish for Reservoir Dolls.
Good heads-up skating by Death Wish, knowing she didn't need to keep running back as the blocker was out of the way. Meanwhile, lead jammer, Slim Reaper of the Pixies.
Death Wish yielding position as she got knocked down on the track. She sort of skittles her way out to the inside of the track. She gets caught behind a 3-wall at the back of the pack on behalf of the Pixies.
And Slim Reaper calls off the jam, did grab 3, so that takes us to 16 to 5. Pixies in the lead.
First time at the line here for the Reservoir Dolls. That's going to be number 23, Gallifrey. That's going to be the Crusher, number 54, donning the star on behalf of the Pixies. And Pixies with that slight lead, pretty evenly matched off the line. Gallifrey just taking a hit there from Kickin' Ash, number 64, and the honor is going to go to the Pixies, the Crusher, number 54.
Second straight lead jammer for the Pixies. And 3 out of 4 jams so far.
Kickin' Ash incurring that second penalty at least so far, and this is really early in the game. Gallifrey then she gets knocked to her knee. Annihilator trying to stay on top of her. Oh, we have a misconduct call on Gallifrey. She's headed to the penalty box for the Reservoir Dolls. This is a power jam for the Crusher, number 54.
And 5 power jam points, and the Crusher then calls off the jam. Interesting choice to do it that quickly after Gallifrey went in, but it does give a power start.
Power start with a fresh jammer.
Yes. She had a pretty hard fight through the pack on that run.
Daisy Juke going to have that honor of the power start here. Psychotic Angel, the pivot for Reservoir Dolls, working with Barbie Hurl. Back in play as Annihilator. She just got through with the last jam. That's with Alley Oops. And number 13, the Captain Ginger Slap. Oh,
Yep.
Shut down by Lethal Ivy. She goes to the left, pulls around number 74, Barbie Hurl. She does pick up lead jammer status. And again, she's jamming unopposed. In so much as there's not another jammer on the track.
Yes, opposed by blockers,
Right.
but
Well, of course.
unopposed in the scoring sense.
It'd be weird if there wasn't a pack there. Oh, and that's going to be a 5-point scoring pass for number 113, Daisy Juke.
It would be very strange if we had no blockers.
Well, I'm pretty sure then it wouldn't be roller derby. Then it'd be speed skating.
Oh, yeah, that.
Interpretive dance skating.
Something. 5 more. Up for Daisy Jukes. Takes her to 10 for the jam. 31 overall, 31 to 5. Currently, Pixies in the lead.
So it looks like a good choice when they put that fresh jammer in there. There goes Daisy Juke. She pulls around Gallifrey as well, and she is in the pack. That is 4 points for Daisy Juke.
And Gallifrey getting heavily knocked down repeatedly by Kickin' Ash. Kickin' Ash, for a while, choosing the I'm going to knock down Gallifrey wherever she is mode of attack. As Daisy Jukes through for another 5 points.
Not a bad plan as things go.
No, if you can make it work.
Kind of the idea.
Yes, Gal now taking a moment off the track to retie her skate.
Was a pretty hefty hit dealt by Psychotic Angel number 13 on Daisy Juke, pushing her to the inside of the track.
And Daisy calls off the jam. 4 more points on that last pass. 23-0 run takes the Pixies up 44-5. And I will mention that several of these skaters will be performing. Participating is the word I want to say.
Performing.
They're performers in the AAU Junior Olympics for the Northwest team. The Junior Olympics is coming up in July 12th and 13th. The event will feature teams from all 6 U.S. regions and also 2 teams from Canada. Northwest All-Star team, as I mentioned, includes some skaters from both of these teams, the Emerald City Reservoir Dolls and the Inland Northwest Pixies, also members of the Galaxy Girls and the I-5 Roller Girls, and several of the open co-ed leagues in the area. It will be streamed, information coming soon, so check out the JRDA's Facebook page or juniorrollerderby.org.
Alas, this year I will have to be listening from afar.
You
No
don't want-
Lincoln for me.
No trips to Lincoln, Nebraska? I can't blame you.
Well, it's not about Nebraska. It's more about the cash flow than anything
Exactly.
else.
That's why I can't blame you.
As roller derby turns out, kind of an expensive sport.
Kind of a trip to get there. Not as nice as last year where everything was in the Seattle area.
True enough. And there's the whistle indicating that we are going to get back to gameplay. Reservoir Dolls.
Needing a regroup.
Yeah.
I think clearly things were running away a little bit. Wanted to Coach Wade trying to rein it back in and
Shift momentum, perhaps.
exactly. And they will send out Death Wish to jam. Up against, I believe that's Slim Reaper again, correct?
No stranger to the jammer line. There's the whistle that releases them. Death Wish going to try to power through the 3 wall at the front of the pack. She tries to usurp 5150 Lucky Harms on the outside. And that's going to be Slim Reaper as lead.
Slim Reaper now 3 for 3 lead jammer.
Death Wish gets recycled. She gets knocked behind Lucky Harms 5150 from the Pixies. Oh, nice. Running away with it. That's through on her initial. That's Death Wish. 2 skaters now sitting in the penalty box on behalf of the Pixies.
And Slim Reaper calls off the jam, grabs 3 points. And that stretches them out 47-5.
Gallifrey is functioning as the pivot here for Reservoir Dolls.
And we'll see
Irene Your Neck.
Irene Yo Neck
For the
jamming for the Pixies, and Bashful Babe jamming for the Reservoir Dolls.
Again, sans 2 blockers for the Pixies. They're going to send in Annihilator 007, coupled with their captain. Oh, and it even works out to their advantage. Irene Yo Neck pulls down lead.
Annihilate her, also one of the aging out skaters for the Pixies in her final Northwest Junior Championships tournament.
Irene Yo Neck gets pushed up by Gallifrey. She does recycle, but she pulls back through, pulls around Gallifrey for 4 points, and calls it off swiftly. Another 4 points there for the Pixies, hailing from Spokane, I believe.
They are indeed from Spokane.
That would be the Inland Northwest.
The very inland, indeed. They're as inland as we can get in Washington State, almost. Coach Wade out to discuss some things with the officials. Not exactly an official review. I didn't see the O go up, but Rock is taking some questions around the points and whether or not the Reservoir Dolls jammer had picked up some skaters that may have been in and or just out of the penalty box.
You know, if you want to train smart, work hard, and get strong like the Galaxy Girls, check out Get Strong First. It's located at the Rasnets, which is here in Shoreline, Washington, but you can learn more at www.getstrongfirst.com.
All right, well, I don't see any change on the board, so it must have been right. 51-5, Pixies in the lead.
This is an interesting shift here. That's going to be Kick and Ash, number 64. She's going to yield. And she's given some clear indication to her blockers to move back.
Yep, not biting on the I want to run you back and have the baby get eaten at the front of the pack. As Psychotic Angel rolling back. It's like it's 2010 all over again, and we're just standing around. Now we're going.
Looking for that opportunity there, number 13, Psychotic Angel, looking to take control here for the Reservoir Dolls. She's going to run up behind Annihilator. Annihilator with a hefty hip check to the inside.
She was looking at the outside earlier, and Lucky Harm's there to close that down as well.
Kicking Ash is getting shut down by the pivot. I believe that's number 33, Slam Shady. Oh, way to go there for the Reservoir Dolls, picking up lead.
And a power jam as Kicking Ash headed to the penalty box. I didn't catch what the call was. But power jam exactly what the Reservoir Dolls needed.
Psychotic Angel again up against Annihilator. She is going to eke her way around on the inside for a 5-point scoring pass on behalf of the Reservoir Dolls. That's going to bring them to 10 points, ending their arid scoring run. Oh, she tries to hop. She's going to have to yield. She does not incur the cutting track because she yielded position.
Meanwhile, Kicking Ash out of the penalty box and hops through. So an effective penalty kill by the Pixies. Collects 5, or give up 5 points, and then another 4 at the end.
Interestingly
I see a
enough.
5. Sorry, I saw the thumb. I missed the thumb earlier. I forgot she engaged during the penalty. That kind of helps.
Earlier on, as they were warming up, the Pixies actually utilizing the jump around. They actually used it as a part of their practice, and it looked like that worked out favorably for Kicking Ash.
That did, and it was everyone jumping, not just like the designated jammers, which is good because it's a great move for the blocking crew as well. And we have an official review from the Inland Northwest Pixies.
Black Rock Coffee. They care about 2 things: people and coffee. Check out the only Black Rock Coffee bar in Seattle, located at 143rd and Aurora here in Seattle Shoreline.
Yeah, I think that's technically still Seattle. It's close.
North Seattle. How about that?
There you go.
Quality Athletics. We celebrate sport. Also located in Seattle, although it's in Pioneer Square. Quality Athletics is a full-service restaurant and bar, not your usual sports bar fare, with large wood-fired grill, a slushy and snow cone machine, a rooftop garden, an AstroTurf back bar, and outdoor fire pits for all of those adults out there.
All right, so official review is reviewed and decided. We'll hear what the story was as Eric Rock will speak to us.
Dolls jammer. The Reservoir Dolls jammer was hit, remained in bounds, and did not touch out of bounds until she removed herself from the track and re-entered behind the initiating skater. Therefore, no cut call will stand. The Pixies will not retain their official review for the half.
Thank you, Rock.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rock. All right, no call stands. 15-51. It's a palindrome score. Just when we wish we were sponsored by Radar Wheels, but we're not.
Alas, we are not.
Then I gave him a free plug. What am I thinking?
Slim Reaper against Death Wish. And it's going to go to Death Wish 00, pulling down lead jammer status for the Reservoir Dolls from Eugene, Oregon.
And that is the first time Death Wish has had lead jammer this game, and also the first time that Slim Reaper has not been lead jammer this game.
And Slim Reaper with a 1 skate on the track, pulling around Gallifrey on the inside lane.
And a beautiful shoulder check from the Crusher, sending Death Wish spinning off the track and forcing the call off. She did grab 2 points, however, takes the Dolls to 17, and Pixies at 51.
Bye-bye, Palindrome.
Move Fasta jamming for the Reservoir Dolls and Annihilate Her for the Pixies.
Again, another shift up in jammer rotation here for the Pixies, sending in Annihilate Her. Annihilator primarily utilized in the previous jams as a blocker. She's now contending with Gallifrey and Instigator, number 30. Oh, she gets knocked to the inside of the track by the captain, number 11, Bashful Babe. But problems of her own there at the back of the pack, number 88, Move Fasta. She's knocked around by Ginger Slap.
Some good blobby defense at the front by the Reservoir Dolls, stopping Annihilate Her and slowing it down. They Dolls sending their captain back, Ginger Slap, to try and break things up.
We have lead jammer assessed to 007 Annihilator. Still struggling to get through on that initial pass. Move faster. She's going to get knocked out of bounds again. Recycled way back by block and roll number 113.
And Annihilate Her bumped again, just barely out of bounds, but goes to the ground, has to crawl out and recycle back. And a star pass from Move Fasta to number 11, Bashful Babe.
Oh, right on the inside there, though. That is a 5-point pass for Annihilator for Inland Northwest Pixies.
And meanwhile, Bashful Babe forced out of bounds, holding the star in her hand. Now it looks like she's about to put it on. So the star stash done. Star pass complete.
Annihilator taking on number 27, Lethal Ivy. She pulls around Instigator number 30.
And
We are going to get a cut track penalty now assessed to Reservoir Dolls Jammer. Number 11, Bashful Babe.
Exactly. Bashful Babe bumped down. Both hands went out of bounds, and she stood up in bounds, and that is a definition of a track cut. Get one hand out of bounds. Can't have two. Meanwhile, Annihilate Her. Pinballs through the pack. Grabs 5 more points. Calls off the jam. 15-0 run. 66-17.
Looking for this power start here on behalf of the Pixies. We got 16 minutes and 9 seconds or so left here in the first half. Again, these are the number 2 and the number 3 seeds coming into this tournament. They're going to field a very successful jammer previously in this game. That's going to be the 666 Slim Reaper. Oh, Slim Reaper. She gets shut down by the pivot. The pivot is going to knock her. Oh, she didn't actually knock her completely out of bounds. She maintained her balance on her skates. She pulls around. She's going to pull down lead. Still on the power jam for the Pixies.
Some excellent tightrope work on that inside line.
Mally Boomer, number 76, now forming that 2-wall with number 33, Slam Shady. Oh, hip check to the inside by the pivot. That's number 13, Psychotic Angel.
She was almost clear, but just enough force to bump her out of bounds. Wisely calls off the jam as the jammer had been released, and we will reset with a full team empty penalty box. Looks like Daisy Juke set to jam for the Pixies.
Rat City and Seattle Derby Brats would like to thank the amazing photographers that are here today to capture all of the action. Videographers catching the online action. A big thank you from Rat City and the Seattle Derby Brats.
Yes, indeed. Death Wish jamming for the Reservoir Dolls. Daisy Juke for the Pixies.
Daisy Juke with that initial lead. She's getting shut down by the defense. She actually skirts through, takes the knee, but quickly recovers and pulls around block and roll number 113. Still struggling to get through Death Wish 004, the Reservoir Dolls. We're going to have a pile up. And we're going to get a back block now assessed to Death Wish to the power jam for 113 Daisy Juke. Not the best of news here for the Reservoir Dolls.
No, not at all. And that puts 5 points up for the Pixies, taking them to 76. 76-17. Winner of this game will face the winner of the Seattle Derby Rats Galaxy Girls versus High Five game coming up at 6 o'clock this evening.
Ginger Slap did a really nice job of sweeping skaters out of the way to allow some room for Daisy Juke to get through, minimally opposed. Like a tongue twister for the announcer.
That is. And Daisy Juke, after making it through, then had time to adjust her skate while rolling down the track.
Oh, huge hit by Kick and Ash again, trying to slide out of the way the opposing blockers, creating that room for Daisy Juke to push through for another 5 points for the Pixies. And we have some, some conversation here, perhaps about an elbow there.
Always conversation.
Always.
Coaches can conversate, bring things up to the refs, make sure they're head refs communicating with the outside and the inside packs, just keeping everyone alert. We want to keep everybody safe, and the coaches, of course, looking for advantage for their team, but also safety for all the skaters.
Irene Yonet going up against Psychotic Angel. Psychotic Angel with a nice initial sweep out on the straightaway. Psychotic Angel looking for a little bit of a lead there. She gets a huge hip check by Annihilator, and then again followed up by Lucky Harms from the Pixies. Oh, ekes right around on the outside of turn 2 with a beautifully executed maneuver there. Again, that's Irene Neck. Psychotic Angel looking for that break. She makes it on that initial pass. However, we're on a scoring pass for Irene Neck.
Yeah, Psychotic Angel following Irene Yonek right past her own blockers. Almost used her as a lead blocker as she came in a little hot and bumped the side of her pack and opened up a gap.
An official timeout here being called. You know, in order to sort of recoup some of that point differential, I believe that the Reservoir Dolls may benefit from slowing down the speed.
That, yes, could we be? Pixies definitely going for a fairly quick game.
They're really
trying to push the pace, and yes, the Reservoir Dolls. Yes, I think the slowdown would help if they can lock up more on the front and keep those jammers from busting through quite as quickly. During this track repair, I will mention that both of these teams, the Reservoir Dolls and the Pixies, will be at the JRDA Championships, along with the Seattle Derby Rats Galaxy Girls and 7 other top 10 female division teams. That will be in Lincoln, Nebraska, running July 9th through 11th. And again, that will be live streamed. More information on the streaming will be coming soon. Check out the JRDA's Facebook page or juniorrollerderby.org. I'm told maybe the end of the week they'll have that announcement, maybe in a couple of weeks. Certainly before it starts.
One would only hope.
I would hope that we won't just be recording the games and then posting them a month later.
I'm fairly certain that won't happen.
I think we can be safe and assume that, yes.
We're going to have a shift up again in jammer rotation here for the Pixies. They're going to field Stinger, number 7. Gallifrey, I believe that's the second time she's been at the line.
That it is.
On behalf of the Reservoir Dolls.
Gallifrey picking up the misconduct penalty on her last run through as jammer. But right now, no one serving a penalty. The penalty box empty.
You know that's like instant announcer karma.
I do.
Okay.
But, you know, I'm just stating a fact. I'm not expressing an opinion on the state of penalties in the world.
The state of penalties in the world.
I'm sure there's other penalty boxes that are full of people, and that'll keep them out of ours.
Just not right here, right now.
That's right. Meanwhile, the Reservoir Dolls are dancing and cheering, and I'm not exactly clear what's going on down there, but
they're definitely doing some team spirit cheer here.
It was well coordinated, and I liked it.
It was well coordinated. I agree. Synchronized cheering.
Yes. Everyone calmed down and organized up. Dolls starting at the front and then rolling back from the pivot line.
Oh, nice push through by Stinger, number 7, as she takes lead for the Pixies.
Gallifrey trying that bull rush through the middle of the pack and then ran into Annihilate her, and that ended up out of bounds. And this time runs into the Crusher, I believe.
It's Kicking Ash now.
Oh, Kicking Ash, that's right.
Way to the back of the pack. Oh, trying to hold on to her. She's past the engagement zone. She's forced to allow Stinger to get through. She pulls up the 5 points. We're going to have the pivot for, that's Ginger Slap for the Pixies headed to the penalty box.
So there you go. The curse worked out.
Oh, and Stinger through. She pulls down another 4 points. That's going to drive them to 100.
An even 100-17 at that 9-point jam with 11 minutes and 26 seconds to go in our first half.
And remind me again who the winner of this game takes on.
Winner of this game will play in the championship game tomorrow against the winner of the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls versus I-5. Which, with the way I-5 played this morning, should be a reasonably decent game.
Oh, Tipsy.
They showed up well.
Tipsy Terra, I believe that's the first time she's jammed thus far for the Reservoir Dolls, but the honor is going to be Irene Neck as lead, as she's assessed for the Pixies. We got to push forward here by number 44, Tipsy Terror. She tries to make up some of that track length. Nice knock out of bounds, though.
Yes, and she comes in and collects a nice shoulder to the shoulder from Number 5150, Lucky Harms, right at the end of the jam. But good work on the Reservoir Dolls getting their jammer out quickly and holding it as a tie on the jam. So a 3-3 run, 20-103. But putting pressure on the Pixies and not letting them get multiple laps, which has certainly been leading to that sizable lead as we drop down close to 10 minutes to go in our first half.
Oh, and that's going to be Psychotic Angel, number 13. Oh, she's going to eke out. She is going to pull down lead jammer status for the Reservoir Dolls. At the same time, 666 Slim Reaper getting shut down by the captain, Bashful Babe, number 11. Nice move to the inside by 88. Move faster. We're going to have the pivot. She gets recycled to the back of the pack, number 13, Ginger Slap. And number 64, Kickin' Ash. Oh, no, here we go. Reservoir Dolls jammer now headed to the penalty box. Power jam for the Pixies. We're running into a little over 10 minutes, or a little under 10 minutes left, and the Pixies just dominating with lead.
Yes, and just when I talked about how well their jammers were doing, the Dolls end up with the jammer penalty and repeated extra point laps. Or at least one so far, as she is on an initial lap with good slow down defense and forcing the attempted call-off, but not lead jammer.
And it's lucky that the refs didn't call it off. She would have incurred a penalty for illegal procedure.
I liked the emotion of the, why aren't you blowing the whistles? Oh, it's because I'm not lead.
Reminiscent of the prosecutor in 2012.
Yes.
Forced the inside on Psychotic Angel. She gets pushed back to the back of the pack. She runs into Annihilator. She's going to get a skating out of bounds. She's headed to the penalty box. This is another jammer penalty for the Reservoir Dolls.
Yes, blocking out of bounds. I think she made contact as while her feet were still out of bounds on her way back in. Annihilator, perfectly positioned, was sort of thrusting the hips back to try and get the cut, but there was contact instead, and it all works out the same.
5 points for Slim Reaper on behalf of the Pixies. Oh, and there goes Ginger Slap as she tries to move forward to create some room. Slim Reaper, 5 more points. Right as Psychotic Angel back on the track.
But some solid defense from the Reservoir Dolls. A full 2-minute jam, only giving up 10 points.
Pure coffee, creating strong, clean, beautiful coffee using only perfectly sourced beans, filtered water, and attention to detail.
Gallifrey set to jam for the Reservoir Dolls. Irene Yonek jamming for the Pixies as more track repair.
Blue-aneurysm. Multiple rolls here. She's putting tape down. Nothing like a little track maintenance.
No. Track repair. It's the best. That tape stuff. It's good. All right. Reservoir Dolls lined up at the pivot line. Pixies opting for the 3 back, 1 forward.
Ginger Slap did a nice job as the pivot. She initially hit Gallifrey towards the inside. She then is pushed to the outside, and she then beautifully executes, pulls through for lead jammer status for the Reservoir Dolls.
Yes, lead jammer for Gallifrey and the Reservoir Dolls. Second straight lead jammer for the Dolls.
Irene Yonek is through on that initial pass.
And Gallifrey calls off the jam. Looks like 2 fingers up. So a 2-point run, 25-113 with 7.5 minutes to go in our first half.
Between the number 2 and number 3 seats here. In the lovely Shoreline, Washington. Although rather chilly in this building today.
Yeah, chilly and wet. Which I guess is nice because we're all stuck inside for a day. So
Lucky Harms, 5150. Starting the star on behalf of the Pixies.
That's her first jam of the afternoon.
Indeed, she easily makes use of that. She uses her stature. She gets down low, and she gets right through to pull down lead. Oh!
Airborne Death Wish low block sending number 64, Kicking Ash, to the penalty box. And since it happened after the line, even though she ended up behind it, she has to go all the way around. And now Jammers knocking Jammers out. Standing around.
Oh, you know.
And Lucky Arms, a little extra hip thrown into the tapping of the hips.
She's like, I dare you. Do
Yeah.
it. Call it. Call it now.
And it worked. Ends the jam.
It did, although time is working in favor currently.
Definitely in the favor of the Reservoir
Pixies.
Dolls. Or the Pixies, yes, sorry. Daisy Juke jamming for the Pixies.
Psychotic Angel. Number 13 for the Reservoir Dolls. Pack advantage here for the Reservoir Dolls. Slim Shady working with Move Fasta. Oh, nice push assist there as they knock to the infield Daisy Juke. Daisy Juke then gets caught up behind Move Fasta, number 88. And then again by Living That Cry at the same time, Psychotic Angel pulls through first, pulls down lead jammer status. We have initial pass here for Daisy Juke, 113 for the Pixies. Scoring run here for Psychotic Angel. She does get 4 points. Hit it and quit it.
And early in that jam, Mally Boomer thought she had the run back clean, but clearly not before the skater came back in, as the refs did not call it. But still a 4-0 run for the Dolls, 29-117 as we drop towards 5 minutes to go in the half. Number 123, that is Tap Out jamming for the Pixies. Gallifrey for the Reservoir Dolls.
First time for Tap Out, I think, donning the star on behalf of the
I
Pixies
believe
as
so,
the
yes.
jammer. She's
Yes.
been out as a blocker. Oh, that's going to go to Gallifrey, number 23 for the Reservoir Dolls. Oh, but quickly making her way through the pack is Tap Out, number 123 for the Pixies. She's trying to shorten that distance between her and Gallifrey. Gallifrey chooses to go on the outside. Oh, beautifully executed maneuver around Ginger Slap.
Then a nice lateral side-to-side hip check from Lucky Harms to slow her down and force the call off.
Yeah, they both got 3 points.
They did. And in this case, tie goes to the team that's in the lead, and that is the Pixies. Now up another fresh hat under the hat cover. Number 25, Alley Oops, jamming for the Pixies. And number 13, Psychotic Angel, back out for the Reservoir Dolls.
Psychotic Angel definitely in that 2-3 jammer rotation on behalf of the Reservoir Dolls. You do get Alley Oops. She's pushed to the back of the pack. She gets behind Slam Shady, number 33. Number 76 on the outside, Mally Boomer tries to slow her down. Psychotic Angel is the lead jammer for the Reservoir Dolls. Oh, she goes in for a shoulder check there, and she gets through for 5 points for the Reservoir Dolls.
And that's 3 straight lead jammers for the Reservoir Dolls. And Dolls doing, again, a good job of tightening down the defense on Alley Oops and holding her in the pack, allowing for that lap point and the 5-point pass.
First 10-point jam here on behalf of the Reservoir Dolls. We're quickly winding down to halftime.
Sound Guardian, our referee, taken out by the Crusher, but smiles on his way back up. So that's good to know.
Psychotic Angel getting through for another 5-point run.
And that is the Dolls' largest jam of the game so far at 15 points. And a 15-0 run as Alley Oops still no dice getting through the pack.
Yeah, shut down by Mally Boomer. Death Wish holding the front there. The pivot tries to knock her out of bounds. She is successful. She's going to move back to the back of the pack. That's Alley Oops, number 25. Same time, the Crusher headed to the penalty box for the Pixies.
So a 17-point run for the Reservoir Dolls takes them to 49 to 120 with 2.5 minutes to go in the first half.
Kind of thing they need to
Absolutely.
push up their side in that point differential.
Exactly. The Pixies send out Stinger for the second time with the star today versus number 88, Move Fasta, jamming for the Reservoir Dolls.
Mufasa takes a hit from the captain, Ginger Slap. Mufasa then getting knocked around again by Kickin' Ash. Kickin' Ash taken out by 113, Block and Roll. Going to be Stinger, number 7. She's the lead jammer for the Pixies.
Stinger just getting some shoulder-on-shoulder contact earlier that sent the skater down forward, and I think she thought that maybe it was a back block, but it appeared from here that the contact was on the side of the shoulder and therefore legal. And as the refs didn't see it or didn't call it that way, it was 5 points up for Stinger and the Pixies.
Assisted by Ginger Slap number 13, the pivot for the Pixies. Block and roll working with Bashful Babe. They're going to try to stave off the Pixies jammer, number 7, Stinger.
And Stinger having to jump over a downed move Fasta.
Kicking Ash number 64 now sitting in the penalty box. Stinger going to pull around number 113, block and roll. She tries to race to catch up to get to her. Not in time. That's 5 more points for Stinger. Number 7.
And it looks like the Pixies are sending out Slim Reaper to jam against Gallifrey in what will very likely be our final jam of the first half. As we sit 130 to 49 with 50 seconds and ticking.
A number advantage on the track now going to the Reservoir Dolls 4-on-3. Slim Reaper having some trouble getting around a Live and Let Cry, but she then usurps them and pulls down lead.
And the blocking out of bounds call on Gallifrey. Ending us up with a power jam at the end of the half. Not what the Dolls wanted.
Nice triad there at the front by Reservoir Dolls. They are going to drop her to her knees. We are going to get a cut track penalty. That is assigned to Slim Reaper. So we're going to have a role reversal here.
Yes, the swap in, swap out, and we've got another minute and 16 seconds of jam time, even though the period clock now at 0.
A little bit of hokey pokey there.
Yes. Catch and release, I heard someone refer to that as.
Gallifrey
illegally re-enters the track too close to the back of the pack. And so now we're going to have the even more exciting both jammers sitting for a little bit because Slim Reaper can't be released until her shortened penalty is run. At least I thought that was the case. Maybe not. Perhaps I misunderstood that rule. Or
I think she
maybe her time had actually run.
I think she served her.
I think she did. It was pretty close. It's more exciting this way than if they were both just sitting there for 5 seconds or however long it would have been.
It's rare that the jammerless jam happens anymore.
Yes.
Thank goodness.
Which is, it's a good thing.
It is.
And Gal in and then back out as 5 points up for Slim Reaper.
Oh, Gallifrey trying to eat by Ginger Slap, trying to stay in bounds. She's going to yield. And that is going to run us into halftime. Pretty significant lead right now as the scoreboard reads 101 points in favor of the Pixies.
Yes, and we will be taking our 10-minute halftime. We will be back in 9-ish minutes to recap the first half. You are watching the 2016 Northwest Junior Derby Championships, also known as the 2016 JRDA Female Division Northwest Regional Tournament. And we are back for the second half as our next teams, the Nuclear Nightmares and the Lava City Cinder Kittens, doing a little bit of warming up on the track. But let's run through some penalties, starting first with the Reservoir Dolls. Reservoir Dolls number 00, Death Wish, has 4 penalties currently. Live and Let Cry and Bashful Babe with 1 each. Psychotic Angel and Lethal Ivy each have 2. And Gallifrey has 3. So only Death Wish not teetering on the edge of fouling out, but a few more than she might like. On the Pixies side, 1 each for the Crusher and Ginger Slap. Slim Reaper has 2. Tap Out has 3. And Kick and Ash sitting with 5. So Kick and Ash maybe rein it in a little in the second half. She's
close.
She's close. Not out yet. Has 1 to give, but still.
And she predominantly was in the majority.
She was exactly. She skated a lot.
The majority of jams in the first sort of half of the first. That's a mouthful.
It is.
But they do have a considerable lead now, so it is 100 points, not 101.
Yes. A little adjustment down to 149 to 49.
But they have the opportunity now. The Pixies have, a lead going into the second, and they don't have to rely on Kick and Ash so much.
Exactly.
At least initially going into the second half. That can always change. Roller derby is unpredictable sometimes.
It is. So 8 lead jammers, stat-eye for the Dolls in the first half, 15 for the Pixies. And yes, my math does work. That works out to 23 jams.
Good job.
Thank you.
I love it.
Once in a while, the numbers add up. For the non-numbers guy with the microphone.
I was going to say, next you're going to say you're an accountant.
No. Lucky Harms jamming for the Pixies to start off the second half against number 13, Psychotic Angel for the Reservoir Dolls.
I believe Lucky Harms in the first half only jammed once.
Let's look at the sheet. I believe you are right. Yes,
yeah,
only
it was
one.
In the second part of that.
Yep.
So they're going to field her right off the get-go.
Why not? Pixies did, as you said, they started with a fairly tight rotation in the first half of the first quarter, if we were playing football.
That's right.
Or, skating bank track. And then spread things out a bit more in the second after they stretched out that lead, getting some other skaters. Doing a good job of spreading the jam love amongst their team.
I don't know. Good practice going into championships.
Exactly. They've got the championship game tomorrow, and then the JRDA championships in a month, and then they've got Lucky Harms as the lead jammer right now.
Psychotic Angel being shut down by Ginger Slap. Oh! She does an apex jump. That is 51-50. Lucky Harms successful in that 5-point scoring pass. We do have Psychotic Angel released on her initial pass. The pivot for Reservoir Dolls now rejoining pack.
And Lucky Harms ends up forced out of bounds. Annihilate her trying to open up something, not able to do so. So 2 points on that pass, 7-0. Run 156 to 49.
Gallifrey. She's going to don the star on behalf of Eugene Reservoir Dolls against number 54, the Crusher. The Crusher also not used in heavy jammer rotation for the Pixies in the first.
No, in fact, I think this is her first
first
on my list, but maybe she did. Maybe I missed her. Oh, there she is. Yes, you're right. Very early in the half once.
The Crusher did pick up lead. She's going to struggle to get around. Last line of defense, number 11, Bashful Babe. She does it. She is the lead jammer for the Pixies.
And Gallifrey hung up behind her own skater for a bit before jumping around the outside and clearing the pack on her initial pass.
Nice defensive move there on behalf of the Reservoir Dolls. They're going to kick back number 54, the Crusher. The Crusher's going to put her hands to her hips, preventing Reservoir Dolls from capturing any points.
And the Crusher starting off with the dainty little tap and then wondering, why aren't you doing anything? And going more dramatic and flappy. Emphatic call off of the jam.
I have a totally different picture in my head of that maneuver, but 1, 2, 3, tap out. Donning star for the Pixies against number 44, Tipsy Terror. Tipsy Terror trying to get around Annihilator. 007 on the inside. Oh, nice defensive run there by Kick and Ash. She is back on the track, even with those 5 penalties.
But a cut track sending tap out to the penalty box, so powered jam for Tipsy Terror and the Reservoir Dolls.
Oh, she's going to try to get around. She skirts around Kickin' Ash the first time. Kickin' Ash going to try to maintain position in front of her. She's going to get a blocking out of play penalty assessed to her. That is the 6th trip to the box for Kickin' Ash, number 64. Reservoir Dolls now have the lead jammer on the track. She's going to knock to the inside by Annihilator, 007. Nice assist there from number 76, Mally Boomer. No pack being assessed. We're going to get a 5-point run for Reservoir Dolls. Tipsy Terror blocking out a play penalty called on the pivot.
That was Lucky Harms. That's her first for the game.
Oh, knocked to the inside, Tipsy Terror. We do have tap out back in
Tipsy Terror
gameplay.
looked like a pinball. She bounced off one, and Annihilator throws the shoulder and just like shoots her out of bounds. Tap out is clear of the back on her initial. Tipsy Terror ignoring the screams from her bench to call off the jam. As Coach Wade jumping up and down, then she hears it and taps it. A 4-4 run. So 9-4 total.
You did have Blackheart Blocker trying to hold on right there for the Pixies at the end.
Yes, Pixies with the edge in that jam. Oh, wait, now it's backing back down, and we're going the other way. I'm like, why? How did they end up with 9 points? I thought they only had 1 jam. And I was correct.
An official timeout now being called. We're going to have some clarification here. Just some housekeeping, I would imagine. Advanced Manual Therapy and Sports Rehabilitation, staffed with an advanced team of sports, orthopedic, and manual therapy specialists who offer leading-edge skills in assessment, treatment, and individualized planning for a return to competition or daily activities. Again, check out Advanced Manual Therapy and Sports Rehab.
Psychotic Angel jamming for the Reservoir Dolls. Stinger for the Pixies.
Oh, Stinger. She's going to make her way around Mufasa, number 88. For the coveted lead jammer spot.
Stinger with the I'm pushing right through the middle of the pack plan, and it worked out perfectly.
Lucky Harms has been released as a blocker from the penalty box. Psychotic Angel just struggling it on the inside. She maintains. Oh, she incurs a cut track penalty for that. She's headed to the penalty box. Power jam for Stinger, number 7 for the Pixies.
Not the way the Reservoir Dolls wanted this jam to run, certainly. As they were also having a run in and out of the box on blockers. They've only got 3 on the track now. 1 standing in the penalty box.
2 from her Slam Shady and Mufasa. That's 5 points for the Pixies.
And a call off of the jam, 170-58 with that 10-point run. 25 minutes to go in the game. And a power start for 666 Slim Reaper of the Pixies.
Power start for the Pixies.
And everyone forward at the pivot line.
Woo!
It's a pivot line party.
That was very illiterate of you.
Thank
Not
you.
illiterate, alliterative.
Alliterative, yes. And a very fast swoop around the outside.
Oh, she just goes right through the triple there. She tries to push her way through. Nice sternum face down from Bashful Babe. We do have a release from the penalty box at Psychotic Angel as a jammer for the Reservoir Dolls. Nice work there for Reservoir Dolls trying to keep their blocker in play.
And some excellent track awareness earlier for Slim Reaper as she got bumped out and saw that the blocker that had knocked her out went to the ground, so she was able to come back in, collect that no pass, no penalty.
Psychotic Angel threw on her initial. We have it a spill by Annihilator. We got a low block penalty now assessed to Twisted Blister, number 4 for the Pixies.
And the jam is called off. 4 more points up for the Pixies, takes them to 9, 179-58.
Gallifrey. She will be going up against the Crusher.
These two squared off in the second jam of this half.
Oh, Gallifrey getting shut down by tap out, number 123, right on the straightaway. We're going to get an out-of-play penalty on tap out. She's going to head to the penalty box for the Pixies.
But it was effective as it did keep Gallifrey out of the front of the pack and let the Crusher grab lead Jammer.
Sometimes it's worth it.
Yeah, exactly, occasionally.
Attempted hammer and nail there by Ginger Slap. And Gallifrey does pull through on the initial. We're going to have a recycle of the Crusher behind Mally Boomer, number 76. She's going to put her hands to her hips, calling it off.
Calls it off and yells about that, so that's good. Sometimes the tapping isn't enough. You have to actually holler to get the attention.
Do it now.
So 5 more up for the Pixies on that run, 184-58, and they hand the star off to Lucky Harms.
Ooh, this is a new one for Reservoir Dolls. That's Lethal Ivy, number 27. And
Yes.
again, first time at the jammer line for her. At least in this game.
In this game.
I don't mean
yes.
ever. Ever.
Let's not speculate on that. We
Right.
don't. We have
Lethal
no idea.
Ivy's going to find her window of opportunity. She pulls through. She is going to get lead jammer status for Reservoir Dolls. A cacophony of cheering for Lethal Ivy, number 27.
Yes.
From the crowd here at the Rat's Nest. Ooh, 51-50. She's going to take a hit to the inside of the track. She's going to get a cut track penalty.
Yes.
This is a power jam for Lethal Ivy, number 27.
I was watching that foot on the spin, and I thought, I think that went back in bounds, and indeed it did. And a extra lap for her as she had rolled past that line of no return.
So Ivy just looking for a smidge. There's Ginger Slap on the outside. Nice sweep there by Death Wish. But again, beautiful defense put down by the Pixies as Irene Yonek pulls forward. We are going to have a 4-point pass there on behalf of Ivy, number 27 for the Reservoir Dolls.
Yep, Eileen gets the no pass, no penalty for the Irene Yonek, who knocked her out of bounds and went to the ground. So only 4 rather than 5, but still smart not to run back. 4 points is better than 5 and an extra 40 seconds of jam.
Correct. Again, Ginger Slap running that positional block up at the front of the pack. That is going to be Lethal Ivy with a full 5 points. She's going to put her hands to her hips. But right as that happened,
Yes.
the Pixies jammer was released from the penalty box.
And Pixies calling for an official review. Always exciting. More talking, less skating.
You want to start your tech career with Dev Bootcamp, where curious beginners learn full-stack web development in 19 weeks. Visit devbootcamp.com. That's DEVBOOTCAMP.com to learn more about the original immersive coding school. Build something meaningful at Dev Bootcamp, located in Seattle's Pioneer Square.
And coming up next on this track, so we have 21 minutes left of this game, at 2 o'clock Pacific time, we will see the Nuclear Nightmares out of the Tri-Cities, Washington, take on the Lava City Cinder Kittens from Bend, Oregon, in the first of our non-sanctioned B bracket games, which should be fun because I haven't seen either of those teams before.
It should be fun. There's going to be a huge difference with the number of skaters
Yes,
per respective team.
that will be, and also in the level of skating ability, because the Nuclear Nightmares certainly are in. I think they're in their first, possibly second year. Cinder Kittens have been around for a while, but we wanted to bring in some teams that we didn't see all the time, rather than just have 5 teams skating for the weekend.
Yeah, and it's also a nice opportunity for those teams to get some tournament experience, be part of that
Exactly.
whole vibe.
Yep,
Because it's definitively different than just
right
a
than just
single
playing
game.
one game that you're staying at home and so forth. They get to travel a little bit, and they get to watch some excellent competition from their. Don't want to say older sisters, but from the more experienced, the older leagues in the area.
right. And Mistress Mouth is out there awaiting a rock to give us the 411,
Yes,
as
she
it may
will.
be on the official review.
So we can enjoy the Eric Rock word of law. This official review taking more discussion than the last one. And unfortunately, Mistress didn't give us the hint as to what they're discussing, but nothing too emphatic. The refs didn't come to blows, so that's good.
I would be very concerned
Yeah, I would as well.
if that happened ever.
That would certainly be a violation of the JRDA Code of Conduct.
And I'm fairly certain just overall,
Yes.
it would be strange.
It would be very odd. We would like to thank all of our photographers. Danny Nahn out in the middle of the track helped arrange all the various photographers that are shooting this weekend. And we will, no doubt, there will be links to photos probably on the Facebook event page for this. And also, I will try and relink them onto the JRDA's Northwest Region page and elsewhere. When we come out of the official review, I believe we'll have number 113, Daisy Juke, jamming for the Pixies.
Pixies were reviewing the cut call on their jammer. Their jammer fully came back inbounds with both skates, and therefore the cut call will stand. The Pixies do not retain their official review for the half.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rock. Cut call stands. Pixies done with official reviews. Pixies also leading 184-67. And we've got Psychotic Angel jamming against Daisy Juke.
Daisy Juke getting shut down by Move Fasta. She's able to use her agility as she pirouettes, picking up lead jammer status. That's Daisy Juke. Psychotic Angel, though, quick there out of the pack. She's trying to shut down that gap. And again, the speed, and look at that, right as I say that, Reservoir Dolls, quelling the speed a bit. Psychotic Angel attempting to skirt around.
Yep, and jam called off just as Daisy Juke was approaching the pack. Psychotic Angel cut past, did run into Annihilate her, but it was fairly clear that both were moving into that position while the whistles were blowing, so no call for hitting after the whistles. As it was not an intended hit, it was more like, oh, look at us, we're in the same space now.
Accidental. Let's
Exactly.
tap out. Number 123, second time donning the star for the Pixies up against Gallifrey. Gallifrey running into that triad of Pixies at the back of the pack, which is inclusive of 5150. Oh, and look at that. Gallifrey picking up lead jammer status for the Reservoir Dolls.
Excellent awareness of her feet. Gallifrey keeping just inside the line around that outside edge.
Multi-player block being assessed to a skater from the Reservoir Dolls. She's now sitting in the penalty box. And you watch the momentum and the speed of the pack just definitively pick up there.
Yes, Pixies playing the skate ahead, don't let anyone get points and kill some penalty time, and effective for them as their penalty bench now empty.
Not only protecting the points, but really picking up the momentum of that
Exactly.
pack.
So holding to a 3-point run for the Dolls. That takes them to 70 and 184 for the Pixies. So the winner of this game will advance to play in our championship game tomorrow at 6 p.m. And the team that loses will be in the third place game. That will be at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
The Crusher against Lethal Ivy. Lethal Ivy having a very successful jam earlier in this second half. She is going to get forced out of bounds and to the floor on turn one. And again, running into that huge defense of the Pixies. The Crusher picks up lead. She moves around the pivot from the Reservoir Dolls. Reservoir Dolls go in for a hit on 357, Blackheart blocker.
The Crusher now 4 for 4 lead jammer 3 times this half and once in the first period.
And very emphatically calling off.
I think that's her new move now. She's just going to turn, look at ATG, yell, and tap her hips at the same time. Hey, whatever works, man. She's not yelling anything mean. She's just braising awareness of the tap of the hip.
Psychotic Angel initially lining up behind Slim Reaper. Slim Reaper taking advantage of that. She's trying to get around. She maintains balance on one skate, but she gets pushed out by number 33, Slam Shady.
Meanwhile, Annihilator ends up on the ground with Psychotic Angel stepping over her. Lead jammer has been assigned to Slim Reaper, who is now well behind the pack and still on effectively an initial pass, and finally realizes that and calls off the jam.
Yeah, she was standing near the apex between turn one and turn two, just watching a huge splay of skaters just waiting for her moment.
Let's just call this off. Irene Yonek set to jam for the Pixies.
And Lucky Harms taking a seat in the penalty box for the Pixies. Whew. Both teams now skating sans a blocker. Tipsy Terror number 44 is skating on behalf of Reservoir Dolls. That was like a crawling,
It was, yes.
right on her stomach, like slithering across the floor there for the jammer,
Pretty much.
Irene Yonek.
Exactly. She got knocked down and the hands were out, and she's like, well, I got to get out of bounds, and I'm not going to get up now, so I might as well lower it.
Tipsy Terror taking a hit
I
to
get
the
is
inside
a
the track.
yes, high block to the Crusher. She aimed that shoulder, I'm sure, at the chest, but clipped her in the side of the jaw, I think, and
Beautiful.
that sends you to the box.
Yeah, beautiful lateral movement there around Ginger's lap. The defense against their Tipsy Terror. She's again going in on a scoring pass. 51-50 with clear communication to her teammates. What she'd like to happen. That's Lucky Harms released from the penalty box. Ooh! A little bit of a somersault maneuver there.
That was a low block call on Gallifrey as she kept the leg out a little too long, tripped up Irene Yonek. But an 8-0 run for the Reservoir Dolls takes them to 78, now trailing by 110, 188-78, with 15 minutes and 50 seconds to go in our game number 2 of the weekend.
Sponsor extraordinaire, Fast Girl Skates. For all your roller derby skating supplies, go to fastgirlskates.com.
Yes.
Oh, making easy use of that outside lane. That is Slim Reaper as lead.
It was like she had some sort of Romulan cloaking device on. They didn't even notice where she was going. Just all of a sudden she was on the other side of the pack.
And she calls it off. A little over 15 minutes left in the second. Pretty hefty lead now, continuing in favor of the Pixies.
Yep, and that call, hit it, quit it, 4 points, call it off, burns off time in between the jams and just lets them continue to expand the lead. They don't need to win by a huge amount. I mean, there's no... yes, you can run the score up, but for rankings, it's not that critical.
Lucky Harms and Psychotic Angel per their respective teams. Oh, she's going to incur. That's Lucky Harms with a cutting the track penalty. She's headed to the penalty box. This is a power jam for Psychotic Angel. Psychotic Angel then attempting to get around the pivot for the Pixies. And she skirts around in the outside. She is the lead for the Reservoir Dolls. Again, that's number 13, Psychotic Angel. Split of the pack there. We're going to have a race forward. They're going to try to create some room. Oh, Psychotic Angel maintains an in-bounds tippy-toe skirting on the inside for a 5-point scoring pass.
That was some very pretty footwork with the double hop and then the kind of pirouette jump around the outside of the hips that were thrown over the line. This time just going with the brute force to knock down Daisy Juke and collect her 5 points.
Daisy Juke initially going in for the hit on Psychotic Angel. 51-50 is back in play. She gets recycled right when she hits the pack. She does a jump on the straightaway, but she gets knocked inside once again. Psychotic Angel making her way around. Alley Oops, number 25. At the same time, Barbie Curl headed to the penalty box for the Reservoir Dolls.
And Psychotic Angel calls off the jam. But looks like a 12-point run, 192 to 90. And we reset with number 7, Stinger, jamming for the Pixies, and number 11, Bashful Babe for the Reservoir Dolls. And Pixies call for a team timeout. And I will mention one more time that both of these teams, the Emerald City Reservoir Dolls and the Inland Northwest Pixies, plus the Seattle Derby Brats, Galaxy Girls, and 7 other top 10 female division teams, plus the top 10 open division JRDA teams, will be competing at the JRDA Championships in Lincoln, Nebraska, July 9th through 11th. You will be able to tune into streaming that information coming out shortly on the JRDA website, juniorrollerderby.org, or JRDA's Facebook page. It will be posted probably at both of those places.
I suspect at this very moment, teams also headed to Lincoln are watching this feed.
I'm guessing there are a few that will be watching this, yes. And we had our regional open division championship last weekend. Our only Northwest region team going on the open division is Mob City. And they did very well last weekend. Had a good time.
They did quite well last year.
They did
as well.
do quite well last year, and they are currently ranked number 2, I think, in the nation. And we're back 13 minutes to go in the game, 192-90. Pixies in the lead.
We haven't seen Bashful Babe much as the jammer in the second half. Oh, a huge takedown on Stinger. Stinger then caught up by Slam Shady number 33. Sitting on top of her with Mally Boomer number 76. Oh, with a nice, cleanly executed out of bounds. Stinger gets recycled by Slam Shady. Reservoir Dolls. Oh, she incurs a cut track penalty.
Unfortunate.
Yikes.
As that gives the lead over to number 7 Stinger. Just when things, it was looking like, Deathwish, you mentioned, hadn't jammed all this half and was looking clear, but not legally. And 5 points up for Stinger and the Pixies.
Slam Shady number 33 headed to the penalty box. She's going to take her spot there for the Reservoir Dolls. Nice push assist there from Annihilator 007 for a 5-point pass for Stinger number 7.
And Stinger calls it off, freezing Bashful Babe in the penalty box. So a power start for the Pixies as they send out the number 64 Kickin' Ash. Kickin' Ash sitting with 6 penalties.
She is sitting on 6 penalties. That's an interesting choice. And she is going to start off with the opposing jammer in the penalty box. The opposing jammer already on her feet, though.
And I think I saw her signaling 5 seconds or so to her bench.
What? Kickin' Ash. Deathwish doesn't quite look behind her in time, and Kickin' Ash just path of least resistance to pull down lead jammer status for the Pixies.
Bashful Babe out. The Reservoir Dolls trying to push things forward to clear a space for her, but Pixies, good job of cycling to the front to slow it down.
And again, she utilized that jump around the opposing skater. Kickin' Ash number 64. Recomprising the pack there for their defense was Reservoir Dolls, and Kickin' Ash on the inside for 4 more points and calling it off.
So a 9-0 run takes us to 211-90. And now the Crusher is out to jam again for the Pixies. The Crusher's 4th jam of the half.
It's going to be Lethal Ivy that's skating against her for the Reservoir Dolls. Oh, nice shove to the inside by the Crusher on Lethal Ivy.
And we'll see if Ivy bites, and she is skating around as if she might be as the Pixies rolling forward. Now Reservoir Dolls trying to jump in front, but no baby eating on that run. Maybe a nibble. That was about it.
It's not dinner time is what you're saying.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. The pack was not that hungry.
Ooh, Psychotic Angel. Nice tandem maneuvering there with number 88, Mufasa. However, the Crusher able to use some muscle and push her way through for lead jammer status.
Irene Yonek throwing a little extra hip out there to bump Lethal Ivy out of bounds.
I feel like the Pixies might be on to Lethal Ivy at this
I
point.
think perhaps.
Annihilator and Irene Yonek.
And star pass off to Psychotic Angel, who ends up out of bounds and rolled back behind Annihilator.
We had a huge hit on the jammer, the Crusher. She calls it from the floor on her back.
And it looks like 4 points on that jam, I believe. Yes, so 215-90.
Red City and the Seattle Derby Brats would like to thank Shoreline Market and Jimmy John's for generously contributing to feeding all of the officials and volunteers that are giving up our holiday weekend to support this championship tournament.
I don't know. I can think of worse ways to spend Father's Day than at roller derby tournament. Lead jammer Death Wish for the Reservoir Dolls,
Yeah,
jamming against Daisy Juke.
Pretty strong showing there for Death Wish. She skirts around the two blockers at the back of the pack for an easy blow through for 5 points on the scoreboard on behalf of the Reservoir Dolls. Again, that's Death Wish 0-0. Instigator at the back of the pack holding on to Daisy Juke. Daisy Juke going to make a play there, trying to push past the last line of defense with Gallifrey. Oh, and that's another 5 points on the scoreboard. That's 10 points for Death Wish.
Reservoir Dolls' biggest scoring jam for so far this game, 17 points back in Jam 21 of the first half.
I believe that was Lethal Ivy. And here we go. She tries to push through. She gets shut down by Ginger Slap. And she's going to call it off, but she's going to get 13 points.
Only 3 on that last run. But still, that takes them over 100 points to 103 with 7.5 minutes to go. And Mally Boomer now out with the star.
I believe that's first time for her
I
as well.
believe that is. And she is up against Kickin' Ash once again. Kickin' Ash able to skate a penalty-free jam. The last time she jammed, why not try it again? What the heck?
No fear. Kickin' Ash struggling to get around Psychotic Angel, and a little assist there by Live and Let Cry, but that's going to be Kickin' Ash. That's 2 for 2.
Yes, it is. Mally Boomer, however, out quickly right behind her. And Kickin' Ash says, wait, I'm a blocker mostly. I'm just going to do that for a while.
Hi. How you doing, Mally Boomer?
Trying to get her team to come up.
Knocking out of bounds. Look at that.
Now we'll see who gets eaten. That was very close, but not quite far enough in front, but the pack does absorb her.
But that is a really interesting play there by Kickin' Ash, and it really worked well.
It worked perfectly.
It looked for a second like it wasn't going to happen, but she had faith in her blockers, and it happened. We're going to have a power jam.
And we have a, yes, power jam. I didn't catch what the penalty was, but it doesn't matter because she's in the box either way.
Oh, 5 points for Kickin' Ash, number 64. That's going to bring her to a 10-point jam. We have Stinger, number 7, headed to the penalty box.
And tap out as well. Tap out called on a back block late there, so 2 blockers on the track for the Pixies.
Kickin' Ash being forced out of bounds on turn 1. Psychotic Angel, the pivot. She's going to pull forward to join her blockers. Oh, they go in for a nice sweep. Oh, wow.
Another excellent use of the hop around the corner.
And she got hit in the hair, and she's like,
Yeah, no big
thing.
deal.
Whatever. I got this.
Try it again. So 15-point jam for Kickin' Ash, 230 for the Pixies, 103. Reservoir Dolls, 5.5 minutes to go in the game.
Oh, hey. I believe another new jammer in rotation. That's Slam Shady.
All right.
Number 33.
Yes.
For the Reservoir Dolls. The stranger, though, is Irene Yonek. Or is that? Yep, that is Irene Yonek.
That is. Hard to tell with the jersey bunching up, but
It does bunch up. Oh, Ginger
beautiful.
Slap. Oh, and look at that. That's going to go to Slam Shady, number 33, for the Reservoir Dolls.
and a beautiful shoulder mid-pack from Death Wish on Irene Yonek. Knocks her to the ground, and now Irene Yonek picking up the high block for a little extracurricular upper contact with Gallifrey. So we will have a power start for the Reservoir Dolls in our next jam.
About 4.5 minutes left here in the second. I, for one, am completely shocked. That's Psychotic Angel, number 13. Shocked, I tell you.
I know. What a surprise.
What?
She has jammed more than a few times today.
Move Festa and Barbie Hurl on the outside, and they're going to split that pack. And that's going to be block and roll. It looks like an official timeout. And
Hey, technology.
technical
You
difficulties
bump
there.
the power cord, the sound goes out. How weird.
Strange and unusual.
Oh, we got the
Oh.
double jammer power
Oh.
jam start thingy going on.
So now look, I'm not shocked. It's going to be Psychotic Angel as a pivot.
Yes.
Few
And
seconds there standing at the penalty box. And again, 5150 Lucky Harms is, she's dancing.
she's just hanging out and dancing. The double instant release.
And that is Slam Shady. She gets knocked around the apex. She's going to try to make her way into around Annihilator. She gets pushed around once again. Psychotic Angel going in for an assist.
Meanwhile, Irene Yonek also going backwards and taking a shoulder, rolling out of bounds and recycling back.
We're all going to go back. Bring it back, like to the 80s.
She says, I've had enough of this. Annihilate her, you take the star. What the heck?
Annihilator pulling around block and roll. She takes a hit from Bashful Babe. But she is through. Again, that was a star pass to Annihilator 007.
Yes, so she cannot be lead jammer.
Correct, sir.
However, number 33, Slam Shady can, and she calls off the jam. A 5-point run for Annihilate Her and the Pixies.
235 to 103 in favor of the Pixies. A little less than 3 minutes left on the period clock.
And Death Wish back out with the star for the Reservoir Dolls. And number 666, Slim Reaper for the Pixies.
Oh, Deathwish sees an opportunity there. She capitalizes on that, and she is the lead jammer while the entire pack gets stuck right at turn 1.
Yep, just enough of a gap on the outside of one clump and then able to cut across the middle and inside of the next clump. And a nice juke around the inside there to grab her 4 points on that pass. And she calls off the jam. 4-0 run takes us to 107 for the Reservoir Dolls, 234 for the Pixies. 2 minutes to go in the game. 2-minute warning. Aren't we supposed to go to commercial?
Yes. Psychotic Angel against Daisy Juke. Psychotic Angel. Oh, yikes. Wow.
Yeah, that was a lot of everybody falling on top of each other. And then Daisy Juke sort of shooting out the front as lead jammer. And then slaloming through the pack and calling off the jam. Also hollering as she did it. Maybe that's just a Pixie thing now. Perhaps the Pixies are just saying, we're just going to scream every time we call off the jam. People will know. It'll be their thing.
We have a team timeout now called for the Pixies.
I guess you don't get to carry him forward to your next game, so you might as well use it.
No. In fact, that is very true. Much like my data plan.
Yes, roll that over. Roll those timeouts over. No, wait, don't. Dump them. All right, we will also mention the Junior Olympics. Several of the skaters on these teams will be participating. The JRDA partnering with USA Roller Sports to bring roller derby to the AAU Junior Olympics occurring July 12th and 13th in Lincoln, Nebraska. It will feature teams from the 6 U.S. JRDA regions and 2 teams from Canada. Your Northwest All-Star team, including players from the Galaxy Girls, Reservoir Dolls, I-5 Roller Girls, Inland Northwest Pixies, Mob City Misfits, and a couple other teams that I can't remember the name of right now. That would be the others from other leagues. Streaming information also coming soon. In case you don't want to fly to Lincoln, Nebraska, it will be fun. But maybe watching it at home will be more fun. Check out the JRDA's Facebook page or juniorrollerderby.org.
I've been to Lincoln, Nebraska.
I have not. I'm going this year. I'm sort of looking forward to it.
They have
I
a nice
guess.
downtown.
That's what I've heard. I've heard the downtown is gorgeous.
It is.
And the facility for this thing is apparently an indoor soccer thing, and it's really huge.
That's a little different than when I went, but
Yeah.
nonetheless.
Hey, look, it's Gallifrey jamming for the Dolls and
Oh!
Kicking Ash.
And Kickin' Ash pulls down lead as she jumps the apex. She gets a little push assist from Annihilator. Gallifrey is out in front, but again, Kickin' Ash is the lead, and she's going to put her hands to her hips, calling it off.
Kickin' Ash is playing the how many jams can I skate with 6 penalties game.
A lot.
Apparently,
As it turns out.
apparently you could jam 3 times at least without a penalty if you're
plethora.
her.
Again, no fear.
No fear. Why bother? All right, 30 seconds to go in the game. 2:39:107. Probably our final jam. We'll see the Crusher jamming for the Pixies. And number 88, Move Fasta for the Reservoir Dolls.
That was the
The
whistle.
old juke whistle.
Ta-da. No, we can go.
We'll just all stand around until the period clock runs out. And oh, wait, someone has to get lead to call it off, don't they?
Otherwise, you're going to be standing there for 2 minutes.
Yeah. And then it really will be 2012.
Oh my. How smarmy of you.
The Crusher is out and is lead jammer. Final lead jam of the game as the period clock now at 0.
And you notice the jammer move fast actually put the jammer panty in her hand. Should they have gone past the end of the period clock, she was going to, I imagine, pass the star, but it need not happen.
Didn't matter, did not happen. All right, so the winner of our first semifinal, your Inland Northwest Roller Derby Pixies, they move on to the championship game tomorrow evening at 6 p.m., where they will meet the winner of the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls versus I-5 Roller Girls game coming tonight. And the Reservoir Dolls move down to the third place game, which will be at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So while the Pixies take their final lap, I will thank you, Ms. Spider, for joining me on the microphone.
Well, thank you so much, Scott.
And we will be back in, I don't know, whenever 2 o'clock is from now. I don't know
That
what
was
time it
really
is. What time is it? I'm very specific. We'll be back in
Impressive.
28 minutes exactly, or maybe 26, because people will invent.
All right.
Anyhow, next coming up is our third game of the day, the Nuclear Nightmares out of the Tri-Cities versus the Lava City Cinder Kittens from Bend, Oregon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us right here at the Rat's Nest in Seattle for the 2016 Junior Championships Northwest version. Right now we're going to be looking at the Lava City Cinder Kittens facing off against Tri-City's Nuclear Nightmares. I'm the Norwegian Persuasion.
Accompanied by Cheyenne Young.
We're going to be calling the action to you live right here on the flat track. We're here in the Sparkling Cider Room at the Rat's Nest, Seattle, Washington. A full weekend of heavy hitting action right here. An all-girls version of the Northwest Junior Champs. We've seen some great action out here so far today. Just finished up with who was just out on the track?
Let's see. That was the Inland Northwest Pixies against the Emerald City Reservoir Dolls, and they had a pretty close bout, from what I understand.
Yeah, I was listening to it in traffic on the way out here. That I-5 parking lot was great, let me tell you what. But just a small example of the action we're seeing out here this weekend. Junior roller derby at its finest. Before we get going out on the track, let's go through the names of these skaters here real quick. Looks like we got, for the Lava City Cinder Kittens, we're going to go with 0 Killer. Number 1, Wiley Riley. Number 4 is Reekless. 5 is Trouble Clef. 18 is Creamer. 22, Twisted Sista. 62 is Sucker Punch. 88, Darth Molly. 99 is Maylene Anya. 247 is I'ma Be Feisty. 360 is Irma Gerd. 414, Krabby Abby. Number 530 is Smackajawa. And 711 Frecklenator.
And playing on the Nuclear Nightmares team, we have 108 Mad Splatter, 13 Riot Girl, 15 Sassin and Bashin, 17 Reign of Terror, 314 Magpie, 357 Blackheart Blocker, 414 Love Bug, 612 Toxic Bubbles, 666 Killer Barbie, 712 Rainbow Fright, 7224 Pissed Off, 748 Punky Bruiser, 777 Manable Wrecker, 813 Brozilla, 831 Dream Crusher, and 85 Ruthless.
All right, always keeping it safe. We got our refs out there doing a gear check, making sure that our juniors are in good shape and ready to go on the track. Amazing ref crew that we have out here today. Always a great part of our junior roller derby, making sure these kids are safe, especially the intensity that they play at. Watching these kids fly around this track on those 8 wheels is impressive, to say the least. Another big shout out, I'd like to give a Rat City and the Seattle Derby Rats would like to thank our amazing photographers that are here today to capture all the action. Make sure you check them all out on their respective Facebook pages. And see what they see out on the flat track. Some amazing work. And it looks like for the first jam of this game, stepping up to that jammer line, we're going to have number 88 for the Cinder Kittens. That's Darth Molly.
Up against 15, Sassin and Bashin for the Nuclear Nightmares.
Sassin and Bashin is correct. Whistle's blown, action started the first jam of this game. Coming to the outside, Darth Molly finds a window, squeaks on by, picks up lead jammer status. Fighting her way through and dodging the blows, getting knocked to the outside down on turn number 1. Number 15 just gets pushed to the outside. She's going to have to recycle back. Sassin and Bashin as Darth Molly rounds the track for 5 big points. That's an all-natural grand slam with all those skaters in play and on the track.
Ooh, bit of an apex jump as she goes around that corner, making it through, grabbing another 5 points. Sassin and Bashin push to the inside, not quite having to recycle, though. Finally makes it through on her initial pass through the pack.
Sassin and Bashin finally making it through as Darth Molly calls off the jam after picking up 14 points at the start of this game. That's a bit of a drive from here to Bend, Oregon, where the Cinder Kittens hail from. About 7 hours, and they mean business. Coming out strong, striking first blood, putting 14 points on the board for this team from Central Oregon.
All right, up next we've got 748 Punky Bruiser for the Nuclear Nightmares up against 711 Frecklenator for the Cinder Kittens.
Punky Bruiser throwing a shoulder right there, trying to push her way through. 7-11 pushing her way through that defense, picking up that lead jammer status once again. We do have a multiplayer block being assessed to one of the blockers from the Cinder Kittens. In the meantime, 7-11's rounding the track, putting the points on the board.
Punky Bruiser taking a couple of dives on the inside of the track here. That defensive line in the front is not letting her through. They really want to slam that inside door.
Nuclear Nightmare. Punky Bruiser doing a little shoulder roll, trying to work her way to the outside of that defense. Still trying to find that window of opportunity to get through, get that initial pass out of the way. In the meantime, 7-11's out there breaking it down for him. Fleckelnator picking up another 5-point jam. We do have initial pass out for Punky Bruiser.
Freckelnator runs through the outside of the pack. Unfortunately, she did go a little out of bounds as she called off the jam, but she did pick up 5 more points, I believe, and the Cinder Kittens would be taking the lead on that with 33-0.
19-point jam for the Cinder Kittens on that one. Definitely coming out striking first blood on these on this game in the Northwest Champs. Right now we got number 414 out on the line. That's Krabby Abby for the Cinder Kittens facing off against number 612, Toxic Bubbles. Toxic Bubbles getting pushed to the outside right by the pivot line as Krabby Abby gets back in, picks up that lead jammer status as she pushes her way through that defense.
Yeah, I got to tell you, with 2 of their players out in the penalty box, one of them finally coming back in, it's been pretty easy for the Nuclear Nightmares to gain some points, especially with a full team on their end.
Nuclear Nightmares did get out on that initial pass, trying to work her way through to put some points on the board. Number 612 fights her way through, but she gets knocked to the inside. Toxic Bubbles by that Cinder Kitten defense. Right now there's a slight pack advantage going to the Nuclear Nightmares with one power jam situation right now.
Ooh, bit of a pileup as number 5 for the Cinder Kittens goes down. Trouble Clef, but she gets right back up, and Toxic Bubbles manages to find her way through, picking up 5 points.
Nuclear Nightmares on the board, 5 in the sky with that pass. 4 points followed up quickly by Krabby Abby. Krabby Abby slides on through on the inside and backwards, putting 4 points on the board for the Cinder Kittens.
Krabby Abby manages to get right back through, picks up another 5 points for the Cinder Kittens. Ooh, squeaks through on the inside as the Nuclear Nightmares try to push her out, but she manages to pass through, picking up another 5 points.
Now, Krabby Abby did get the initial pass on that one, giving her the lead jammer status, but since she picked up that penalty, there was no lead jammer this game. That's why we went that full 2 minutes of the jam. No, nothing called off. But 22 points scored there by the Cinder Kittens, 9 points getting picked up by Nuclear Nightmares, getting on the board, not going down without a fight.
Lining up to jam this time, we've got number 85, Ruthless, for the Nuclear Nightmares. Gosh, I gotta wrap my lips around that. And for the Cinder Kittens, we got number 4, Reckless.
Whistles blowing, action starts. Reckless goes to the outside, but she gets stopped by Dream Crusher out there, throwing down the defense. Getting knocked to the inside. Ruthless back up on her feet. Reckless is going to get a high block penalty after that one. So now it is a power jam situation once again for the Nuclear Nightmares.
The Nuclear Nightmares are trying to do their best to push apart the Cinder Kittens team, but they seem to be holding their own pretty well. Ruthless still looking for a way through on the outside. Her team Pivot is trying to tug her through, it looks like.
I think what we're seeing from the Nuclear Nightmares right now is they're trying to get that defense to get a more offensive role, put a hole through that Cinder Kitten wall and help that jammer get through, and that's exactly what they need to do right now because that Cinder Kitten defense is doing an amazing job of holding back the Nuclear Nightmare jammer. Just like that, getting knocked to the inside. She's recycling back, hot on her feet, though, getting out of the box. Reckless is out Reckless is out with her initial pass. Reckless coming in with a shoulder on that one. Knocking Rain of Terror out of her way as she pushes through for another 5 in the sky grand slam. All skaters are on the track once again.
Looks like Ruthless over there passed the star to her pivot so that she can try to get through. But the 17, which is Reign of Terror, got knocked to the outside, forcing her to recycle. However, looks like she picked up a penalty.
She did. That means it's power jam situation with 6 seconds left in this jam going in favor of the Cinder Kittens. That means that we're going to have a power start in favor of the Cinder Kittens in the next jam. That star pass is exactly what needed to happen right there. The jammer, Nuclear Nightmares jammer, having a hard time getting through that defense. She recognized she was having a hard time getting through that defense. And the jammer's job is to make points for their team. So in order to make those points, she passed the star to the pivot. Now the pivot's out there with a star and a helmet looking to put some points on the board. She did pick up a penalty, but it's excellent awareness on part of the Nuclear Nightmares.
And it looks like right now we're going to have a timeout.
The Seattle Derby Brats, Galaxy Girls, Emerald City Reservoir Dolls, and Inland Northwest Pixies will all be traveling to Lincoln, Nebraska for the JRDA Championships, running July 9th through the 11th. And you'll be able to tune in to the live stream. Streaming information will be coming soon, so check the JRDA's Facebook page or head to thejuniorruralderby.org.
So it looks like that timeout was just for a double check on the amount of players that needed to be inside the penalty box. It looks like one was not there when they were supposed to be. So this is going to be a power start for the Cinder Kittens with 7-11 Frecklenator. Our Nuclear Nightmares jammer, Reign of Terror, is sitting in the penalty box still. So Cinder Kittens picked up lead jammer.
And as to add to that power start, it's also slight pack advantage going to go to the Cinder Kittens as we have a blocker in the box as well. 5 points going on the board for the Cinder Kittens right out of the gate, as Frecklenator powers her way through this pack, putting on a jammer clinic.
Frecklenator picked up a back block penalty, sending her straight to the penalty box. Reign of Terror forced to the outside, having to fight her way through from the beginning again. Almost getting there before the Cinder Kittens finally trap her behind a blockade of people. But she makes it through on her initial pass.
Reign of Terror now in a position to put some points on the board for the Nuclear Nightmares, exactly where she wants to be at in this particular moment. As the Cinder Kittens jammer is in the penalty box, this gives her the opportunity to skate unopposed out there as far as jammers are concerned. But that blocking wall has a different idea as they're holding her up down by the pivot line. And it looks like number 88 is going to pick up a multiplayer block penalty. That's Darth Molly. That's going to give even slight pack advantage to Nuclear Nightmares.
And as soon as Frecklenator gets back in, she is right back out. She came around that corner a little too quickly and picked up a cut track penalty.
Reign of Terror finding a window of opportunity on the inside. She jukes to the end, picks up 5 more points, slides on by. Cinder Kittens walling up, 3-wall tight up here on turn number 3, trying to hold back Reign of Terror. Reign of Terror looks for that window on the outside, and she finds one as she puts up, I believe, another 5 points on the wall. Means a 15-point jam in favor of the Nuclear Nightmares. Coming back a little bit on that one. Cinder Kittens picked up 10 points on that, due mostly to penalties to Nuclear Nightmares 15 points. Help chop away at that deficit a little bit. We're looking at 82-24.
Lining up, we got Blackheart blocker for the Nuclear Nightmares. This is another power start for the Nuclear Nightmares, seeing as Frecklenator is still in the penalty box.
Nuclear Nightmares definitely mixing up their jammer rotation here. I'm not sure I've seen one jammer out on the line more than once. Blackheart blocker finding a win on the outside, picking up lead jammer status right now for the Nuclear Nightmares.
Frecklenator coming around, hopping through the inside between a couple of players on her initial pass.
Oh, it looks like Blackheart blocker picking up a penalty on that one. Number 357 is going to go to the penalty box. Meantime, Frecklenator's putting another 5 in the Sky Grand Slam out there for the Cinder Kittens.
Ooh, and she dodges right past 612. Toxic Bubbles putting another 5 on that score for this jam.
And powering her way through that pack, throwing the shoulders, pushing him out of the way. Frecklenator picks up another 5-point Grand Slam, making the most out of this power jam situation, which we've seen time and again out here so far in this game from Frecklenator.
Ooh, Frecklenator pushed to the inside, only barely though, by about half a skate, making her recycle to the back of the pack, but she manages to shoulder her way through the front line defense and picks up another 5 points. Back to Blackheart blocker, she seems to be trying to force her way through the middle, breaking that defensive line, gathering 4 points for her team, as the Cinder Kittens Frecklenator makes it through with another 4 as well.
And due to penalties, once again, we are going the full 2 minutes on this jam. That's coming down to the second right about now. Blackheart blocker did an amazing job out there, picking up another 3 points on that one. Even though she got that penalty, she was able to put 7 points on the board for the Nuclear Nightmares. 24 points going up for the Cinder Kittens. They break that century mark right now with 106-31.
Coming up next, we got Dream Crusher for the Nuclear Nightmares up against Krabby Abby for the Cinder Kittens.
Whistles blown, action starts. Looking for a window of opportunity and pushing her way through. That's going to be Krabby Abby picking up that lead jammer status for the Cinder Kittens.
Dream Crusher looking to shoulder her way through that front defensive line. If there isn't a doorway, she's going to make one herself, but unfortunately she gets knocked down on the inside of the second turn. Picking up a penalty, it looks like Dream Crusher went... Oh no, excuse me, that was just the end of the jam.
They actually called it off on that one, not having to go that full 2 minutes. We haven't seen that in a little while, so it gets a little confusing. And sticking with the Nuclear Nightmares, let's play them all rotation on that jammer line. That's going to be number 314, Magpie. Going to face off against, once again, Darth Molly. Darth Molly ducking low, pushing through the middle. That was a photo finish on that one, but I think Darth Molly did come out on top, picking up that lead jammer status. Magpie, whoa, hop, skip, and a jump. She did land on the inside, calling off the jam, hands to her hips, picking up the 4 points. No points getting picked up by Nuclear Nightmare.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is how you derby.
There is some junior action for you.
All right, looks like rolling up to the plate, we've got Brozilla for the Nuclear Nightmares. Up against number 5, Trouble Clef for the Cinder Kittens. Whistle blows, the girls hit each other, as per usual. And it looks like number 5, Trouble Clef, has to recycle to the back of the pack, getting forced out on the inside. Brozilla trying as hard as she can to get through that defensive line that the Cinder Kittens got going there, shouldering up against another player.
We're going to way to the front of that pack, looking for a window of opportunity, but she's being held up last line of defense out there, number 13 on the Nuclear Nightmares, Riot Girl. We got Trouble Clef pushing her way out with that lead jammer status.
That is 2 Cinder Kittens now to the box. I missed what they were getting picked up for. But it looks like Brozilla has made their way through on their initial pass.
Calling off the jam as she takes a knee, trying to hold back the points from getting picked up by Brozilla, and it looks like she did. No points picked up in that jam. 111 to 31 in favor of the Lava City Cinder Kittens. I got to tell you, I'm a big fan of Bend, Oregon. I'm heading down there in just a couple weeks. I'm going to spend a week down there for the 4th of July floating the Deschutes River, which happens to be one heck of a good time, which happens to be where the Cinder Kittens are from. .108 on the line for the Nuclear Nightmares. That's Mad Splatter facing off against number 2-2 Twisted Sister.
Cinder Kittens taking the lead jam in this time. Looks like Mad Splatter's having a little bit of trouble getting around on that outside line. However, the Pax heads to the inside, and she skates through on the outside as if no one were home.
Found that winner. There's only 2 skaters for the Cinder Kittens on the track right now. Little blocker confusion. We do have one in the box on that one, but we're still missing another player.
All right, up to jam for the Cinder Kittens is Frecklenator. Heading off against 6-12 Toxic Bubbles for the Nuclear Nightmares.
Whistles blown. Action has begun. Frecklenator pushing from the inside to the outside, finding that window of opportunity and picking up lead jammer status once again for the Cinder Kittens.
Toxic Bubbles made it through on her initial pass shortly after Frecklenator.
Back is speeding up out here as the Nuclear Nightmares try to move up front and form a wall, but Frecklenator slides on by on the inside line, holding those wheels inside of that rope there. Calls off the jam before any other points are scored by Nuclear Nightmare, but they did put 4 on the board for the Cinder Kittens.
Coming up to jam for the Cinder Kittens is 414 Krabby Abby. And for the Nuclear Nightmares, it looks like we have 7224 Pissed Off.
That is her name. It's just not how she's feeling. Krabby Alley pushing her way on the outside. Gets that lead jammer status. Putting wheels to the track. She's going to speed up a little bit and try to make the most out of this hiccup that Pissed Off is having down here. Last line of defense, number 5, doing the split. She breaks on through that Trouble Clef defense as Krabby Abby puts 4 points on the board for the Cinder Kittens.
Yeah, right before she entered the pack, Krabby Abby called off that jam. And when she put on those points, she had a very lovely apex jump.
So we're seeing a little change up here. We've seen the Cinder Kittens go from running it out and making the points to picking the points up and calling off the jam. So that's a great offense that we see a lot of the teams use, where they pick the points up, call off the jam, no points are scored by the other team. If you can hold them at 0 time and time again, your point difference is going to increase, as opposed to just getting out there and trying to make as many points as you can among both sides. So little variance in that offense there.
And as of right now, it looks like we have a timeout.
During this timeout, I'd like to remind you that the JRDA is partnering with the USA Roller Sports to bring roller derby to the AAU Junior Olympics, July 12th and 13th. This event will feature teams from 6 U.S. regions and 2 from Canada. The Northwest All-Star teams include players from the Galaxy Girls, the Reservoir Dolls, I-5 Roller Girls, Pixies, and other leagues from the region. Streaming information is coming soon, so check the JRDA's Facebook page or juniorrollerderby.org. And getting back out on the track, the action has started. We got Darth Molly out there picking up lead jammer status, getting knocked to the inside. Number 13, I think that, I'm sorry, 1-1-12. 6-1-12. That's Toxic Bubbles out there. She got knocked to the inside, forced to recycle back behind that pack, and now she's having a hard time getting through that Cinder Kitten defense as Darth Molly putting the points on the board, already putting 5 points up there.
Toxic Bubbles does indeed make it through on her initial pass, though, shortly after. Unfortunately, before she can make any points passes, the Cinder Kittens call off the jam.
After picking up 10 points, again, 10-0 on that one. Nuclear Nightmares doing their best to get a footing here.
All right, rolling up next, we got Dream Crusher for Nuclear Nightmares and Frecklenator for the Cinder Kittens. Gosh, I love the creativity that goes into these names. I really do.
My mom gave me mine. I don't know. It's,
I don't have one yet. We'll see.
Norwegian Persuasion. Oh! Tripping on a toe stop. Number 711 Frecklenator takes a little dive down on turn number 1. Looks like she is going to pick up a penalty. I believe that might have been a low block. Back block penalty. I'm seeing it now by our ref, Gritty Pearl.
Dream Crusher's been forced to the outside a number of times, having to recycle back behind those defensive lines. Oh, and she picks up a forearm penalty as she shoves another player out of bounds. What we're going to have next is what we call a derby do-si-do, where one jammer enters the penalty box, and because we cannot have both jammers in the penalty box at the same time, one jammer gets to leave early.
It's a lot like the Thunderdome. 2 jammers enter, 1 jammer must leave, right? She gets out. That's Frecklenator making short change of that defense. She spins to win a little pirouette, getting through there. Getting that initial pass out of the way. She will not be lead jammer as the penalties did occur, but she can put some points on the board, and just like that, she's going to do that. 5 in the sky right there for the Cinder Kittens.
Trouble Clef out on a call for the penalty box, but doing so did let her teammate get through. Looks like Frecklenator has put 5 more points on the board, whereas Dream Crusher is back trying to fight through that pack on her way through. Throwing some shoulders. Unfortunately, she gets forced to the outside of the pack and has to recycle. The Cinder Kitten's pushing her way back to half the turn.
Frecklenator holding that line on the inside, squeaking on through that defense for 4 more points.
Frecklenator getting through on the inside past that last blocker, picking up 5 points before the end of the jam. Once again, that was a 2-minute jam because there was no lead jammer to call it off. All right, lining up at our jammer line, we have the cutest tutu I've ever seen. No, sorry. That's 712 Rainbow Fright up against number 4 for the Cinder Kittens, Reekless.
Well, just living up to the name. Rainbow Fright, got to have a tutu, right? Reekless out there right now, getting that lead jammer status, making short change of that defense. She pushes her way through, although the Nuclear Nightmares did have pack advantage on that one with 2 blockers starting this jam in the penalty box for the Cinder Kittens. 1 blocker for the Nightmares.
Rainbow Fright making it through, but unfortunately she picks up a penalty.
I believe that was a back block penalty. So she's going to spend the next 30 seconds in the box thinking about what she's done.
Reekless bashing through some players, but she's not doing anything illegal, and she comes around the inside.
It was clean. She was moving in the right direction, shoulder contact and engagement zones. That was a good, clean hit.
Yeah, it was a fantastic hit. Picking up 5 points in doing so.
So Nuclear Nightmares, what I'm seeing is they might want to tighten up that wall. Just now, Reekless finds a window as they were spread out across that track. Just like that, they tighten up the wall, forming that almost diamond defense, and they're able to hold her back a little bit. Last line of defense out there, number 314. Chases her down. That's Magpie, but she's got to let her go through. She picks up another 5-point pass.
Coming out of the penalty box, number 748 is going to join back up Punky Bruiser, and they're finally going to have a full line of defense for the Nuclear Nightmares.
Lovebug doing a great job of holding back Reckless as she pushed her to the inside shortly. Just a little bit ago, she was forced to recycle back behind the pack. Reckless now calling off the jam as she is the lead jammer. 3 more points getting picked up there by the Cinder Kittens.
It's a 23-0 jam.
A lot of points getting put up on the board.
Got about 5 more minutes left in this first half here. So, coming up to skate, we've got Krabby Abby for the Cinder Kittens and Brozilla for the Nuclear Nightmares. Looks like we got a little bit of a jammer fight starting out. Krabby Abby looking for a way through between the middle and the inside. Brozilla trying to push her way through the outside. Not quite making it. Scrambling away from that inside line, but Krabby Abby burst through the pack, picking up lead jammer.
Brozilla still trying to fight her way through that defense right now, getting pushed to the outside on turn number 2. Quick to get back in the mix. Looking for a window of opportunity and a little help from her friends as Krabby Abby rounds that track for a 5 in the Sky Grand Slam. 1 skater left to get by. That's Trouble Clef. Trouble Clef with a big shoulder right there, getting her pushed to the ground. I believe she is through. And Brozilla is picking up that lead jammer status. Now, while Krabby Abby was out first, Brozilla did pick up lead jammer status because I believe it was a no pass, no penalty on Krabby Abby's part, which means she didn't pass all the skaters in play officially, but because the other skater may have taken a knee or something, there was no penalty involved. However, that just means she can't get that lead jammer status.
Brozilla forced to the inside on that turn, has to recycle to the back of the pack. Darth Molly staying right up on her, trying to keep her out. Pushed her to the back and is trying to keep up with the pack.
Brozilla looking to the sidelines for a little assistance. She's getting knocked down just past turn number 2. Back up on her feet and holding the line. Cinder Kittens blocker comes in with a big shoulder, but she keeps it. She just goes to the outside. When she stood up, that gives her the cut track penalty, and with about 4 seconds left in this game, she's going to have to spend the rest of her penalty in the box or at the start of the next jam. So it will be a power start for the Cinder Kittens.
All right, coming up next, we got number 99, Miley and Anya for the Cinder Kittens, and number 831. Oh, no, wait, that's the pivot. Excuse me. Our jammer for the Nuclears is still in the penalty box.
That's right. It's a power start in favor of the Cinder Kittens. So when 99 got out on the track, she was the only jammer in play. So took a little bit of time for those skaters to get out there. Penalty after penalty, we're getting them picked up here by the Nuclear Nightmares. So what we're seeing is 1 blocker on the track. That's going to be 831. I'm sorry, 831 Dream Crusher. Last line of defense literally out there for Nuclear Nightmares.
Yeah, the Nuclear Nightmares penalty box is actually full at the moment. Making it real easy for Miley and Anya to pick up those 5 points. Ooh.
Big shoulder, big hit right there.
Dream Crusher laying out that defense. Unfortunately, the Cinder Kittens lagged back, forcing her to let that jammer go. Otherwise, she could have kept that up all day.
That's right. They have to let her go past that 20-foot mark, which they did. We do have a star pass going to Dream Crusher, number 831. However, she did skate to the outside, rolled right back in, which means as soon as she put that star on her helmet, she picked up that cut track penalty. She's going to have to go to the box for the next 30 seconds, and that's going to leave the Cinder Kittens out there. Mylene Anya with a power jam situation once again where she's going to rack and stack those points.
And she's right through the inside despite the efforts of 813 Brozilla from the Nuclears. She's going to pick up another 5 points to add to the total scoreboard.
Weaving her way through that pack once again, putting those points on the board. Gritty Pearl holds up 5 in the sky. That's a 5-point jam, and I believe this next jam is going to start out in another power jam situation.
Correction, that was a 30-point jam for the Cinder Kittens and 0 for the Nuclear Nightmares.
Breaking that 200-point mark. Cinder Kittens coming out and showing them what they're made of.
Alrighty, up next we got 88 Darth Molly for the Cinder Kittens. Once again, this will be a power start for them, seeing as Dream Crusher 831 is still inside the penalty box, but it looks like she's on her way out right now.
Darth Molly has broken through the pack, got that lead jammer status in pocket, and the period clock has run down. Now we are on the jam clock right now. With a hop, skip, and a jump, she breaks away around that pack, putting another 5 points on the board. However, Dream Crusher has not made her initial pass. She did pick up another penalty, so it looks like Darth Molly's going to run out this and try to increase that lead. Maybe not. Looks like she's calling off the jam after she picks up that next 5-point pass. Picking up 10 points and calling it off. So that's the end of the first half of this game between the Nuclear Nightmares and the Lava City Cinder Kittens. To recap a little bit, well, the Cinder Kittens came out to do some work, and they mean business. 233 to 36. That's about 197 points separating these two teams right now.
All right, we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
See you then. morning, good afternoon, and good evening wherever you're at on the planet. And welcome back to the Rat's Nest here in Seattle, Washington, where we have some of the most amazing Northwest Junior Roller Derby happening right here live, coming at you on the flat track. I, once again, am the Norwegian Persuasion.
And I am Cheyenne Young.
And we are going to be calling the action out for you today. If you're looking at that scoreboard, you're just tuning in. A lot of stuff happened in that first half. Cinder Kittens came out and ran away with it, 233 to 36. That's a 197-point differential right there. So the Nuclear Nightmares have their work cut out for them. However, the start of this next jam, at the end of the last jam, Dream Crusher picked up a penalty. And she just got into the box as the whistle blew. So she is going to finish off her penalty in the box at the start of this jam, which means it's a power start for Frecklenator. We do also have a slight pack advantage going to go to the Nuclear Nightmares as we have one blocker in the box for the Cinder Kittens. Now that you're all caught up to speed,
Let's get ready to derby.
definitely some great action that's going to be happening here. On our next game, we got the Ultraviolets facing off against Rodeo City, and we're going to close out the night against Galaxy Girls facing off I-5. Frecklenator has been dominating out here on the track in her jammer situation, or in her jammer status, just showing them what's up. We're going to see what happens on the second half, and just like that, with a hop, skip, and a jump on the inside, she picks up that lead jammer status once again.
Yeah, it looks like the Nuclear Nightmares were definitely attempting to get that Hurricane defense going, but the Cinder Kittens weren't having it.
Big hip getting thrown out there to Frecklenator. Frecklenator just blows right through it, picking up 5 more points.
Yeah, she almost went out, but managed to mohawk right around that corner.
Finding that line on the inside, getting a little help from her friends on that one. She finds a window to pick up 4 more points.
Looks like Dream Crusher is back from the penalty box, back into the fray, looking for a way out, but she did get pushed out on the outside, had to recycle to the back of the pack, finally made it through on her initial pass.
She caught him slipping. The Cinder Kittens defense was looking to the inside. She found a window on the out, so she did break through, pick up that initial pass out of the way. But Frecklenator was lead jammer, so she calls off the jam before any points get picked up by the Nuclear Nightmares.
All right, we got a little bit of sass on the track by number 414, Krabby Abby, striking a pose down there. Number 108, Mad Splatter, coming up for Nuclear Nightmares. Looks like this is going to be a lot of fun. There's the whistle. Both girls approach the pack. Krabby Abby looking for a way through on the outside, not finding one. Circling back to the inside, trying to push her way through that defensive line, and she makes it, picking up lead jammer status.
Mad Splatter getting pushed to the outside down on turn number 1, forced to recycle all the way back behind this pack. In the meantime, Krabby Abby looks to find her way through, gets knocked to the outside just between turn 1 and 2 by Dream Crusher, crushing those dreams, living up to that name. She's got to recycle way back behind that Nuclear Nightmare defense.
And as she does, she manages to step right through in one fluid motion, picking up 5 more points as she goes right past the defensive lines.
And this is going to be a power jam for Krabby Abby as Mad Splatter did pick up a penalty on that one. Now we got that jammer do-si-do once again. Looks like Krabby Abby picks up a penalty, so 2 jammers enter, 1 jammer must leave. That's going to be Mad Splatter out on the track now. Krabby Abby is only going to spend the same amount of time that Mad Splatter spent in the box. So just like that, she's back out as well. It's a 2 jammer game once again with about a minute left in the game.
Ooh, and Krabby Abby just steps right through the inside, collecting 4 points. Mad Splatter was pushed to the outside of the track, forcing her to recycle back behind that Cinder Kitten defensive line. All right, Cinder Kittens, Krabby Abby picking up another 5 points before getting clotheslined by number 18, her own teammate. Unfortunately, came in a little too hot on that one. Didn't pick up a penalty, thankfully.
Yeah, but these Derby girls are tough. She just, looks like she's dripping a little, but that's okay. Her jaw might be dislocated slightly, but that's nothing that these Derby girls haven't seen before. Looking for that window on the outside. She gets her dream crushed by Dream Crusher. She gets pushed a little too far to the outside, forced to recycle back behind that pack. This jam comes to an end. Natural conclusion with 19 points going up on the board. Make that 20 points going on the board, 21 points for the Lava City Cinder Kittens.
All right. Who do we got here? It looks like we've got number 88, Darth Molly for the Cinder Kittens. And I wish I could read that number. I think it's 314.
That looks like a 314 to me. Yeah, Magpie out there.
Ooh, immediately tripping up Darth Molly as she bolts off that line.
But Darth Molly's hot to get back on her feet, pushing her way through that defense, getting out on the track, picking up that lead jammer status.
Ooh, tripping up around the inside of that line, collecting 5 points. Darth Molly is skating through. Unfortunately, it looks like the Nuclear Nightmares jammer got pushed to the outside right at the end of that pack, having to recycle all the way around, but she does make it through on her initial pass.
Darth Molly back up on her feet, trying to fight her way through this pack once again, and she does just that. Big shoulder check, followed up on the end of that one by number 711, Frecklenator. Putting the hammer down on that defense, helping her jammer out. And just like that, 9 points going up on the board for Cinder Kittens.
All right. Looks like we're going to have Blackheart Blocker for the Nuclear Nightmares up against Twisted Sista for the Cinder Kittens. Looks like there's a little bit of confusion on the track, but the whistle blows and they're off anyway.
Confusion is Nuclear Nightmares going to start out short stacked on the track. There's only 3 blockers on the line out here. They were frantically trying to get that 4th one out, but didn't quite make it before that whistle blew. So we got 357 trying to push her way through that defense, and she does just that. Blackheart blockers on her initial pass.
And unfortunately, before she can get through to gain any points, Twisted System made her pass, collecting those points and calling off the jam.
Ruthless on the line, number 85 for the Nuclear Nightmares. It looks like we had a full stack on the track, but Nuclear Nightmares are sending one back as we do have a blocker in the box. That is the pivot. Reckless once again on the line for the Cinder Kittens, breaking her way through, picking up that lead jammer status.
Ruthless got pushed to the outside right underneath our noses and had to be forced to the back of the pack. But she's trying to force her way through on the outside. I'm thinking with her small stature, it'd be better if she just ducked.
Just slide on through.
Oh, yeah. Use that small height to your advantage. I mean, if you find somebody with their elbows up, you might as well.
Reckless putting 5 points on the board for the Cinder Kittens. Finding that window, but she gets knocked to the inside midfield between turn number 2 and 3. Recycle back into the pack, looking for a window of opportunity, but heading up that defense out there. Dream Crusher doing a great job of walling up. She finds a window on the inside and puts 5 more points on the board.
Ruthless looks like she's still struggling to get through. Her teammates are trying to get a good defensive wall going. Dream Crusher pushing Reckless right back out of the pack, but she does skate through on the inside where there is a hallway there, putting 5 points up in the air.
Matt Splatter picking up a penalty on that one, so she's going to go to the box as well. 2 blockers in the box from Nuclear Nightmares. Short stacked on the track as Reckless tries to find a window of opportunity. She does get pushed to the outside down on turn 1. She came right back into the track, though, getting that cut track penalty. So now it's a power jam situation in favor of Ruthless with 2 blockers in the box from the Cinder Kittens as well. So pack advantage going to Nuclear Nightmares.
That was an excellent shoulder check by Dream Crusher, trying to force that pack to break up a little bit, trying to get her jammer through.
Dream Crusher commanding that line wall up front. Ruthless trying to fight her way through that Cinder Kitten defense. Not quite making it through to getting points on the board. 3 points go up in that jam for the Nuclear Nightmare, and 19 going up for Cinder Kittens.
All right, lining up for the Nuclear Nightmares is Brozilla. And this will be a power start for the Nuclear Nightmares. The Cinder Kittens jammer is in the penalty box. Looks like we are having a little bit of a teammate change up, possibly.
And a zebra huddle. That's what we call it when they all ball up like that in the middle with the stripes.
Reminds me of that YouTube video, you know, the one about all the animals if they were round and all the zebras drinking out of the watering hole.
I might have seen that one once or twice.
Gator pops up and they all fall over.
That's right. Tune in again right after this. We've got the Seattle Derby Brats Ultraviolets taking on Rodeo City. That's going to be an exciting matchup. To close out the night, we're going to have the Galaxy Girls, our number 1 seed, facing off against the I-5 Roller Girls. I-5 Roller Girls winning their first game of the day against Rose City. Now going to take on the Galaxy Girls to finish off the evening. So a lot more action to happen right here on the flat track in this live stream brought to you by the Rat City Roller Girls.
Yeah, I got to tell you, if you guys haven't seen that, when this stream is going, you should definitely check out our first game of the day. There were a lot of really close plays and a lot of talent out on the track today. Back to what we're doing now, though. Once again, we do have Brozilla jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares. And our jammer for the Cinder Kittens is immediately out of the box. Number 4, Reekless.
Reekless skating to the outside, looking for that window of opportunity. She found it, but that pack's picking up a little bit. And just like that, she's out, getting that lead jammer status for the Cinder Kittens once again.
Brozilla falling to the inside. The pack sort of ganging up on her a little bit. But she does manage to stay on her feet despite a good hip check from 99, Miley and Anya. Making it through on her initial pass. Reekless made it through, collecting her points before calling off the jam, leaving zero room for Brozilla to pick up any points. Alrighty, coming up, we've got 7-11, Frecklenator for the Cinder Kittens, up against number 15, Sassin and Bashin for the Nuclear Nightmares. She fell small, which is great because when a lot of these derby players are coming after you, you really want to not get not get your fingers rolled over. She did get forced to the outside though, and picked up a penalty of some kind. I missed it, unfortunately. Frecklenator fighting her way through that Nuclear defensive line, picking up lead jammer status for this jam.
Frecklenator shooting to the inside, holding the line, didn't get that cut, so she's through, officially picking up those 5 points for the Cinder Kittens. We do have a penalty getting picked up by Darth Molly. She's going to go to the box and think about what she's done for the next 30 seconds. In the meantime, in this power jam situation, Dream Crusher doing what she does and crushing those dreams as number 7-11 Frecklenator gets knocked to the inside. Crusher goes for one more time, and Frecklenator says, no way. Takes the blow, gets right back out on the track, pushing her way through. Last line of defense out there right now, number 357, doing what she can to hold her back. That's Blackheart Blocker.
Frecklenator out on the inside, takes a minute to readjust her pads before she gets back in at the back of the pack. However, Sassin and Bashin making it through and collecting 4 points on her round. Frecklenator taking another fall.
We might be seeing the fatigue on this one right here. She has been working really hard in this game. That last fall, she's not getting up too quick, but it doesn't look like anything too serious. She said she's okay. She looks at Dell from hell and says, I got this. Coach comes up, helps her back on her feet. Maybe she just needs a Gatorade.
Yeah, that is something very important that a lot of girls don't get. It is very important to stay hydrated when you're playing this game. It might be cold out, but that does not mean that you are not losing the electrolytes in your body. Gatorade is a great way to do that. Propel is a great way to do that. Just so long as you're not drinking too much water, because you will flush them back out of your system.
I'm a big energy drink kind of guy. You know, I'm on a Red Bull cleanse, so all I drink is Red Bull, about 8-10 of those a day.
How have you not had a cardiac arrest yet?
Oh, I'm not saying I haven't. I had 3 yesterday, but you get used to it, you know. Calluses build up on your heart, and you just power through, you know.
Pretty sure that's not how that works. Actually, I'm 100% sure that's not how that works.
It's science. I don't expect you to understand.
I found out recently that I was not drinking enough water, and apparently I have to drink 5 of these 1,000 milliliter waters a day.
There is water in Red Bull. It's actually one of the ingredients on the list, so I just look at it like that.
I can't even try to think about how many Red Bulls I would have to drink in order to equal the amount of water I'm supposed to get.
I buy it in a 50-gallon barrel, and I just fill up one of those Nalgene bottles. I'm good. Hey, back out on the track. Looks like we're going to get going here real quick. We got Krabby Abby, number 414, for the Lava City Center Kittens, facing off against Pissed Off for the Nuclear Nightmares. Pissed Off getting knocked to the inside, forced to recycle back behind the pack as Krabby Abby pushes her way through to pick up that lead jammer nod.
Pissed Off, looking to find her way through the track. I'm sorry. That really, it is her name, I promise.
Now, normally on a junior game, we try to refrain from such obscenities, but it's her name. What are you going to do? Rallying around that track. Whoa, dodging the blows. Krabby Abby pirouettes her way as Dream Crusher comes in for a big hit.
I gotta tell you, Dream Crusher is putting up an iron defense today. She's doing a fantastic job and really has her eye on the ball.
Definitely owning the defense, but she is picking up a penalty on that one. She's going to be going to the box for the next 30 seconds, leaving them short stacked on the track for the Nuclear Nightmare.
And how many penalties does it take to get out of the game exactly? Is that 6?
Is 7.
7.
So
right.
if you don't get 6, you're not trying hard enough.
True. Actually, my sister is guilty of that. So at the last bout I went to, I picked her up a T-shirt that said Penalty Princess.
Nice. Well, everybody's got to have a dream. Goals, right? Goals.
Life goals. All right, coming up next, we got Toxic Bubbles jamming for the Nuclear Nightmares up against Twisted Sister for the Cinder Kittens.
And like I said, it's going to be pack advantage going in favor of the Cinder Kittens. We had 3 blockers in the box to start this jam. 1 was standing, poised, and ready to go. 2 fresh on their seats at the end of the last jam. So Twisted Sister having no problem getting through the defense out there because most of the defense was sitting on the bench. But coming through, Nuclear Nightmares getting that initial pass out of the way as Toxic Bubbles finds a window of opportunity inside. 5 points going to get picked up by Cinder Kittens as Twisted Sister calls off the jam.
I was going to say, what defense?
Yeah. They're just resting. They'll throw it down on the next one.
Taking a small siesta. All right, lining up to jam for the Cinder Kittens is Trouble Clef up against Magpie for the Nuclear Nightmares. I feel like I have way too much fun saying these girls' names. A bit of a confusion as we try to figure out how many people are in the box, how many people are not.
Looks like they're going to call a timeout. Team timeout on that one. During that team timeout, I'd like to give a quick shout out to Advanced Manual Therapy and Sports Rehabilitation. Staff from the advanced team of sports and orthopedic and manual therapy specialists who offer leading-edge skills in assessment, treatment, and individualized planning for return to competition or daily activities. Once again, that's Advanced Manual Therapy and Sports Rehabilitation.
Also, Rat City and the Seattle Derby Brats would like to thank Shoreline Market and Jimmy John's for generously contributing to feeding all of the officials and volunteers that are giving up their holiday weekend to support this championship tournament. Honestly, it has been amazing, all the support that everyone has been getting and giving. Like, I'm pretty sure we're completely volunteer run.
Yeah, this is a 100% volunteer sport. Everybody's here out of the kindness of their own hearts to watch these kids do what they do on the flat track, and it's pretty amazing. And I'd say, as a parent of a junior skater, it it's a lot of work getting these events together, and to have the volunteers like this come out and do what they do, the least you can do is give them a sandwich.
Sandwiches are actually pretty tasty, too. All right, Magpie darting through on the inside as soon as the whistle blows, picking up lead jammer for the Nuclear Nightmares.
Trouble Clef getting pushed to the outside right off the line by the blocking force of the Nuclear Nightmares, giving Magpie the opportunity to already be out there in front with her initial pass, and now she's going to put some points on the board for the Nightmares.
Looks like Trouble Clef was a little bit wobbly on that one through, but she did make it around the inside, getting her initial pass. Magpie had to be recycled to the back of the pack as she went out, I believe, on the inside of the track. But she is doing a fantastic job cutting around those Cinder Kitten defense.
Maylene Anya sees her scoot by just as she gets those 5 points. Goes in for a hit, but it was too late. She was already passed. So Magpie going in to put those points on the board for the Nightmares.
Lovebug here on the Nuclear Nightmares team was doing a great job trying to keep Trouble Clef out of play. She actually pushed her friend Riot Girl over there into Trouble Clef in order to knock her out on the outside.
Riot Girl pushing Trouble Clef to the inside just there, forcing her to recycle back behind the pack as Magpie goes through for another 4-point pass. Oh, looks like she's going to get a forearm penalty on that one. So forearm penalty to Magpie, which means she's going to go to the box for the next 30 seconds. It's going to be a power jam situation for the Cinder Kittens, but Magpie was also the lead jammer on that one, so she loses that. There is no more lead jammer. We're going to go the full length of this game.
There was a star pass from the jammer for the Cinder Kittens, and she passed it to Miley and Anya. Brozilla tried to stop that from happening, but unfortunately, the Cinder Kittens were having none of it.
Miley and Anya weaving right through that pack for 5 in the sky. Another 5-point pass right there for the Cinder Kittens as we come to a conclusion on that one. Great scoring jam, though, for Nuclear Nightmares. 14-14 on that one, holding them even for the Nuclear Nightmares and Cinder Kittens. So we're looking at 345-61 in favor of the Cinder Kittens right now. Again, Cinder Kittens kind of running away with it, but the Nightmares have not given up just yet. They're putting it all out on the track for you.
All right, jamming for the first time today, we've got Manable Wrecker for the Nuclear Nightmares up against Darth Molly for the Cinder Kittens. Darth Molly taking that lead jammer position right off the bat.
Manimal getting pushed to the outside down on turn number 1, forced to recycle back behind the pack. He's looking for a window of opportunity and finds it on the inside. Trying to slide on through, but there's one skater left to get by, and just like that, he does.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the jam. 9 points up, it looks like, for the Cinder Kittens, 0 for the Nuclear Nightmares, leaving the Cinder Kittens with a total tally this far of 354, and the Nuclear Nightmares was 61.
Whistles blown, action has started, and out in front we've got Krabby Abby picking up that lead jammer status once again for the Cinder Kittens.
And Sassin and Bastion looks like she's still trying to get through that back of the pack there, but she keeps getting knocked down by that Cinder Kitten ironclad defense.
I believe that is the first time she's put the star on in this game as well. Maybe once again. 15 getting knocked. Looks like we have a low block penalty going to go to 99. Mylene Anya is going to spend the next 30 seconds in the box.
Krabby Abby skating right through. I practically missed her, but she did pick up 5 points. There we go. Sassin and Bastion making her way through on her initial pass.
All right. Seeing that she made that initial pass out of the way, the captain, 414 Krabby Abby, calls off the jam before any points are picked up by the Nuclear Nightmare. Magpie on the line, facing off against Darth Molly. Looks like Twisted Sissa didn't quite make it to the line fast enough, so she's going to be escorted back off the track. Darth Molly getting knocked to the inside right there by a big pileup.
Unfortunately, she did pick up a back block on that, so she is straight to the penalty box.
That's right. She came in a little bit hot on that one, so the Nightmare kind of pulling their game together a little bit at the end of this one. As 3-1-4 finds the line on the inside to scoot on by to put another 5-point pass on the board.
Yeah, with 10 more minutes in this game, there is still quite a bit of time for the Nuclear Nightmares to gain some much well-deserved points. Magpie, the captain of the Nuclear Nightmares, is doing a fantastic job. Unfortunately, she did pick up a back block call.
Darth Molly looking for a window of opportunity. She finds it, going from the outside and sliding to the end. She puts another 5 points on the board.
Cinder Kittens closing up that point deficiency, putting another 5 points on the board, leaving both teams tied for this jam. Darth Molly doing a great job breaking through that Nuclear Nightmares defensive line. Unfortunately, she did get knocked down, and she is out on a penalty.
We see Lovebug doing that defense where she takes her teammate and throws her into another opposing skater. She's done that about 3 or 4 times the last couple jams. Really pulling that defense together out there for the Nuclear Nightmares. 5 more points going up for Magpie.
It is illegal to throw another teammate, but it is not illegal to throw your own.
And they are definitely using that. All right, 15 points going out to the Nightmare on that one. 13 points getting picked up by the Cinder Kittens. So Nightmare did come out on top on that jam. 2 points in the lead on there.
All right, right now it looks like we have an official timeout. While we have this timeout, I'd like to give a shout out for Fast Girl Skates. Visit Fast Girl Skates for all of your roller derby skating supplies, or at fastgirlskates.com. 90% of the girls do go to Fast Girl, in order to get any of their needs. They do have a wonderful program there. Great staff, great place.
First brick and mortar derby shop in the Seattle area. Now they're online. Big shop down there. Great group of people. I know that my kids thoroughly enjoy that trip. My pocketbook doesn't. But, it's not all about dad, right?
Yeah, no kidding. I found some great skates on consignment there for about $200, which is pretty low for a good pair of skates. They were crazy skates, and so I bought myself a pair.
They always have some kind of deal when you go there. The consignment sales are always amazing, especially since these kids are always outgrowing their skates. My daughter, she went through 3 pairs this year. That hurt me.
This year?
This year. She had a growth spurt. So between
lovely.
11 and 12, she went from a pair of Bonds to a pair of Antics, back to another pair of Bonds, and it's all because her gigantic paddles. But, she earns it on the track, so Fast Girls where I went for all that action.
Yeah. Definitely excited about this next upcoming jam here. It looks like there are a few people skating around trying to figure out who needs to wear what piece of cloth on their helmet, as we're still waiting for the refs to finish their little huddle. It looks like it's starting to break up, though.
It's going to be a power start out here for the Nightmare, as we did have a penalty out there for Cinder Kittens Jammer at the end of the last jam, so she is going to spend the last few seconds of her penalty in the box as number 77.7, Mandible Wrecker, gets out on the line with a star. And things happen. Stuff stopped. Everybody's kind of like, what?
All right, so the word from the bird is that number 88, which is Darth Molly, has been expelled from the game for an egregious back block. Do you want to tell us what that means?
That means that she was a little bit excessive when she came in. It wasn't accidental. Possibly did it on purpose. I don't want to speculate as to exactly what her attitude was when she made that back block, but it was enough to where the referees thought that she definitely endangered the other skater, so they sent her packing.
All right, so after the whistle blew, Manable Wrecker took off like a shot, and they did get forced to the outside of the track, but on their way back to the starting point, her skate did come back inside the track, so she got a cut track penalty, and she got sent to the penalty box, letting Krabby Abby pick up the lead jammer status for this round as soon as she got out of the penalty box.
She did it with grace as she hop, skipped, and jumped over that apex, avoiding all those blockers on the track, and just like that, she rallies around that track once again for 5 more points.
All right, Manable Wrecker trying to catch up with the pack on their way back in. But looks like the Syndicate Jammer, 414 Krabby Abby, who is also their captain, picks up another 5 points. Manable Wrecker avoiding that shoulder from number 5. Ooh! Avoiding number 4 on their initial pass, doing a great job trying to get through the pack, but not before the jam is called off. Nuclear Nightmares made no points on that jam, and the Cinder Kittens made 14. All right. Rolling up to skate for the Cinder Kittens is Miley and Anya. Up against number 15, Sassin and Bashin for the Nuclear Nightmares.
And it looks like we're going to have pack advantage going to go to Cinder Kittens, as we do have 2 blockers in the box for Nuclear Nightmares. Now, looks like the penalty box is calling for 1 more blocker to go into the box. That's what that big whiteboard sign is. I think our numbers are correct now. 2 blockers on the track for Nuclear Nightmares. 2 blockers in the box for the Nightmare. And 1 jammer on the line. That jammer, once again, is Sassin and Bashin facing off against number 99, Mylene Anya. 4 blockers on the line, up by, what is that line? I think it's called the pivot line. I haven't seen that one in about 4 years. Whistles blowing, action starts. These 2 skaters are off to a sprint. Mylene Anya getting knocked to the outside quickly by Mad Splatter, but works her way back in, finds a window of opportunity on the inside, and picks up that lead jammer status. In the meantime, you've got Sassin and Bashin taking her position in the penalty box. Looks like she did pick up a penalty fairly quickly on that one, so it's going to be a power jam situation for Mylene Anya.
This is a really harsh game for the Nuclear Nightmares. Now there's 2 girls out on the track, but now they have to get through that defensive line to even try to form a blockade. Looks like we got another blocker back. However, Mylene Anya dances right through the inside, picking up 5 more points for her team.
Mylene Anya working her way around that track, trying to put some points on the board in this power jam situation.
Sassin and Bashin right back out of the penalty box. Ooh, tripped up another player. But she did manage to break through the Syndicate defense. Now she has to, she did pick up a penalty straight back to the penalty box.
7:48. Punky Bruiser, low block penalty on that one. Sassin and Bashin is through on her initial pass, however. But it looks like number 99, Mylene Anya, has made her way through once again. Before calling off the jam, I think she's going to pick up 4 points. That makes it a 19-point jam, breaking that 400-point barrier.
All right, lining up to skate for the Nuclear Nightmares is Toxic Bubbles. They are going to be one player short, so they're trying to form as good a triad defense as they can up against 414 Krabby Abby for the Cinder Kittens.
Krabby Abby getting through and just busting up that defense as she works her way through, but it looks like the Nightmare are going to be picking up that lead jammer status on that one. 2 jammers took a tumble on that one, so it looks like somebody's going to pick up a low block penalty, and it looks like it's going to be 414 Krabby Abby. So she's going to spend the next 30 seconds in the box as Toxic Bubbles makes her way around that track as the only jammer in play.
She's doing a fantastic job breaking through. There was only one more blocker to get by. But Reckless did push her out of bounds, making her have to recycle to the back of the pack.
That was an amazing job by Reckless right there. She saw what had to be done and did it. Went out, made that happen. Now Toxic Bubbles has to recycle all the way back behind all that defense she's going to have to fish her way through. But she doesn't feel too bad about that because she pushes right through that D to pick up 5 big points just behind Krabby Abby. But Krabby Abby does not have, trying to call off that jam, she does not have lead jammer status.
All right. Our lead jammer did indeed call off the jam. That was a 0 to 5 point jam in favor of the Nuclear Nightmares.
Nuclear Nightmares definitely not giving up the fight yet. It's been a tough battle for them this entire game, but they've put it all out on the track. All the way up to this last 4 minutes, we've seen some amazing plays coming from both of these teams, and the Nightmare, Jeff's definitely not giving up just yet.
And at this time, we do have an official review.
Once again, we'd like to give a big shout out to all the photographers that are out here capturing these moments on the track that these kids are going to look back on for years to come. Make sure you check out their Facebook pages for all the respective photographers that we have. And as soon as I get a list, I'll tell you who they are. But there's some amazing work that's happening out here this weekend.
All right, we'll have another shout out here. Start your tech career with Dev Bootcamp. Dev Bootcamp, where curious beginners learn full-stack web development in 19 weeks. Visit devbootcamp.com to learn more about the original immersive coding school. Build something meaningful at Dev Bootcamp, located in Seattle's Pioneer Square.
Here comes Mike Hammer to give us the scoop.
Cinder Kittens wanted to review the charging call on their jammer. After contact was made, there was additional contact when the skater was down. Therefore, the charging call will still stand. Cinder Kittens do not retain their official review.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, from Mike Hammer, each team is allowed an official review per half. This half, 3 minutes, 54 seconds left in the game. Cinder Kittens decided to use it for a call that was made against one of their skaters in the previous jam. The officials did not agree, so they lose their official review. They will not be able to make another one in this half.
All right, stepping up to the line, we have a regular old tongue twister. Number 4 for the Cinder Kittens, Reckless, heading off against Ruthless for the Nuclear Nightmares.
Reckless on the outside. She gets pushed to the outside by Lovebug. And Ruthless is up front looking for a window of opportunity. With that short stature, she's looking to make her way on the outside, but she gets pushed a little bit too far. In the meantime, Reckless makes her way out of that pack to pick up the lead jammer status.
Ruthless darting through the pack, picking up her initial pass, doing a fantastic job. She found an opening and she raced right through it as fast as her little legs could carry her. But unfortunately, Reckless did call off the jam, earning only 1 point for her team and 1 point for the Nuclear Nightmares. That was a 1-1 jam. You don't see those very often.
Hey, short and sweet, right?
Maybe a little too short. Alrighty, up to jam. We have number 13, Riot Girl. There's no I in there. It's kind of weird. Up against Twisted Sister for the Cinder Kittens.
All right, whistles blowing, action starts. And wouldn't you know it, that penalty box is empty right now. Riot Girl out in front, looking to make her way. That's going to be a no pass, no penalty, so she did not pick up the lead jammer status on that one. That's still up in the air, and it looks like Twisted Sis is going to pick that one up right now. And just like that, she calls off the jam before any points are picked up by the Nightmare.
We do have about 2.5 minutes left in the second half here. And after that, we are going to cut to the next game, which will be the SDB Ultraviolets versus Rodeo City.
That's going to start about 4 o'clock this afternoon, so make sure you get some snacks, get your vitamins and your minerals, so that you have all the energy you need for the action that's going to happen in that game. Magpie out in front, holding the line on the outside as she breaks her way, trying to put some that lead jammer status above her head, but you know what? She didn't make it on that one. She got pushed to the outside by that Cinder Kitten defense. I'll tell you who did, though. That's Krabby Abby making her way out of that pack. Krabby Abby breezing through the defense, putting the 4 points on the board and calling off the jam. You know, here in Seattle, we love our coffee, and one of the great supporters we have, Junior Roller Derby and Roller Derby in general, is Black Rock Coffee. They care about two things, people and coffee. Check out the only Black Rock Coffee bar in Seattle, located at 143rd and Aurora.
All right, so we did have an extra player who was not supposed to be wearing the pivot. She had to stuff it in her shirt there for a second. Didn't have enough time to get it back over to her coach. But in the meantime, Twisted Sister did pick up lead jammer for this round. Looks like Sassin and Bashin is still trying to get through that defensive line. Great shoulder check by Krabby Abby there, forcing her back to the back of the pack without recycling. At the same time, Twisted Sister has already picked up 5 points.
Amazing track awareness by Twisted Sister. Finding a window of opportunity on the inside. Caught that Nightmare defense slipping a little bit. She just shot through, picks up those 5 points, and works her way around the track. Just like that, working her way to the inside, finds a window to the outside. There's another 5 in the sky for the Cinder Kittens.
All right. She, number 22, Twisted Sister, does call off the jam.
And that is the end of the game, ladies and gentlemen. The game clock has come down, and it's the unofficial, I believe, final on that one. But we're looking at 424 in favor of the Cinder Kittens, 82 to the Nuclear Nightmare. I'm sure they're going to dot their I's and cross their T's, but it's safe to say the Cinder Kittens are going to walk away with this one. This has been an exciting game right here. Make sure you tune in at 4 o'clock as we've got Seattle Derby Brats Ultraviolets facing off against Rodeo City. I'm the Norwegian Persuasion.
And I'm Cheyenne Young.
And it has been our pleasure. We'll see you again in about a half hour. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're at on the planet. Welcome to the Rat City Rat's Nest and the Pacific Northwest Junior Championships 2016. I'm the Norwegian Persuasion.
And I am Jim Diesel.
And we're going to be calling the action for you live right here trackside in the, what are we calling it now? The Sparkling Cider Room here at the Rat's Nest.
That's correct.
Got to keep it juniors, you know. And right now we're going to have an amazing game coming up for you between Seattle Derby Rats Ultraviolets and the Rodeo City Juniors. Promises to be action-packed. Before we get started, why don't we go through the names of these two teams?
All right, the Seattle Derby Brats Ultraviolets. They are numbers 007, Bearing the Pain. Number 1913, Rose Tinted Smashes. Number 20, Bella de Brawl. Number 253, Ella Fitzgerald. Number 29, Anita Getcha. Number 5 is Lolly Popper. Number 54, Go-Go. Number 5608 is Ash Kicker. Number 66 is Unholy Rampage. Number 665 is Neighbor of the Beast. Number 667, Violet Van Helsing. Number 70, Verskinia Wolf. Number 722, Taj Mahal. Number 777, Wheels of Mass Destruction. Number 789 is 7 Skate 9. And number 8 is Brady O'Flyer.
And skating out for the Rodeo City Juniors, we got number 5, Electro Cute. Number 6 is Daddy's Little Monster. Number 7 is Kryptonic Rose. Number 8 is Vampire Bunny. Number 11 is Into Hood. 27 is Tomahawk. 30, Ms. Speedy Gonzalez. 33 is Lena Klakya. 77 is Not Gonna Stoppy. 84 is She's So Sarcastic. 88 is Cupquake. 99 is Kim Karsmashian, one of my favorite names on this team. 934 Vanellope Von Skates. 1245 is Silent But Violent. 1783 Freight Train. 4234 is Cookie Crusher. And number 7734 is Nat Outta Hell. And since this is a junior bout, we have our refs doing gear checks right now, making sure that everybody's got everything on in place that they need to keep them safe. We kind of forego that for the adults nowadays, but it is still important to make sure these guys have all their gear in place. So, STB, Seattle Derby Brats hosting this year right here in lovely Seattle. It's actually sunny outside right now and a good downpour.
We had a thunderstorm start rolling through here in the last bout. So the thunder was rolling, and so was the Derby.
And it was a pretty decent game. The last bout, if you guys tuned in on that, Cinder Kittens definitely walked away with it, ran away with it early on in the game. Nuclear Nightmares having a hard time getting that footing back up, and they fought to the last minute on that one. This one, hopefully, we're going to see a little bit more closer game between these two teams, Rodeo City and Ultraviolets. But it is junior champs. Nerves are high.
Indeed. Now, the Ultraviolets are in the violet. I guess that's appropriate, right? And we're going to see Rodeo City. They are in white out there. But also a little bit, some gray out there. They're kind of in a mismatch of jerseys. But the lighter colors that aren't purple, that's Rodeo City.
I'd like to give a big shout out to all the refs and volunteers that helped make this happen. Now, roller derby is a 100% volunteer sport. All these people you see out in stripes, these are our ref. This is our ref crew. The refs that we have for this tournament, starting out with Adipose, ATG, Del from Harold, Eric Rock, Mysteria, Gritty Pearl, Guardian, Harlequin Davidson, Inspector Spaceman, Lobo Cop, Mike Hammer, Ringer, Seymour Carnage, Skate Tool, and the Jabber Clock. So they usually don't get too many shout-outs because they're looked upon as the enemy.
Oh, yes.
But we actually couldn't have this game without them. Not to mention our NSOs as well, the non-skating officials. That score goes on the board, and those penalties are tracked by these people. These are the ones off to the sidelines wearing the official shirts as well. Dole 'em out, Dread Pirate Robert, Frank the Tank, Gorham Brown Coat, India Pale Ale, Lunarism, Mint Julep, Miss Red, Read the Rules, Rusty, Stella Artwalk, Tally Hussy, Tenacious D-Cup, and Wizard of Laws.
And just a minor point to correct you there. We could have this game without them. It would just be really, really messy, and no one would know what was going on.
Just a bunch of kids skating around in a circle, hitting each other. I'm going to go straight and I'm going to turn left.
Yep. Some of them, well, no refs out there. Some of them might turn right. You never know. It'd be chaos. Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria.
Looks like we're about to get this show on the road. We're getting some skaters on the track anyways. And once we get those jammers on the line, funny story about that Rodeo City jammer, 7734. I used to have that phone number. And if you look at it on a phone upside down, it says hell. And her name is Nat Outta Hell. So there you go.
Clever. So yes, Nat Outta Hell up against Bella de Brawl.
First jam of this game.
No one in the penalty box because it's the first jam.
All right, whistle blown action starts. Bella de Brawl with a start kind of behind that jammer line, pushing her way up to the front of this defense, looking for a window of opportunity. She finds it on the inside, picking up that lead jammer status quickly.
Nat Outta Hell working hard against Ash Kicker on the outside there, trying to get free. She's also getting hit by Brady O'Flyer, but she manages to get out, but she lands on the inside out there and picks up a cut track. She tries to come back in.
Nat Outta Hell quickly getting that cut track penalty. She was trying to hold it, though, almost on the toe stops, keeping that line to the inside. She did, however, fall to the infield, and then working her way back in gives her that cut track penalty. That's a five-in-the-sky grand slam pass right there for Bella de Brawl. Rodeo City defense doing an amazing job of walling up over there, holding her back, but she does find a crack in that armor to pick up another 5-point pass on the inside as she passes by Freight Train on turn number 4.
Ultraviolets form up as Nat Outta Hell comes off the penalty box. It initially looks like it's not going to be enough, but a last-ditch effort knocks her out of bounds by Brady O'Flyer.
That was a great hit by Brady on that one. Bella de Brawl trying to make her way through this rodeo defense up front right here, but that 3-wall has proven to be pretty tough. She does squeak by as she gets cupquake to move out to the outside, sliding on by, picking up 5 more points for the Seattle Derby Brats.
So that is going to be a 20-0 point jam to start it off for the Ultraviolets.
Striking first blood on that first jam, picking up those 20 points, getting a nice little lead right there.
Ms. Speedy Gonzalez in for Rodeo City. Should be facing off against Bearing the Pain.
Still got an empty penalty box out there, so everybody is on the track and in play. 007 on the outside looking for a window of opportunity. Number 30's on the inside. Miss Speedy Gonzalez still trying to make her way out, but she gets knocked to the outside as Bearing the Pain picks up that lead jammer status.
Miss Speedy Gonzalez getting locked down by a 3-wall back there, but a multiplayer block being called. So that's going to thin that Ultraviolet defense out a bit. They've got 2 blockers in the penalty box. 1 in the penalty box right now for Rodeo City.
Definite back advantage going to Rodeo right now, and their blockers are doing the best they can to hold back Bearing the Pain. Reforming up front, but she does squeak right on by as Speedy Gonzalez gets knocked to the infield after picking up 4 big points.
Electrocute and into Hood doing some nice defensive work out there, trying to slow her down. He's going to pick up those 9 points. Got 4 points up for Rodeo City, making this 29-4 right now.
Seven skate 9 up on the line, facing off against, that's 9 3/4.
Vanellope Von Skates.
Vanellope gets knocked to the inside, forced to recycle back, but quickly picking up that penalty. 7 skate 9 goes to the box for a power jam situation for Rodeo.
That's Violet Van Helsing with a nice hip check, knocking her to the inside. There's going to be a no pass, no penalty on there. They tried to pull her back to recycle.
Violet getting a big hip check from Unholy Rampage. Unholy's the last line of defense. Getting knocked to the outside by number 70. That's Virginia Wolf.
And this time, Vanellope Von Skates comes back in a little too close. It's the cut track. She is going out to the penalty box.
Speculating there, but she is holding that arm. She may have gotten a slight injury on that last hit. She's holding it in pretty good, though. Kevin's 8-9 is out on her initial pass, looking to put some points on the board before the end of this jam. No lead jammers. Both jammers did get the penalty on that one.
Seven Skate 9 comes in hot, but hits her own skater, which is perfectly acceptable. She batters her way through the defense of Rodeo City there, picking up the 5 points. Rodeo City starts to reset their defense. Oh, a bit of a miscommunication there.
Going for that apex jump. Number 66 moves to the inside. Didn't see her coming. Unholy Rampage kind of blocks her own skater on that one. 7 Skate 9 runs right into her. But she still manages to get up, reassess, picks up that 5-point pass.
For a moment, both teams back up to full strength on their blocker pack, but Unholy Rampage is going out, checking in on her bench there. And now Violet Van Helsing going out on a penalty.
7 Skate 9 just weaving her way through that defense down here on turn number 1 as she broke through at the end of that jam. Amazing job by that jammer as she picks up those last couple points. Putting 19 on the board in that jam. Nat out of Hell facing off against Bella to Brawl. Nat out of Hell's up front, pushing her way through the pack, picking up that lead jammer nod. But Bella to Brawl is the one on the inside, getting out in front.
Nata Hill runs into the wrong side of Hella Fitzgerald, who knocks her to the outside and forces her to recycle.
Nata Hill back in the mix, trying to work her way through to put some points on the board before calling off the jam. 5 points getting picked up right by SDB on that one.
And it looks like Rodeo City has one too many skaters on the track, so they are trying to get an emergency pull out there. And they've pulled one, but one being the pivot, so there will be no pivot out there for Rodeo City this time.
We got Ash Kicker out on the line right now, facing off against Elena Klokya. Ash Kicker coming out in front, picking up that lead jammer nod. 1 o'clock. He's still trying to get through that 4-wall. SDB's putting up front there as Ash Kicker finds a window on the outside and just breezes on by for a big 5-point jam.
Leanna Klokya pushing through, throws a big shoulder check right into Anita Getcha and clears the path to get out. So she's going on her scoring pass, but the jam is going to be called off before she can make contact with the pack. The 9-point jam up for the Ultraviolets.
Ultraviolets coming out hungry at the start of this game. 62 points so far. We are just under 8 minutes into this game. 4 points going on the board for Rodeo. Rodeo has been doing the best they can, though. That defense out there has been really holding up the Violets. It's just that their offense is on point in this game.
Wheels of Mass Destruction out against Ms. Speedy Gonzalez. Wheels looking to the outside. She's getting pushed, but she hangs on from getting knocked out of bounds. Good, strong effort there by Inda Hood. Not able to hold her up now, so Wheels is your lead jammer. Ms. Speedy Gonzalez struggling against that diamond defense in the back there.
Excellently executed diamond defense by the Ultraviolets right now. Slightly breaking up. She's looking for that window of opportunity to push on through as number 777 rounds the track, finding a window from the outside, shooting to the end, picking up that 5-point pass. That's an all-natural grand slam. No additives and no preservatives. Everybody's in play.
Ultraviolets doing an excellent tripod defense, and they have Neighbor of the Beast running a sort of floating defender out there.
That's another great name.
we have a low block called on number 722. That is Taj Mahal.
Wheels of mass destruction getting pushed to the inside right there. Just trying to hold her line without getting back on the track and getting that cut track penalty. Calls off the jam before any penalty was assessed. But she did pick up 15 points in that jam, holding Rodeo 2-0 on that one.
And we have Nat out of hell. He's going to face off against Lollipopper.
Nat out of hell once again on the line for Rodeo. Coming out on top on that one. She picks up lead, immediately calling off the jam. Feeling that pressure from number 5, Lollipopper. She just put her hands to her hips and calls it off as soon as she cleared the pack.
And we have Tomahawk out for Rodeo City. We have Anita Getcha out on the track for the Ultraviolets. One blocker advantage for Rodeo City right now. It's 4-on-3. And they had an extra skater, it looks like. Yes, it looks like they had an extra skater out on the track for the Ultraviolets, if my math is correct.
I believe you're correct. Yeah, because we had some in the box. That's 3, 4. Yeah, we don't want any extras. Nita Getcha is out in front on that one. Finding a window of opportunity on the inside. She slides right by, picking up 5 big points.
Tomahawk now out and moving in on a scoring pass. Anita Getcha moves through. Tomahawk gets a big shoulder check there from number 8, that was Radio Flyer, and picks up a cut track as she comes back in.
Now, Tomahawk did try to go to the infield and recycle back, but the problem was she stood up on the track and took a step. Now, had she crawled off to the infield and then worked her way around the pack to recycle, then she would not have gotten that cut track penalty. So that's where the penalty comes from on that one.
It's a very subtle difference, but an important one by the rules. Meanwhile, out there, Electrocute putting the shoulder into Anita Getcha.
And we just see the exact same thing that just happened to Tomahawk out there. Anita Getcha got knocked down. Her feet went to the infield, and when she stood up, that caused the cut track penalty. So she stood up, didn't realize her feet were inside, and now she's in the penalty box. Did the little jammer do-si-do on that one.
Getcha back out now, running up against a 3 wall up in the front. Now back up to reinforced up to a 4 wall. This time she crawls back to the inside after being knocked out and landing back in bounds. And the jam will be ending before she can get back in.
A lot of heavy hits on that jam. 21 points going in favor of the Ultraviolets on that one. Even though she did spend 30 seconds in the box on that and got taken down a couple times by some vicious shoulder blows by that Rodeo defense.
We've got Nat out of hell back in for the Rodeo. We've got Ash Kicker in for the Derby Brats, Ultraviolets. She tries going to the inside. She gets knocked down, but she gets back up again and moves through the inside, picking up lead jammer.
Finds that window wide open as she blazed on through on that one.
Bella DeBrawl throwing a little shoulder there against Nat out of hell, trying to slow her down. Does so. Ash Kicker going to call off that jam before any contact can be made. And we are going to have a 4-0 jam there.
Quickly picking up those points, calling off the jam before any are picked up on Rodeo's side. Speedy Gonzalez out on the line for Rodeo City. She's going to face off against Hella Fitzgerald for the...
All right, there we go. We lost power to the mics for just a moment there, but we are back now. Hella Fitzgerald is your lead jammer. Miss Speedy Gonzalez coming in. 4 points up for the Derby Brats.
4 points going up for Rodeo City on that one.
And before they can make contact again, calling off the jam, making it an 8-4 jam for the Ultraviolets.
Ultraviolets have broken that century mark, sitting at 110 points, 8 points in favor of Rodeo City. Rodeo trying to get a footing out here. Ultraviolets definitely doing an amazing job holding them back. We got a crazy start going on by this jammer. She's halfway around the track.
Virginia Wolf getting a definite run up there as Tomahawk.
Oh, she went to the outside, felt herself coming back in, reassessed, but unfortunately she jumped in a little too early, picks up that cut track penalty, and from our bird's eye view in the announcer's booth, we definitely saw that happen. So lead jammer status is definitely going to go to Tomahawk Rodeo, and it's a power jam at that.
Yeah, Virginia Wolf did not see the two blockers that had gone back out to make her recycle behind him. Came back in, just didn't look to her left, I guess. But we're having a jammer do-si-do. Virginia Wolf in there, going to serve a shortened penalty. Tomahawk goes in on the inside, does a little pirouette.
Tomahawk comes in, spins around to get her hips through, but Ultraviolet's defense was there, locked up solid on that wall, closed that gap, and she's forced back to recycle and work her way through again. However, she did have that lead jammer status, so calling off the jam, I believe she holds the Ultraviolets at 0 on that one, while Rodeo picks up 8 points.
A nice block there by Nat out of hell against Virginia Wolf. Pushing her to the outside right at the end of that jam. Holding her back.
That is an empty penalty box. We got everybody on the track. That's 5-on-5 on the flat track out there.
Call out, too, that the Rodeo City held them to no points on that one, so that was an 8-0 jam that last time.
Rodeo City trying to get some momentum going, and that might just be it. Bella DeBrawl out there looking for a window, and she finds one on the outside. She's going to be your lead jammer, facing off against Miss Speedy Gonzalez. Speedy's on the backside of this, getting blocked right now by number 29, Anita Getcha. Looking for that window of opportunity.
Now getting hit by Go-Go a little bit. She's still struggling to get through there on her toe stops mostly. She's getting a little nimble workout in there. Does a little pirouette, skates around. And she is out and on a scoring pass. Bella DeBrawl comes in, makes her contact. She's knocked to the outside. Forced to recycle. She is going to call off the jam.
Speedy Gonzalez trying to get a couple points in there. Does a little hop, skip, and a jump, but I think it was after the fourth whistle that she made contact with the ground, so they didn't give her any points on that one. 5 points going to SDB on that jam.
Now we have Nat out of hell coming in for the Rodeo City. We have Ash Kicker in for the Violets.
Nat out of hell up front on this one, looking for a window of opportunity as 56-08 Ash Kicker is on the backside trying to break through this Rodeo defense. And from the inside, she shoots on by to pick up that lead jammer nod. That's going to be Ash Kicker, the Ultraviolets.
Nat out of hell working against that forward three wall up there. She picks up a penalty. Did not quite catch what it was. She was past the point of return and might be getting called back though now.
All right, so Nat out of hell did not get a penalty, I guess. She's back out on the track. Something happened there. Things and stuff, but
that is our expert opinion from up here in the booth. Things happened.
Stuff went down.
Yes.
Hey, in the meantime, Ash Kicker brushing that stuff off, picks up 5 points as she rallies around this track, finds a window of opportunity on the inside, and just like that, there's another 5 in the sky, 4 in the sky.
Ash Kicker comes back around, and she is going to call off the jam.
18 points on that jam to the Ultraviolets, 133 to 16.
About 10:45 left in this match, give or take. Tomahawk in up against Bearing the Pain. Bearing the Pain runs into the wrong side of that Rodeo City defense, gets knocked to her knees. Not to the outside, though, so she does not have to recycle.
Bearing the Pain looking for that window of opportunity on the outside. She finds it as she breaks through, picking up that lead jammer nod. Tomahawk still trying to fight her way through that STB defense. Goes to the outside, but they reform quickly in the middle to find her as Bearing the Pain breaks on through for a 5-point pass.
Rodeo City reforming their defense as Bearing the Pain comes back in. Bearing the Pain looking to the outside. Takes a couple of hits. She's getting knocked around and being forced to recycle. Unfortunately, there is a forearm call on number 84 that She's So Sarcastic, who is holding back Bearing the Pain. Bearing the Pain finds an opening on the outside and will move through. Picking up another 5 points on that one. Lollipopper also getting a forearm call there, and she is going out. So it is a 3-on-3 right now in the pack.
Tomahawk getting a big hit there by number 722. That's Taj Mahal. She's back on her feet, though, looking to the outside. She's going up against Violet Van Helsing right now as number 007, Bearing the Pain, rallies around that track looking for a window. And just like that, she finds it, picks up some more points. 4 on the board and calls off the jam. All right, so Seattle Derby Brats kind of running away with it right now. We got 153 points in favor of the Ultraviolets. Sitting at 16 points for Rodeo. Rodeo, not for lack of trying, their defense has been pretty good, but SDB's offense has definitely been running away.
Just a second under 9 minutes left in this half. Got a team timeout going on right now. So the refs are going to take this time to try and decide on pizza toppings, which is going to be, I think, a little bit of a war out there.
Adipose is like, well, I like artichoke. And Jabber's like, you know what, I'm pepperoni or nothing.
You can see that stern look on her face. Somebody has suggested anchovies.
This
I
is
know
not
that
gonna
look.
end well. This is
I
not
know
gonna
that
end
look. Jabberclock is given the no anchovy look. How dare you?
The whistle was almost blown on that one. Hey, but we're back in the action down here. It's like Miss Speedy Gonzalez out there for Rodeo City. Go-Go out there for the Ultraviolets.
Go going to the inside. She is knocked out by Inda Hood. Running up against that 3-wall.
Speedy up front trying to get through that defense. Number 33, Leanna Clockett, trying to break up that STB defense a little bit to help Speedy out. But in the meantime, Go-Go breaks on through to pick up the lead jammer nod. Slightly rolls to the outside, crawls off the track, reassesses her position, but she is going to pick up, I believe, a directional penalty.
So it is now a power jam for Miss Speedy Gonzalez.
With that power jam, Go-Go loses the lead jammer status, so that means we're going to go the full 2 minutes.
Speedy Gonzalez, Bella to brawl with a nice little hip check. Bought a little too much, maybe it looks like that might be a high block there.
Back out on the track, making a move for it. Go-Go spends her time in the penalty box, gets back through, fights right through that defense, puts another 4 points on the board for the Seattle Derby Brats.
Now Go-Go is back out. Miss Speedy Gonzalez and her are racing each other around the track as the jam clock ticks down. Go-Go on the outside there finds an opening. Speedy Gonzalez finds an opening on the inside, is only being held back a little bit by Lollipopper, but Lollipopper has to disengage.
Ooh, holding that line on one skate alone. Go-Go breaks through that pack, picks up the points, and keeps jamming on.
Deanna Klockia throwing a nice little hip check in there at the end to knock Go-Go out to end that jam.
A lot of points picked up on that one, both teams. Ultraviolet's picked up 17, 15 going to Rodeo City on that one. They definitely coming out of the booth a little bit, trying to make something happen. Still trying to get that momentum going. We are in the first half yet, so we still got a whole other half of the game to go.
We have Anita Getcha. She's going to be facing off against Nat Outta Hell. Nat Outta Hell like a wrecking ball through that defense right now. But Anita Getcha finds an opening on the outside. No, she is calling a cut track. So she is going to give a power jam out to Nat Outta Hell right now.
Nat Outta Hell now has that lead jammer status, looking to get through this pack, put some points on the board in the next 30 seconds. Well, the remainder of the 30 seconds.
Nat Outta Hell pushing hard against that diamond defense that's being anchored down there by Neighbor of the Beast. She's going to end the jam there so that they will get a power start for Rodeo City. And She's So Sarcastic coming out to jam for Rodeo City. About 5.5 minutes left in this game.
We got a power start right now as Ultraviolet's jammer is going to start off this jam in the box. 84 off to a sprinting start, trying to get through on the outside. She saw a window of opportunity and went for it, but that Seattle's Diamond defense did an amazing job of closing up the gap on that one. However, she just powered her way through, got the lead jammer status, and now she's looking to put some points on the board before Anita Gesha gets out there, gets her initial pass out of the way, and gets any points. Unfortunately, she does pick up a back block penalty again. We lose that lead jammer status. She's going to the box for the next 30 seconds, so we got a little power jam do-si-do once again on that one in favor of Seattle now. And we are going to go the full 2 minutes in this jam.
Anita Getcha now coming through on that power jam. She's So Sarcastic has stood up, so she's going to come back in and end that power jam. Ultraviolets have set their defense in anticipation, but it's looking to be slightly ineffective as She's So Sarcastic just keeps powering her way through. We saw on the initial run for this jam that it took 3 of them to push her to the outside. And now that she's stretching that pack out, there's just not enough of them to be able to out-muscle her.
She's So Sarcastic is a powerful skater, like you say, taking half the team in order to hold her back, but she gets through for 4 points.
Anita Getcha takes a hard hit there, knocked off her skates, but she does not go out of bounds. Except that time she does, as Electrocute gives her a little gentle push. She has to recycle. And that is going to end the jam there. For the number of power jams that were in there, that is a low-scoring power jam there. Looks like it's 10-4.
Speaking of power jams, it looks like Sarcastic picked up, well, I want to say they called her on a cut track penalty at the end of that, but she is now getting back. No, yeah, she did get a cut track penalty at the end of that jam, so she's going to the penalty box. We're going to have a power start in favor of the Ultraviolets in this next jam. And that jammer on record is going to be Unholy Rampage, number 66.
And it looks like we have an official review right now. Scott Chicken, our man on the street out there.
believe we're going to have an official review. The Zebras are huddling in the center now. Figure out what's happening. Another big thank you out to the photographers that we have out here. Remember, it didn't happen if there wasn't a picture, and we've got plenty of photographers to make sure that did happen. Or that does happen, I should say.
Rat City and the Seattle Derby Brats would like to thank Shoreline Market and Jimmy John's for generous. Turn it on.
Having some technical difficulties with our mic on the scene.
All right, so what happened? Oh, yeah, Rodeo City was asking for an overturn of the cut track penalty. And after discussion, it was determined that the blockers on her own team that she had not passed them yet, they had run back. She had to come in behind them, did not. Therefore, it is, in fact, a cut track. And Rodeo City has used their official review for the half.
All right, there you have it. Now Unholy Rampage moving out.
In this power start, Unholy Rampage made short change out of that Rodeo City defense. Looking for that window of opportunity. She couldn't find it, so she made it as she does a quick apex jump all the way around that Rodeo City four wall to put 5 points on the board.
She's Sarcastic is now out. She is moving in to engage the pack, ending the power jam.
Excellent execution of that apex jump on Unholy Rampage part.
And a back block picked up by She's So Sarcastic as she comes in. And she is going back out on that penalty, so now Unholy Rampage on a power jam.
Immediately after coming back in, throws a big shoulder to the back of one of those SDB players, calling a back block. So power jam continues. 5 more points go on the board for the Unholy Rampage.
Unholy Rampage gonna call off that jam so that they get a power start on the next one.
Hey, that's Lollipopper out on the line for SDB's Ultraviolets.
She seems to be excited.
A big crowd cheering. Yeah, she approaches that line. It is a power start. That's something to be happy about. Weaving through that defense, she breaks on by, gets that lead jammer nod. Now she's looking to put some points on the board while those 30 seconds are going to be spent in the box by She's So Sarcastic.
Ultraviolets starting off in a passive defense and then going into a bit of a disruptive one. Now going back into a passive to stretch that pack out. Lollipopper trying to hang on the outside just by her skates. Does not quite make it. Nice last-ditch effort there, but not enough. That was by Nat Out of Hell.
Oh, another hop, skip, and a jump, but she doesn't touch down with all 8 wheels in bounds, so she's got to get right back up. Looks like she fell to the inside a little bit. Excellent track awareness, making sure she doesn't cut that track. Crawls off and rolls back in where she needs to be to put those 4 points on the board for the Ultraviolets.
She is going to call off that jam before any points can be scored by Ms. Speedy Gonzalez. Putting it at a 9-0 jam. I don't know that this jam is going to go off here.
At the end of that jam, Ultraviolets did break the double century mark, 208 points on that one. That clock.
Yep, ticked down before the jam could start off, so that is halftime.
We got about 10 minutes before the second half starts out here, and as you can see, we were about 208 points on the Seattle side to 40 points on the Rodeo City side. So Rodeo's going to have some work to do. I'm the Norwegian Persuasion.
And I'm Jim Diesel.
We'll see you back here in about 10 minutes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to wherever you're at in the world. We're back here at the Rat's Nest in Seattle, Washington, bringing you the 2016 Northwest Junior Championships. Coming into the second half of this hard-fought game between the Ultraviolets and Rodeo City Juniors. Coming into the second half, we're sitting at 208 points right now with the Ultraviolets, 40 points Rodeo City. Definite battle out there on the flat track in this game. Ultraviolets came to play. Rodeo City's defense is doing everything they can. Picked up a few penalties in that first half. She's so sarcastic. Number 84 on Rodeo City, sitting at 5 penalties right now at the start of the second half. STB, though, is looking pretty decent. We've got Violet Van Helsing, number 667, who's got 3. Virginia Wolf, number 70, sitting at 3 as well. Everybody else is running pretty clean.
And we're going to start off with Ash Kicker in for the Ultraviolets and Tomahawk in for the Rodeo City. Ash Kicker is out and your lead jammer, but she is being pursued hotly by Tomahawk. Ash Kicker goes for the apex jump, runs into the shoulder of Not Gonna Stoppy, and it stoppied her dead.
Definitely did. She recycled right back behind the pack, but she was quick to get through that defense, putting another 5 points on the board for Seattle Derby Brats.
And now bearing the pain and Not Gonna Stop You now in the penalty box, so there's a 3-on-3 pack out there. Tomahawk still running into some trouble against that Ultraviolets defense.
Tomahawk finding a window of opportunity on the inside, though. Shoots on through to put those 4 points on the board for Rodeo City.
Leanna Clock, throwing a good shoulder into Ash Kicker, knocking her down, slowing her down. But that is going to end the jam as Ash Kicker calls it off. It's a 14 to 4-point jam that time. We have 2 blockers for Ultraviolets in the penalty box, though one is standing. And we have 1 Rodeo City in the... she's also standing.
Looks like we're going to do a little track maintenance over here. Got to make sure that everything's in place and in line. I'd give a quick shout out to Pure Coffee, creating strong, clean, beautiful coffee using only perfectly sourced beans, filtered water, and attention to detail.
And Rat City and the Seattle Derby Brats would like to thank Shoreline Market and Jimmy John's for generously contributing to feeding all of us officials and volunteers here that are giving up our holiday weekend to support this championship tournament. And also a nice little shout out to Tape. This track repair is brought to you by Tape. When you want to stick something to something else, try Tape.
Tape has been supporting Junior Roller Derby for years now. And doing an amazing job at it as well. Now's the time when I'd throw that "how many officials does it take" joke out there, but I won't, because, well, I have to see them later, and I'm kind of a sissy. I can't take the abuse. So.
Yeah, you never know when they're going to pop in and check this feed out later, and
right. You get the mean mugs as you come rolling in the next bout. Tell you what, though, this is an amazing event. It's been an honor to be able to announce these junior championships for the last 3 years, and this year having the live stream, dedicated broadcast really brings it to the next level. Helping showcase these talented athletes that we have here in the Northwest. Teams from all over the Northwest coming up here and representing their leagues. It's definitely been an honor the last few years, and nothing's different this year. Some of the premier derby that we're going to see in the next few years to come, especially with these skaters that are aging out in the next year, seeing them go to the adult side of things, definitely going to bring it to the next level. The evolution of the sport, if you will.
And it looks like the repairs have been completed. Our repair team's now returning to the engineering bay, also known as just the center of the track. And both jammers getting a little low there. There's a 3-on-2 pack advantage in favor of Rodeo City right now. We have Bella de Brawl in for the Ultraviolets, Vampire Bunny in for the Rodeo City. I believe that's her debut jam out here. She finds a gap on the inside, but Bella de Brawl has already snagged lead jammer. She picks up her 4 points.
Shooting around the outside, finding that window. She got the 4 points. Finding the window on the inside this time. Looks like Rodeo closed up that gap on the outside of the track, but they left an opportunity for Bella de Brawl to pick up a big 5-point pass as she passed that jammer as well, just like that. Inside, outside, and back again. Another 5 points going to SDB.
Bella de Brawl not finding an open gap here, is taking a lot of hits. She manages to make her way through, and she's going to call off the jam.
Freight Train was the last line of defense on that one. She did have to let her go through before that jam was called off.
An 18-4 jam that time. Hard fought.
7 skate 9 back out on the line, facing off against Tomahawk, number 27 from Rodeo City. And it looks like that penalty box is empty, so we're going to have everybody in play. Just barely making it out there before that whistle was blown.
Well, she's still picking up a penalty for, I don't think she was quite across the jammer line when that was called, but she was out there. 7 skate 9, your lead jammer. She dodges around. She's so sarcastic. Nada to Hell and Cupcake trying to work the front of the pack there. Tomahawk running into a bit of difficulty getting through that defense.
That Rodeo City defense kind of spread out across the track a little bit right there, trying to get something going. But that pack has moved forward, so Rodeo City does need to rejoin that pack. Line up to a 3-wall, trying to push her to the infield. She just brushes it off and scoots on by, picking up 5 in the sky.
Nada to Hell receiving a star pass now. She is on the move.
Going from the outside, juking to the end. She picks up a big 5 points on that one, calls off the jam. That was a 15-point, 20-point jam. 19-point jam for Ultraviolets.
Radio Flyer going out there. She's going to face off against Ms. Speedy Gonzalez. Both teams at full strength now on the pack. The Ultraviolets go into that diamond defense. Rodeo City going into a more of a 4-wall. Radio Flyer finds a gap in that defense and moves her way through. Now the Rodeo City defense go into more of a disruptive defense to allow their jammer to get through. And she does. She is now out and on a scoring pass. Radio Flyers already picked up 5 points, though, and is moving in on a second scoring pass. Tries for an apex jump, trips over the skates of Freight Train.
Actually, I think that was Wheels of Mass Destruction. Her own skater teammate was on that one. Landed on him anyhow.
She recycles, gets back up, makes her way through. Wheels of Mass Destruction throwing a last-second hit. Maybe a little too last second as Miss Speedy Gonzalez was moving through.
Radio Flyer rallying around that track once again, put another 5-point pass on the board. Hot on her heels, though, is Miss Speedy Gonzalez. She puts 4 up as well. Looking for that window on the inside. She skips right over that Rodeo defense, pick up another 4-point pass.
No back called. They have to let her go, so Miss Speedy Gonzalez picks up 4 points there. Coming in on another scoring pass. Radio Flyer knocked to the outside, having to recycle, so she will call off the jam before Miss Speedy Gonzalez can come back in on another scoring pass. We have 18-8 on that jam. Rodeo City fighting hard for every single point that they are putting up.
Definitely a cleaner game the second half. Not seeing as many penalties going up for Rodeo. I think they're trying to hold back from that She's So Sarcastic group of penalties she got in the last half.
Only 2 blockers out there right now for the Ultraviolets, which allows Nada to Hell to get lead jammer. Go-Go, the jammer out there for the Ultraviolets, makes her way through shortly thereafter, but she's about a half track behind. Nada to Hell running into that 3-wall tripod defense, pushes her way through it. She's trying to call it off. She does. Go-Go makes her way through the pack, picks up 4 points. So the 2 that Nada to Hell picked up.
Looks like Taj Mahal's going to don the star for the Seattle Ultraviolets, and she's going to face off against number 88. That's going to be Cupquake, Rodeo City. Everybody's in play on this one. Ultraviolets putting up that diamond defense that we've seen time and time again. Very effective defense on their part. 4-wall going up for Rodeo City. Looking for a crack in that wall. 722 tries to break on through. Taj Mahal gets pushed to the infield. In the meantime, we got Cupquake on the backside facing off against this diamond defense, getting locked down tight. Lead jammer status going to Taj Mahal in this jam so far. Breaks away through that 4-wall defense. Last line of defense out there right now trying to hold back Cupquake. Takes a knee.
Taj Mahal holding on by her toe stops as she's going onto the outside. Comes back in a little bit too much, though. Picks up a cut track, so it is now a power jam for Cupquake.
We will go to the natural conclusion of this jam. Full 2 minutes on this one. Taj Mahal was the lead jammer, losing that benefit once she cut the track. I believe we have a back block penalty being called to number 88, Cupquake. She's trying to get back to that penalty box. She did go past the point of no return. And it looks like Taj Mahal did spend her full 30 seconds in the box, so that means Cupquake is going to have to spend the full 30 seconds as well. No discount given.
She will come in just before the end of this jam. Taj Mahal now coming in, takes advantage of a slightly discombobulated Rodeo City defense. Moves through for her 4 points.
Rodeo looking to reform, close up the gaps, coming in quick. I believe we're getting a low block penalty called for Taj Mahal on that one. So she's going to go back to the box for the next 30 seconds, and we're going to see if Cupquake was able to finish her penalty or if she's going to get released. It was close. She was already standing poised and ready to go, so it's going to be almost that 30-second mark.
So yes, Rodeo City going to get a power start there. Bearing the pain, hitting Cupquake right as she comes back in, knocking her to the outside. Keeps her from going around. That's going to end the jam due to time expiring. So with about 20 minutes and 30 seconds left, we are going to see a power start for Rodeo City.
And on the line is 7-3-4.
Nada to Hell.
Nada to Hell has been a pretty effective jammer for Rodeo so far in this game. And a power start is exactly where she wants to be at right now, especially with that full defense out there to help her get through that wall.
Freight Train working it, along with Tomahawk trying to break up that defense. And there's an opening on the inside for Nada to Hell, so she takes advantage. She's lead jammer and on a scoring pass.
Freight Train doing a great job executing that, actually pushing a window of opportunity for her jammer to get through on the inside to get that lead jammer status. And in a power jam situation, there's no reason she shouldn't have done that.
Unfortunately, Freight Train now going out on a penalty. There's a star pass to 7 Skate 9 right as they came back in, but the jam was called off. It was a 1-0 jam in favor of Rodeo City. And now we have Ms. Speedy Gonzalez, who shares a quick high five with Unholy Rampage.
Freight Train has played a very clean game so far. But she has been very effective as a blocker as well. So her coming in as pivot on this jam is almost a benefit to Rodeo's defense.
Only Rampage running into that tripod. Tripod is anchored down by number 1. I believe there are 11 perhaps. That's into Hood, I believe. Yes, into Hood. Miss Speedy Gonzalez makes her way through. Unholy Rampage finds an opening on the outside, skates around to pick up her points. 4 points up for SDB right now as Miss Speedy Gonzalez engages with the pack. Makes her way through, but is stopped up by Violet Van Helsing.
It's a foot race right now. We've got Speedy Gonzalez on the inside, outside going Unholy Rampage. Both of them trying to make their way around the track and put some points on the board. Unholy Rampage is the lead jammer on this jam. He gets knocked to the inside by number 84.
She's so sarcastic.
Calls off that jam. And we're going to reset for the next one with the penalty box empty.
Not out of hell back in for Rodeo City. Go-Go is in for the Ultraviolets.
And unable to get the team on the track in time, 2 blockers were fielded for Rodeo City. So it's short stack on the track out there for Rodeo City. Making a short change out of that defense. Go-Go picks up lead, also puts 5 points on the board. Number 99 was on the track, but she's getting a penalty for not being in position at the start of that whistle.
Not out of hell working hard against that tripod defense. Big hit to clear the way there from Leanna Klokya. But still just outnumbered out there by the Ultraviolets.
Go-Go just barely holding the line down here on turn number 4 as she skates away around that track, tries to find a line on the outside of that defense, and holds it by 2 wheels only. Amazing, amazing game there by Ultraviolets.
Kim Karsmashian now coming in to reinforce the 2-strong defense, so now they're back up to 3. Unfortunately, they're only going to have 3 right now, and now back down to 2 as Liana Klokya is in the penalty box.
Around the outside, pushing her way right through the middle. 4 more points going on the board right there for Go-Go. Huge jam by Ultraviolets. Go-Go's doing an amazing job putting her feet on the track out there.
Go-Go, unfortunately, is sent out of bounds and gets a skating out of bounds call because she tried to ditch out to avoid contact with her own skaters and Nat Out of Hell. So now it's a power jam for Nat Out of Hell.
Go-Go loses her lead jammer status as well.
So we're going to go another 5 seconds before time runs out. But that is a good thing because then not only is Rodeo City going to be able to have a power start, but they will be able to get ideally all 4 blockers out onto the field this time.
Looks like Rodeo's going to call out for a timeout. On that one, huge jam out there for the Ultraviolets. 30 points, even though Go-Go did pick up a penalty at the end of that. 30 points on the board for the Seattle Derby Brats. During that timeout, I'd like to remind you all that Seattle Derby Brats, Galaxy Girls, Emerald City Reservoir Dolls, and the Inland Northwest Pixies will be traveling to Lincoln, Nebraska for the JRDA Championships, running July 9th through the 11th. You'll be able to tune into the live stream. Streaming information will be coming soon, so check the JRDA's Facebook page or head to the juniorrollerderby.org.
And you can start your tech career with Dev Bootcamp, where curious beginners learn full-stack web development in 19 weeks. Visit devbootcamp.com to learn more about the original immersive coding school and build something meaningful at Dev Bootcamp, located in Seattle's Pioneer Square.
Lena Klokya on the line for Rodeo City. We got everybody lined up on the pivot line. Haven't seen that in a while since the last game out here.
Everyone huddled together, perhaps for warmth. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, you know, this Seattle summertime, we get a little chilly. But it is a power start in favor of Rodeo City. We do have all players on the track for Rodeo. Maybe they did a timeout just to make sure they got all 4 blockers in play.
Rodeo's blockers doing an excellent job disrupting the defense Rodeo City, they could not get that diamond defense together as they were just being battered apart. So Leanna Kalakia makes it through on as lead jammer and is on her scoring pass now as Gogo comes off the penalty box.
Cautiously approaching that pack. She tries to push her way through. Gogo gets out, makes short change of that defense as she gets through on that initial pass. Gogo getting knocked to the outside down on turn number 3. She's forced to recycle way back there.
Leanna Kalakia also being forced to recycle.
Leanna Kalakia does have the lead jammer not on this one. But she is looking to put some points on the board before she calls off the jam. Finding a window on the inside. That Seattle defense is trying to hold her back, but she scoots to the outside and just like that puts 4 points on the board for Rodeo City.
Leanna Kalakia, strong skater. They just the Derby girls, the Ultraviolets, just hurling themselves at her, but not able to knock her out. And then she throws a nice little butt bump right in there.
Little hip
Catches
check.
7 skate 9 by surprise. I heard a little yelp there as she hit her.
Looks like she did get a cut track penalty on that one, but she also picked up some points, which they'll give to her after she serves her time. Unfortunately, Gogo is the one that's out there right now. She's looking to put points on the board, and just like that, she does. 5 in the Sky Grand Slam, including that ghost point that she gets for the jammer in the box.
Into Hood trying to make the attempt there. Just Gogo hangs on just by 1 skate going on the outside there. That time she doesn't hang on enough, and she catches a cut the track call as the jam clock runs out. So we're going to see a power start for Rodeo City. They're going to do a little jammer do-si-do in there.
So we will start out the next jam with no jammer on the line. However, the whistle's going to blow. Jammer will be released. That jammer is going to be the Rodeo City jammer. She was poised and ready to go before Gogo did pick up that penalty, so it's going to be a little bit of a slow start.
And a clock in now coming out at the start of that whistle. He comes in, reverses into the hip check. And now the the Ultraviolets are going into a tripod defense to try and hold her back.
Violet Van Helsing heading up that defense out there. Eyes on the prize, watching that jammer as she tries to get through. 33 is doing an amazing job. Lena Kalakia right now. Last line of defense, Violet Van Helsing. She's joined up by, I believe that's number 70, isn't it? Virginia Wolf. They're going to pick up a directional penalty for Violet Van Helsing.
But they did eat up the clock on that penalty.
Killed the penalty for sure. Lena Kalakia did pick up lead jammer status, though.
Kalakia getting knocked to the inside and calls off the jam. He picks up 2 points. And with just under 12 minutes left in the game, we're going to see, I believe that's, yes, Wheels of Mass Destruction going in and Tomahawk returning to the line. One blocker advantage right now for Rodeo City. Nada to Hell, the one to beat for Wheels of Mass Destruction.
Wheels of Destruction back out there in front. Once again, picking up that lead jammer nod.
Nada to Hell now moving into Disruption. Breaks that pack up. Tomahawk knocked to the inside, forced to recycle.
While Wheels of Mass Destruction rounds the track, putting 5 more points on the board.
And as their jammer comes back in, the Ultraviolets move into more of a disruption as well as they all charge in formation.
Rodeo City wall up front. Freight Train throwing a hip out there, but Wheels breaks on through on the inside with a hop, skim, and a jump, putting 4 more points on the board for Ultraviolets.
Wheels of Mass Destruction on a power jam right now. Nice shoulder thrown there by Nada to Hell. Knocks her out of bounds. She's getting a no pass, no penalty.
As Nat did take a knee on that one, she fell down, so that gives 777 the option to just keep on skating by. She did not have to recycle. That's that no pass, no penalty rule.
And Tomahawk now back in right in front of Wheels. Wheels finds an opening on the outside, does a little pirouette pivot. She is through for 5 points. Tomahawk runs into that formidable Ultraviolets defense.
Tomahawk looking for a window of opportunity to break on through. She gets a big hip check by Hells over there, number 253. Knocks her to the outside, forcing her to recycle back behind the pack. Looks like 9 3/4 happened to lose a toe stop on that last one. She's off to the side over here looking to fix her skate. 34-point jam by the Ultraviolets on that one.
Vampire Bunny out against 7 Skate 9 now. Both backs at full strength. Cupquake going in, trying to hold the line, make a clean sweep for her jammer on the outside, but not able to hold on. Into Hood now helping out. But Vampire Bunny pushed to the outside, and 7 Skate 9 makes her way through to become lead jammer. Vampire Bunny still struggling, knocked to the inside this time. Forced to recycle.
7 Skate 9 looking for that window of opportunity. I think she's going to find it right down the center. In chase, though, that's going to be number 11, Into Hood, looking to put a blow out there. And she does just that. 7 Skate 9's far away, though, breaking out, putting the points on the board.
Electrocute throwing the shoulder in there. Trying to slow down 7 Skate 9. Now she just has to beat Miss Speedy Gonzalez, but she gives her Miss Speedy Gonzalez gives a little push to 7 Skate 9, knocks her out of bounds, and she'll call off the jam. Like that's going to be a 5-point jam this time.
Looks like we had number 33 on the line, Lena Klokya for Rodeo City.
Virginia Wolf once again going all the way back for her run-up.
Virginia trying to hold that line on the outside, but she does get knocked to the outside by Into Hood, who's recycling way, way back, giving Lena Klokya the opportunity to pick up that lead jammer status. Again, powerful skater, that Lena Klokya.
Into Hood and Nada to Hell, the last line of defense there, trying to knock Virginia Wolf out. Virginia Wolf manages to hang on the inside, so she's moving around on her scoring pass as Leanna Klokya starts to shove her way right through that defense from the Ultraviolets. Virginia Wolf finds an opening on the outside and moves through, picking up her 5 points.
Lena Klokya trying to fight her way through that STB defense. They seem to be reforming in front of her as they go. She does have the option, though, so after picking up those 4 points, she calls off the jam after she takes a knee between turn 1 and 4.
Go-Go and Unholy Rampage doing an excellent work defensively out there, holding her up long enough. Miss Speedy Gonzalez is out on the line. She will not have any opposition to start with because she is on a power start, power jam here.
Virginia Wolf is in the penalty box at the start of this jam. Looks like we are going to have
an official timeout. Nope, looks like we're good.
Making sure our numbers are where they need to be. All the T's are dotted and I's are crossed. Wait a minute.
That's why we're announcers and not NSOs.
Something like that. Hey, Speedy Gonzalez looking for a window of opportunity, but that four-wall forms that diamond defense up front. SDB trying to hold her back, and it looks like the Rodeo City defense just collapsed there as 2 blockers go into the box right after the whistle's blown, leaving Speedy Gonzalez out there and 2 blockers left to help her out.
Speedy Gonzalez knocked to the inside, forcing to recycle. Looks like one of those blockers came out, now another one. So they are back up to full strength on both teams out there. Virginia Wolf takes advantage of the confusion as the Rodeo City blockers come back in, makes her way through, so she is going to be lead jammer. Looking on the outside, slides like in baseball. Has to recycle.
Right, Freight Train coming in with a good hit on that one, sending her to the outside. Speedy Gonzalez out there trying to work her way through. One skater left to get by, and she does just that, getting that initial pass out of the way.
Virginia Wolf weathers a sandwich between Tomahawk and Kim Karsmashian. And that jam will be called off after only 4 points. Just about 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in this game. And we're going to have Bella de Brawl out for the Ultraviolets. And it looks like Nat out of hell for Rodeo City.
Whistles blown, action starts. Nada DePel approaches that pack, but Bella de Brawl finds a window of opportunity on the inside to pick up that lead jammer nod. And she does just that, shooting her way through the pack, putting the wheels to the floor. She's speeding up out there. Not out of hell, getting a big hit there by Violet Van Helsing, sending her to the outside. She's going to recycle all the way back behind turn number 2 as Bella de Brawl rallies around the track for another 5-point pass.
Nice defensive work there being done by Electrocute, knocking Bella de Brawl from the outside into the inside. Every time she comes in, she knocked her outside, knocked her inside.
Bella de Brawl, I think she got onto that and went left and broke right because she missed that last hit, breaking her way through to put some points on the board, but that doesn't mean she's not working for it. Chasing her down as Bella de Brawl picks up another 5 in the Sky Grand Slam.
Nada to hell, working hard trying to get through that pack. Got knocked to the inside, had to recycle. Now she's working her way up. Weathers a big shoulder from Violet Van Helsing. Hanging on the outside. Oh, it takes a last-second hit, knocks her to the outside from Brady O'Flyer. She recycles a little bit.
Finds a line on the outside, looking for a window of opportunity, but she goes a little bit too far there. Bella de Brawl is forced to recycle back behind the pack as Nat out of hell works her way through to get that initial pass.
Cupquake with a very nice hip check that closed that door and forced the Ultraviolet's jammer out of bounds right before the end there. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game. And we're going to send in Leanna Klokya for the Rodeo City. And Anita Getcha in for the Ultraviolets.
Whistles blown, action has started. Anita Getcha hot on her toe stops, addressing this 4-wall up front here by Rodeo. 33 trying to break up that wall on the backside. Lena Klokya, but it's going to be Anita Getcha that's going to get that lead jammer knot out front. Lena Klokya is still looking for a window of opportunity, and if she can't find one, I'm sure she'll make one. Pushing her way through that defense.
Taj Mahal anchoring that Ultraviolet's defense, holding back Leanna Klokya, but then knocked out of the way by
big hit there by 665, Neighbor of the Beast. And it looks like she is getting back on her feet. Number 33, ladies and gentlemen, Lena Klokya. Big shout out going to our medical staff out here. We always have a medical staff on duty at all of our games to make sure that our skaters are safe and protected as best as can be.
Hope that they never, ever have to do anything. We are greatly appreciative of them volunteering their time.
And she's back on her feet, skating off the track. Now, with an injury, she will have to sit out 3 jams. When the jam is called for injury, that skater does have to sit out for the next 3. But it doesn't look like anything's broken or bleeding. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, that was number 33, Lena Klokya. Working hard out here today. All of these skaters putting 110% in, as this is the Northwest Junior Championships. This is a big deal. And they are skating as such.
And we're going to have Vanellope Van Skates out for the Rodeo City. 7 Skate 9 is out for the Ultraviolets. Got about 1:41 left in the game here.
Moses blown action has started. 7 Skate 9 pushing up to the front. Not out of hell trying to block her. Number 30 is going in for the hit, but she breaks through to get that lead jammer nod. Vanellope Van Skates getting pushed to the infield, recycling back behind the pack. 7/8 Skate 9 is just breezing her way through the line. Excellent track awareness, knowing where those skaters are at as she weaves her way through this pack.
Vanellope Van Skates taking advantage of She's So Sarcastic, running disruption inside that pack there. And with exactly 1 minute left in the game after that jam ended, a timeout is called.
Like SDB is calling out that timeout. This is a team timeout. During that team timeout, I'd like to remind you that JRD is partnering with the USA Roller Sports to bring roller derby to the AAU Junior Olympics July 12th and the 13th. This event will feature teams from 6 U.S. regions and 2 from Canada. The Northwest All-Star team includes players from the Galaxy Girls, the Reservoir Girls, I-5 Roller Girls, the Pixies, and other leagues from the region. Streaming information coming soon, so check the JRDA's Facebook page, juniorrollerderby.org. Funny thing about that is all of those teams are featured right here this weekend, so you're watching the action happen before they get out to the Olympics. But again, amazing athleticism coming from all of these skaters out here this weekend. Looks like that team timeout has come to an end.
So we have Cupquake out for Rodeo City. The Ultraviolets have sent out Bella de Brawl for what could be the last jam. We're waiting for the clock to get adjusted back up to 1 minute here. There we go.
Poised and ready to go. These jammers are waiting to put the action out on the track. Finding a wheel on the inside, quickly jumping to it. Number 20, Bella de Brawl, picks up that lead jammer nod. Cupquake trying to get through this STB defense, holding the line right in the edge, picking up those 5 points. That's Bella de Brawl.
Electrocute trying to give the assist to Cupquake as much as she can, but not able to do it. Cupquake, though, this time she's waiting for the jammer. Throws a shoulder, but it looks like she's picking up a low block there.
5 more points going up for Bella de Brawl. STB defense doing an amazing job right now, holding back number 88 with a hop, skip, and a jump. She does just that. Breaks through once again for another 5-point pass.
Cupquake now working her way up against that 3 wall up in the front. Both squads are down by 1. And we have looks like we might have been going for a jammer star pass, but yep, there we go. He has passed off the star over to Tomahawk. Tomahawk fights her way through. Dons the star.
As she breaks through that pack, she calls off the jam. The official clock has run down, so that will be the last jam of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Sitting at the unofficial final score right now, we're looking at 456 to 76 in favor of Seattle Derby Brats Ultraviolets. It was a battle out here on the track. I think it's safe to say that SDB is going to take it away on this one.
I would find it highly unexpected if they managed to find approximately 400 points that they had missed.
Well, it was a long jam, so it has been a pleasure to call this game with you. Once again, I am the Norwegian Persuasion.
And I am Jim Diesel.
Come back at 6 o'clock when we got the SDB Galaxy girls versus the I-5 roller girls for the last game of the evening. And taking our victory lap, once again, it's the Ultraviolets. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in, and we will see you here next time. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you're at on the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here in Seattle at the Rat's Nest, bringing you live all the action happening here at the Northwest Junior Championships. We're about to start with the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls facing off against the I-5 Roller Girls, the moment you've been waiting for all day long. I'm the Norwegian Persuasion.
And I'm Cheyenne Young.
We're going to be calling all this action to you live from the flat track right here at the Nest. It's been an amazing day of roller derby. I don't know if you've been tuning in all day or you're just getting here now, but we have seen some amazing skill coming from these juniors all day long, and this is the last game of the day, so saving the best for last. Galaxy Girls versus I-5, that rivalry that's been going around for years. We're going to bring it to you right now once we get all the safety checks out of the way. Cheyenne, what's your favorite part of the day so far?
Oh, goodness. I'd have to say, to be completely honest, when the girls get knocked around and then get back up.
That's been happening game after game.
I saw one this morning get hit so hard that she spun around in the air, kind of like a starfish, and then landed on her stomach.
Yeah, that is it. And she walked away skated away from it, right?
Yeah.
This is good.
Got right back up. I couldn't believe it. I'd be like, man, I'd be sitting there going, ugh.
That's almost the best part of it is when they get back up. It's when they don't that you got to worry a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, watching the ability out here on the track and knowing that, in a short period of time, some of these skaters are going to be moving up to that adult league. It's impressive. I'm really excited to see what we're going to see out on the track in the coming years. I know that we've got a few of these skaters aging out this year from both of these teams, from I-5 and the Galaxy Girls, which I can't wait to see where they're at next year. But I think we're going to put some action on the track for you right here during this game, and you're going to see what I'm talking about, that next level of competition that we've been looking for in the sport. Both teams, I-5 and Galaxy Girls, have skaters going to the Olympics, the Junior Olympics, as the JRDA is partnering with the USA Roller Sports to bring roller derby to the AAU Junior Olympics, July 12th and 13th. The event's going to feature teams from 6 U.S. regions and 2 from Canada. So the Northwest All-Star team is going to include players from our Galaxy Girls, the Reservoir Dolls, the I-5 Roller Girls, which you're about to watch as well, Pixies, and other leagues. All of these teams are featured here this weekend at the Northwest Junior Championships. Streaming information is going to be coming soon, so make sure you check out that JRDA Facebook page or juniorrollerderby.org.
All right. Well, it has been a long day here in the Rat's Nest, where we are streaming live from. Every team has played amazingly well, and it is, in fact, the last bout of the day.
We might as well go through some names on this so everybody knows who's skating out here. So skating out in black today, the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls, you're looking at 00 Cookie Dozer, 1000 Deathina, 113 is going to be Snow Fright, 15 Threatening Thunder, 180 Rival E, number 2 is Webster, 206 Helen Huntress, 33 is going to be Aqua Knock You Out, 363 is N. Larson, 411 Lil Fist Fight, 471 Free to Clobber, E. Like, number 5, Assault and Carmel, number 60, 911 is going to be a mile later. Number 35 is Fuller, and 500 is Indy 500.
And for the I-5 Roller Girls, we got 00 Elaphobia, 15 Roseblood, number 2 Green, 20 Martial Law, 25 S. Sagos, 4 Watson, 52 Benkin, which I believe is now Death by Beth, 55 Karmic Death, who's the captain of that team, 66 Frank the Bunny, 7 Mad Zass, 75 Berlin, 80 Mad Taco, and 9 Maryland Manslam.
And don't forget about Lynn Sanity. That's Aqua Knock You Out up front. Whistle blew quickly. Action started. Aqua flew through that defense, picking up lead jammer Nod. Finding a window on the outside. She comes in with a shoulder check, looking to make her way through that pack to pick up some points, but she gets knocked to the outside by number 2 Green. Seeing the Death by Beth come up on her 6, she calls off the jam, and it looks like that's before any points are scored by either team. So First Blood has not been stricken just yet. However, Aqua did get out in front, pick up that lead jammer Nod quickly.
All right, up for the Galaxy Girls, we got Threatening Thunder. And for I-5, we got Frank the Bunny. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a timeout.
I believe this is officials timeout, just making sure everything's straight, times are legit, and everything's ready to go.
All right, we're good to go as the skaters line up at the jammer line.
That's Threatening Thunder once again for the Galaxy Girls, facing off against Frank the Bunny for I-5. Threatening Thunder finding a window on the inside. Shoots through to pick up that lead jammer nod quickly as Frank the Bunny tries to find a window of opportunity, and she does. On the outside, she's now on her scoring pass. Number 15 getting a hip check by S. Sagos out there on turn number 1. Frantically calling off the jam before any points are scored. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the game of the day right here. I-5 took on Portland this morning. Winning that game, they are in the bout now against Galaxy Girls, the number 1 seeded team in this event. Evenly matched up so far, 0-0 and 2 jams in. We're going to see some serious action out here on the flat track.
All right, coming up next for I-5 Roller Girls, we got number 2 Green and number 411 Lil Fist Fight, who is the captain of the Galaxy Girls. The whistle blows and she is off right around the outside, picking up a lead jammer for the Galaxy Girls, leaving number 2 Green to fend for herself. But she does see a way out on the outside and takes it, getting her initial pass through.
Lil Fist Fight fights her way through that pack, working her way around the track, picking up some points just like that. Number 2, Green, is behind that four-wall defense. That diamond defense that SDB Galaxy Girls are putting up so well down on turn number 1. Lil Fist Fight on the inside looking for a window of opportunity. She's knocked in by number 9, Maryland Manslam. We have 4 points going up on the board for Green as well. So matching strike for strike up to that one. 4 more going up for Galaxy before they call up the jam. That means first blood has been drawn, and coming out on top is going to be SDB Galaxy Girls. That's 10-4.
All right. Back at the lineup, we've got 80 Mad Taco for I-5 Roller Girls, and for Galaxy Girls, it looks like we have number 33 Aqua Knock You Out.
Aqua Knock You Out being a personal hero of mine. Amazing skater. She gets knocked to the inside by the I-5 defense, recycling back behind that pack, looking for a window of opportunity. As Mad Taco tries to fight her way through, it's going to be Aqua Knock You Out coming out on top, picking up that lead jammer nod for the Seattle Derby Rats Galaxy Girls.
Mad Taco attempted to get out of the pack there, but accidentally got pushed out by her own teammate, Maryland Manslam, forcing her to recycle. But she did make her way through on her initial pass.
Aqua Knock You Out down on turn number 2, almost getting knocked to the outside, doing a matrix maneuver there on her toe stops, holding the line inside that rope, keeping her composure, doesn't fall to the outside to get the cut track penalty, does call off the jam. No points were scored by either side on that one.
All right. Hopping up to the line, we got Frank Bunny for I-5 Roller Girls. Excuse the puns, I can't help myself. And for Galaxy Girls, we got Assaulting Caramel, number 60.
Whistles blown, action starts. Frank the Bunny to the outside, looking for a window of opportunity, but she's met by that 3-wall diamond defense. Number 60 with a hop, skip, and a jump. That's Assaulting Caramel picking up that lead jammer nod for the Seattle Derby Rats Galaxy Girls.
But Frank the Bunny is out on her initial pass, putting on the gas around those curves, trying to catch up with the lead jammer.
Assaulting Caramel out front, spins back, does a 180, sees Frank the Bunny coming up on her 6, puts her hands through her hips and calls off the jam, but not before she puts 3 more points on the board. So that's going to be a 3-2 in favor of the Galaxy Girls.
And Frank the Bunny did manage to nab 2 points before the end of that jam. All right, up next we got Karmic Death, who's the captain of the I-5 Roller Girls, up against Threatening Thunder.
Karmic Death going to the outside, juke into the end, but finding a window of opportunity. Number 15, threatening Thunder, breaking through, picking up that lead jammer nod.
Ladies and gentlemen, the storm is coming. Thunder is actually one of my favorite skaters of all time.
Left me speechless on that one with how quick she was, which is kind of hard for an announcer. Hey, seeing Karmic Death coming up from the backside. She calls off the jam before any points are scored. Seattle using that defense, holding them back, getting out, getting those points, calling off the jam before any points are scored by the other team. Doing an amazing job of just that, and it looks like we've got number 411 out on the line right now. That's a little fist fight.
Up against number 2, Green, for the I-5 Roller Girls.
Up on that line is number 25, Sagos. She is going to be aging out this year. So putting skates to work, she takes number 401 on out, who gets a penalty on that one. It's a power jam situation right now for the I-5 Roller Girls.
And Green takes it through all the way to the end, gaining lead jammer status. She did have a little bit of trouble, but her team definitely helped her out, especially since this is a power jam. They don't have that other jammer to worry about.
That is a 5 in the sky grand slam for Green, which they needed that. Trying to chomp away at that deficit. Only 8 points separate these two teams early on, setting a pace. So she was able to call off the jam before a little fist fight, was able to get out of the penalty box on that one. So it's going to be a power start out here for Watson. Number 4, Watson for I-5 Roller Girls, another skater that's going to be aging out this season. The junior division. From the inside to the out, trying to get through that SDB defense. Amazing hops, giving a jump there by Little Fistfight. She does get knocked to the outside, forced to recycle back behind Sagos. That 3-wall diamond defense reforming quickly, but that's not going to hold back Little Fistfight as she breaks her way through, jumps around that apex, and picks up the lead jammer nod.
Looks like Watson is still having a little bit of trouble getting through that Galaxy Girl block. They are twirling and whirling around, and she is not getting through, kind of like revolving doors here.
Little fist fight, putting the points on the board right there. She just racked up another 4-point pass. Trying to get through that defense. It's going to be number 80 with a hip check. Mad Taco sent her to the infield. She's going to have to recycle back behind Sagos.
And she skates through on the outside, skates in line, and picks up another 5 points.
Watson having a hard time getting through this defense. She does pass the start of Mad Taco, I believe that is. A death by Beth, number 55. Now jammer of record for the I-5 Roller Girls. She does get out of the pack, looking for a window of opportunity to put some points on the board.
Slight correction, that was Karmic Death.
Oh, Karmic Death. Little Fistfight calls off the jam before any points do get picked up by I-5, but 14 were scored by Seattle Derby Brats on that one, bringing the total 33 to 14.
All right, up to jam for I-5 is Frank the Bunny.
And speaking of 33, that's going to be Aqua Knock You Out.
Ooh, it'd be cool if we got Captain against Captain for jamming later.
Bam.
All right, Aqua Knock You Out, trying to force her shoulder through the pack, and she does. She takes the, penalty.
It looks like she got, I'm not sure, it must have been a back block penalty?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, that's going to be number 6. That'd be a high block penalty. So that's going to be Frank the Bunny out in front now, picking up that lead jammer nod during this power jam situation. She's got 30 seconds to put some points on the board before Aqua gets out there.
She tried to hop around the inside, but the Galaxy Girls definitely shut that door on her right quick. They got that triad defense up there, and they do not want her to get through no matter how hard she pushes through the inside line. They do push her out, and she has to recycle to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, their jammer, Aqua Knock You Out, is back through and shouldering her way through the I-5 Roller Girls, and she makes it on her initial pass.
SDB defense did an amazing job of killing that penalty right there. That diamond defense, that 3-wall triad defense that they put up, Just focus, pinpoint accuracy on that jammer, keeping her back the entire time until that 30-second penalty was spent. Aqua came back out, seeing she was on the scoring pass. They call off the jam. Good play by I-5, good play by SDB.
All right. Mad Taco jamming for I-5 Roller Girls up against Threatening Thunder. See, I can trip up too. All right, Mad Taco coming in right behind those Galaxy Girls.
Threatening Thunder getting a hip check to the outside by Sagos. Mad Taco up front trying to get through this SDB defense. It's a whirlwind out there. This pack is speeding up. Threatening Thunder getting knocked to the outside down on turn number 2.
Mad Taco almost made it through the inside on that one, but she didn't quite get there. One toe stop out, and she had to recycle to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Threatening Thunder made it through on her initial pass, but did fail to gather any points. That was a no-point pass for either team.
Just a level of intensity out here right now. Excellent track awareness from both teams, realizing what's happening with Jammer at all times, calling off the jam before points are scored by the opposing team. We've got a low-scoring game right now. I mean, we're about, almost 12 minutes into the game, and we're at 32-18. Both teams doing a great job of holding them back. With number 66, Frank the Bunny out there facing off against Little Fist Fight. Little Fist Fight up front, getting pushed to the infield by Karmic Death. She's forced to recycle back behind that pack. But Frank the Bunny's now addressing this defensive SDB, trying to find a window of opportunity. In doing so, knocks Little Fist Fight to the inside, who recycles back, gets through. Last line of defense being Karmic Death. And she breaks through to get that lead jammer status.
Yeah, both Assaulting Carmel and Webster for the Galaxy Girls are doing a great job trying to keep Frank the Bunny from getting through. But she does find her way through on the outside, completing her initial pass. And her next pass will be a point pass, except for they called off the jam. So that was a no-point pass for either team. Oh, correction, the Galaxy Girls did get 1 point.
Picked up one on that one. That's one more point in the lead, the right direction for that team. Now they're going to be fielding number 33, Aqua Knock You Out, facing off against, I believe that's going to be number 55, Death by Beth. Karmic Death. Excuse me. There's so much death on the team.
No, there's a lot of death out there.
Karmic Death now trying to find a window, breaking through this three-wall defense as we've got one blocker in the penalty box for SDB. Aqua Knock You Out, holding herself in by a toe stop, finds a window, sprints, but she didn't pick up the nod. Now it's a foot race between Karmic and Aqua Knock You Out. Aqua has passed her up on the track, but I think Karmic, yes, is going to call off the jam before any points are scored by either team.
It was a great move, and if Karmic hadn't won or had won that battle for speed there, she would have been able to make some points before she called it off, but that was probably the smartest thing to do. Keep the other team from gaining any points.
It does look like Aqua did pick up a penalty on that one, so she's going to spend the next 30 seconds in the box. She's going to start out this jam in the penalty box, so it's a power start for number 55, Karmic Death.
She's looking for a way through on the inside. Didn't quite find it. Managed to skate through 4-on-1 at Little Fist Fight. Number 2, Webster, picking up lead jammer for this round.
Now she got her hips just past Little Fist Fight down on turn 1, which this is all called by the hips. Where those hips are at, determine where the points are, who's picking up that lead, and she did just that. So excellent use of her power start, getting out in front and picking up that lead.
Ooh, she barely made it through there, and at the last minute, Captain versus Captain gets knocked to the inside with an excellent hip check from Little Miss Fistfight. There is a star pass going on here. But Aqua Knock You Out dances around the inside of the track on her initial pass.
Hop, skip, and a jump. She pirouettes toe stop style on the inside line, getting that initial pass out of the way. And just like that, I don't even think she slowed up her pass to pick up those 4 points. And as you can see, STB is now going to rack and stack some points as there is no lead jammer. We have 50 seconds left in this jam. We're going to go to the natural conclusion. We do have a new jammer of record on I-5, which is Green, who is also putting the points on the board for another 4-point pass on her heels. Aqua is coming up on her 6 for 4 more as well.
Aqua Knock You Out is definitely one of the more aggressive players that I've seen. She does have quite a shoulder throw there, and she is not afraid to use it. She does a fantastic job. Everything legal, everything great, but yeah, she collected 4 more points there on that pass.
Aqua recycling back behind the pack right now, and we come to a natural conclusion on that one. Coming out on top was 17, 19, 20 points in favor of the Galaxy girls to 13 I-5.
All right. Lining up at the jammer line. Oh. It looks like we have a timeout for the Galaxy girls.
All right, looks like the Galaxy girls getting a little pep talk there by their coach, Luna Negra. I'd like to give a quick shout out to Fast Girl Skates. Always a big sponsor of local roller derby, local junior roller derby. Visit Fast Girl Skates for all your roller derby skating supplies or at fastgirlskates.com. It's always fun to step into their brick and mortar store if you're ever in the Seattle area. Good group of people working there, always so knowledgeable and willing to help out. I take my junior skater there as often as possible when my paycheck is permitting, because you know kids and they like their stuff.
Well, come on. I mean, they have so many pretty colors.
Right, and you need every one of them.
Oh, yeah, you got to have the entire rainbow in skate laces every time.
That's a touchy subject. We're not going to talk about the laces, all right? All right, back to the action on the track. Looks like we've got number 15 out there once again. That's going to be Threatening Thunder.
Up against number 52, Death by Beth.
Threatening Thunder again, just hot on her feet. Those wheels got to move. As soon as that whistle blows, she shoots to the inside, breaks away, picking up that lead jammer status.
Ooh. Hopping around 80, Mad Taco as she tries to throw her a hip check, but doesn't quite make it. Twice in a row. No pass, no penalty for Threatening Thunder.
She does pick up 3 points on that pass. Skipping around that pack. She does pick up a cut track penalty. She's going to go to the box for the next 30 seconds. So she does lose her lead jammer status. We are going to go to the natural conclusion of this game, or this jam. And we've got number 52, Death by Beth, trying to fight her way through this pack right now. That STB defense doing an amazing job of holding her back, led up right now by Cookie Dozer out front. Cookie Dozer with a slight hip check, pushing Death by Beth to the outside. SDB once again doing an amazing job of killing that penalty, giving Threatening Thunder the opportunity to serve her 30 seconds, get back out on the track in a scoring position. But she does pick up another cut track penalty. I believe that's going to be her 3rd penalty of the game so far. She's going to spend the next 30 seconds in the box, once again leaving Becken on the track.
And it looks like there was a star pass, but she is currently fighting to get her way out of the pack. I believe it was from Death by Beth to Watson.
That's right. Watson is now the skater, the jammer on record. And she does not have to have the star on her helmet until she gets through. She can put it back on, but we do know that she had it in her hand.
And number 363, Ann Larson, picked up a high block just before the whistle blew, and so she is going to spend the rest of this time in the penalty box. It's going to be a power start for the I-5 Roller Girls because their jammer is indeed on the track. And Galaxy Girls is in the penalty box.
That is going to be number 15, Threatening Thunder. She's going to finish off her penalty in the box at the start of this jam. Slight pack advantage going to I-5. I-5 does an amazing job right as soon as that whistle blows. Comes in, breaks up that triangle defense that STB formed up, giving Green the opportunity to get out in front, pick up that lead jammer status.
Looks like Green had a little bit of trouble getting through on the outside, but she corrected and balanced herself out, collecting 5 points for this round through. Meanwhile, Threatening Thunder is still trying to get past that line of defense that I-5 has put up. Green makes it through for another 4 points. It looks like there's been a star pass from Threatening Thunder to number 60, which is Assaulting Carmel.
Salted Carmel trying to get that star on her dome, but before she's able to put any points on, Green does call off the jam. 3 more points going up for the ladies in white. 12-point jam, 10 points separating these two teams right now. It's a close game with just a little under 11 minutes left in the first half.
Look at that. I get my derby wish. Earlier I was saying I wanted to see the team captains go up against each other, and I get just that. Number 55, Karmic Death, going up against number 411. Little fist fight.
Little fist fight, trying to fight her way through. 2 wall up front, breaks through like they're standing still. Quickly picking up that lead jammer nod.
And Karmic Death sent to the penalty box on a penalty that I did not catch. But Little Miss Fistfight made it through the pack again, collecting 5 more points for Galaxy Girls. SDB doing a great job keeping their defense on their toes, but the pack broke up, and a Little Fistfight goes through and collects another 5 points.
Little fist fight, pushing her way through that defense, but I-5's wall formed up tight now. We have 4 blockers on the track. Just like that, they push her to the outside. She's forced to recycle back behind number 4. I believe that's Watson out there. And we've got Karmic Death back out on the track looking to put some points on the board for I-5. Just like that's her initial pass.
Yeah, I gotta say, I love Karmic Death skates on the bottom. They look like they light up, but they're just so shiny and orange that, you know, it's a trick of the light, but they look like they're light up skates, and I'd be really jealous if they were.
I really think that more skaters should have light up skates, but you know, they don't.
You know, they make those skate bags with those light up wheels that when they roll, they skate with centrifugal force. That'd be great. I think that'd be a great idea for roller skates.
We got Aqua knock you out on the line, facing off against, that's number 2, Green once again. Aqua pushing her way through, fighting her way out of that pack, picking up lead jammer nod once again for the Galaxy Girls. Pack advantage going in favor of the Galaxy Girls as 2 blockers are in the box for I-5. And Aqua's taking full advantage of that as she rallies around the outside to pick up 5 more points.
I am admiring Aqua's skates as well. Those All-American flags certainly are helping my patriotic needs.
Fighting her way through that defense. Number 66 tries to put the block on her. That's Frank the Bunny, but she's going to get a forearm penalty as Aqua pushes through for another 5-point pass. Finding the line on the inside. She does it again. In the meantime, Green is pushed to the outside and forced to recycle back behind that STB defense. 2 all up front for I-5. Spin to win, pirouettes on her toe stops, but she does pick up a cut track penalty. Apparently, Gritty Pearl saw that foot come to the infield a little too far, so Aqua's going to lose that lead jammer status. We are going to go the full 54 seconds remaining in this jam.
Meanwhile, Green is trying to get through this pack on the inside, but SDB seems to be shutting down that door, and she needs more of her teammates to get through. So I think there's a star pass here, to number 66, Frank the Bunny. And she's going to see if she can hop her way through this team. There she goes. All right. They have their initial pass for I-5 Roller Girls. Their next pass will be point scoring. So this is definitely putting this power jam to work.
SDB defense tightening up front as Aqua fights her way through that I-5 defense. Breaks out for another 5-point pass. SDB eye on the prize. Watching their jammers, they come through. They were locked up in that defense as well. Open up the gates, let her through. She goes through for another 5-point pass. 4-point pass.
All right, and that is the end of the jam. We've got about 7 minutes left in this half of the game. And we have a timeout called for the I-5 Roller Girls.
During that time out, I'd like to give a quick shout out to Quality Athletics, Celebrate Sport, located in Seattle's Pioneer Square. Quality Athletics is a full-service restaurant and bar, not your usual sports bar fare, with a large wood fire grilled and slushy and snow cone machine, a rooftop garden, an AstroTurf back bar, and outdoor fire pits. Come check out Quality Athletics.
And now I am hungry.
Yes, I concur. Amazing action happening on both sides of this track right now. STB's been able to push away from the pack a little bit. As they say, it's been 42 points spread between these two. STB sitting at 95, I-5 Roller Girls sitting at 53, but they've just been chipping away at that lead, kind of pushing themselves a little bit here and there. A couple big jams helped get them to that point, but fairly evened odds out there on the track. Defense for defense, offense for offense. I think STB's defense has been doing an amazing job. I-5's defense has been doing an amazing job. Just some great skill out there on the track this afternoon.
All right. Lining up, we've got number 52, Death by Beth, jamming for I-5 Roller Girls. And for her first jam today for the for this game is number 113, Snow Fright.
So Fry going to the outside, moving to the in, addressing this three-wall diamond defense up front that I-5 is putting out. Trying to find a window of opportunity. She gets that 1 foot to the infield. Tries to recycle back behind the pack. Number 2, Watson, recycles a little bit farther than expected, but 113 is able to address that. Snow Fright moves a little farther back, does not get the cut. And up front, we've got Benkin trying to force her way through that 2-wall of the STB defense, and she's going to get a blocking with a head penalty. She's going to go to the box for the next 30 seconds, leaving Power Jam out there for Snow Fright. Snow Fright now out on a scoring pass, looking for a window of opportunity. She's the jammer of record. She is the lead jammer in this one. I-5 defense pushing her to the inside. She's forced to recycle back behind that pack. Feeling some pressure, seeing that jammer standing in the box. Puts her hands to her hips and calls off the jam before any points are scored by I-5. 3 points picked up there by SDB.
All right, lining up next for SDB Galaxy Girls, we have number 60, which is Assaulting Carmel. This is a power start because the I-5 Roller Girls jammer is still in the penalty box. And she pushes right through, passing up all the other girls, taking lead jammer. But it looks like number 52, Death by Beth, is hot on her trail out of the penalty box, slides right up to that Derby girl line. Doesn't quite make it through with a hip check, falls down. And now she's got to fight her way through, and she makes it on her initial pass through the inside. This is a power jam for the I-5 Roller Girls.
Beckett going to the outside, met by that STB defense. Jukes to the end, looking for a window of opportunity, but she's met by Lil Fistfight down here on turn number 3, giving STB the opportunity to reform their defense up front. Karmic Death up there trying to help out Bankin. But with the reformation of that 4-wall diamond defense up front, again, STB's putting her to a standstill on turn number 4.
All right, number 55, Karmic Death, is out on a penalty that I did fail to notice. 52, Death by Beth, trying to get through that Galaxy Girl defensive line. Meanwhile, number 60, Assaulting Carmel, has made it through on a scoring point pass. Ooh, she almost didn't make it. Dragon escaped behind her, but she did stay upright and gained 5 more points.
That was a clean shoulder check right there on turn number 1 as she broke through that wall. One skater left to get by. That's going to be number 80, Mad Taco. Mad Taco's got to let her go through as she puts another 5 in the sky. Grand slam out there for Assaulting Carmel.
All right, looks like Death by Beth is circling back into the pack, but she did go out of bounds on the inside as she put a little too much gas down on that pedal, getting a cut track penalty, excuse me.
That was 14 points scored by Seattle Derby Brats on that one. Make that 19 points, bringing their total to 117, breaking that century mark, 117 to 58.
Rolling up for a nifty little power start is 33, Aqua Knock You Out. Death by Beth for the I-5 Roller Girls, still sitting in the penalty box. Aqua Knock You Out, I'm sure, is going to put as much pressure as she can on this power start, get as many points as she can, and she takes lead jammer.
Out in front, making the most out of that 30 seconds that she had at the start of this one. We are picking up a couple penalties right now. Looks like we got Cookie Dozer going to the box, followed by number 25, Sagos, as Aqua finds her way around that track with another 5-point pass.
All right, coming right out of the box, number 52, Death by Beth. Ooh, and she gets shoulder and hip checked at the same time. Knocked backwards a little bit, but not out of bounds. Number 33 getting knocked around a little bit, but she does make it through for a scoring pass of 5 points. 52 through on her initial pass for this bout.
Karmic Death did pick up a high block penalty on that one when Aqua's coming through. Breaks her way through the pack, calls off the jam. Hands to the hips on that one, but it looks like she put 14 points on the board. 3 points going up for I-5 on that one.
All right, skating for the first time this half, we have number 180, Rival E, up against number 2, Green for the I-5 Roller Girls.
Whistles blown, action starts. Rival E juking from the outside, moving to the end, looking for that window of opportunity to get through as Green's trying to push her way through the center of this defense. Rival E shoots to the inside, 2 blockers left to get by. They got to let her go. Lead jammer going to SDB.
All right, and Green makes it through on her initial pass as the SDB girls lose a skater to a penalty. But they are doing their best. That was fantastic. She shoulder checked right through their guard and managed to get a 4-point, 4, 5? I think it was a 4-point pass there. Yeah, 4-point pass.
4 points on the board. So they're head-to-head in this jam, 4-4. Rival E looking to put some more points on the board as she's up front trying to get through this defense. Last line of defense out there, Frank the Bunny. Got to let her go through. That's 4 on the board for SDB. Green moving from the outside to the end, putting 4 up as well.
And it looks like number 180, Rival E, is stuck behind a little bit of a pile up here, but she does tap her hips and end the jam, gaining 3 points before the end of that.
And with the end of that jam, ladies and gentlemen, we're at halftime. We're sitting at 142 to 69. That's about a 73-point deficit for the I-5 Roller Girls. Still not insurmountable. We do have a whole other half to go. So tune in about 10 more minutes. We're going to take a quick break for the conclusion of this amazing game. Thank you, and we'll see you then. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Northwest Junior Championships. Coming at you live from the Rat's Nest in Seattle, Washington. Starting out our second half of this amazing game. Again, I'm Norwegian Persuasion.
And I'm Cheyenne Young.
We're calling the action to you live here from the flat track. Looks like we got Aqua Knock You Out up on the line at the start of this second half. Facing off against S. Sagos, number 25. Both of them fighting violently to get to the front, and it looks like Aqua's going to juke to the outside, pick up that lead jammer nod for the Seattle Derby Brats.
S. Sagos did manage to make it through the pack on her initial pass. Number 411, little fist fight, trying to catch her as she actually jumped the apex in order to catch her, but did miss.
Aqua Knock You Out, getting pushed to the outside between turn number 2 and 3 on that one with a hop skip. She able to bring herself back in. Doesn't get the cut track penalty. Flies around the track for 5 points on the board.
Meanwhile, S. Sagos did get forced out between turns 4 and 1, I think, and did have to recycle to the back of the pack, but she made it through, and she did, in fact, collect 4 points.
Aqua did pick up a back block penalty on that one, so she's going to lose her lead privilege. She's going to go to the box for 30 seconds. We got a power jam now for Sagos, who is looking to put some points on the board and chomp away at this deficit. It's about almost 80 points separating these two teams.
S. Sagos forced to the outside, having to recycle to the back of the pack. Pushing her way through, looking for a way through on the inside, but SDB is closing it down. Her teammates are definitely trying to widen that defense, but they don't seem to be making any headway until Aqua Knock You Out comes in and breaks up that entire pack pattern.
Just viciously fights her way through that defense. Doesn't take no for an answer. Flies through that wall. Sago's still trying to get through this SDB defense.
I'm pretty sure the amount of bravery these skaters have is definitely enhanced by the ones who have the visors.
Oh, hop, skip, and a jump. I think she might have landed on the infield, but was it before the end of that last whistle? She did pick up another point. Aqua Knock You Out, I believe, putting up 19 on that, jam to 9 for I-5.
Wow, looks like we got a fan club of screamers down here in the stands. There are definitely a lot of people cheering for the SDB Galaxy girls today.
Well, this is their home turf, so they bring their own fans, right? Up again, number 15 out there. We've seen some amazing stuff happening. From number 15, Threatening Thunder, that's right. Number 2 up front, Green, but Threatening Thunder finds a window, catches him sleeping on the outside. Lead jammer going to SDB once again.
Yeah, Threatening Thunder is definitely a tricky skater. She definitely doesn't conform to practicality, and she jumps around quite a bit, which confuses the players. But she makes it through yet again on the outside, picking up a cut track penalty. Oh.
Don't let the 2-2 fool you. That girl is fast on her feet. Only jammer on the track is going to be Green right now. She's in a power jam situation. No pass, no penalty on that last call, so she didn't get the penalty on that one. Knocks to the outside. She's going to be forced to recycle. SDB is going to do what they've been doing this whole time now. Their defense is going to lock up tight, and they're going to try and kill that penalty. The jammer goes in the box. SDB tightens up their defense and holds back that I-5 jammer. Number 52, Death by Beth, coming in to try and break up that defense a little bit. Gets taken down here on turn number 1. And Green gets knocked to the infield. In the meantime, Threatening Thunder comes out of the box just like that. Once again, killing the penalty, 4 points on the board.
All right, and that is Threatening Thunder. Through on the inside as if no one were home, practically threading the needle there, collecting 5 more points for the SDB Galaxy girls. It looks like the I-5 Roller Girls jammer is still stuck behind that wall of black, trying to tiptoe her way around the skates on the inside, but not getting anywhere.
Threatening Thunder knocked to the outside as that jam comes to a conclusion. 5 points going up for I-5. 4 points going up for STB at the end of that jam. 13-5 for the two teams, respectively.
All right. Rolling up to jam for the Galaxy girls, we have 180 Rival E and number 66 Frank the Bunny for I-5. We do have a 5-on-5 here.
Four-wall diamond defense up front by I-5, doing an amazing job right now holding back Rival E. Rival E trying to find a window of opportunity to get through. Looks for it on the outside, breaks away, gets that lead jammer nod. Frank the Bunny on the backside, frantically trying to get through that STB defense. It's been doing just an incredible job this entire game of holding back that I-5 offense. Just like that, they push her to the outside while Rival E goes around and puts 5 in the sky.
Yeah, she just bulldozed through that pack, taking the whole thing with her until they eventually had to give up.
They cannot break that 20-foot rule, so they cannot. That'd be pack destruction. They have to let her go at some point. 20 feet is a magic number.
All right, Rival E was forced to the inside of the pack, having to reset. Oh, no, she picked up a penalty, so she is straight to the... Looks like that was number 66 that picked up a penalty, not the SDB Galaxy Girls jammer. They did get 3 points on the board at the end of that jam, and there was 0 points for the I-5 Roller Girls. The score is now 187-83 in favor of the STB Galaxy Girls.
Speaking of penalties, in the first half, we do have a warning out there going up for Karmic Death, number 55 from I-5 Roller Girls. She sent in 6 penalties from the first half of the game, so you'll see a clean game happening from her. Right now, we're fielding number 113 Snow Fright for STB. Taking full advantage of this power start. She gets through this pack, picking up that lead jammer nod. Looking to put points on the board before Frank the Bunny is released from the box.
And she does a fantastic job skating through the pack, breaking up a little bit, and gathering another 5 points. It looks like Frank the Bunny is about to be released. Here she comes. She's having to skate all the way back. The SDB girls are pushing her back as far as they can. And they've got that nice triad defense running here, seeing as their pivot is in the penalty box. But nothing is going to stop Frank the Bunny from hopping through on the inside and completing her initial pass. Oh, looks like STB Galaxy Girls number 113, Snowfright, did pick up a back block penalty, and she is on her way to the penalty box, giving I-5 Roller Girls a power jam.
And this jam will go for the next 52 seconds. We're going to go the full 2 minutes on this one, as Snowfright was the lead jammer on that one, so we do have to go to its natural conclusion.
And hopping around one of those SDB Galaxy Girls, Frank the Bunny picks up another 5 points. Good show. The I-5 Roller Girls defensive team are doing their best to break up that line that SDB Galaxy Girls have put up. But Frank the Bunny is still having a hard time shouldering her way through. Meanwhile, 113 Snowfright is back out of the penalty box and trying to bust through, and she does on the inside, picking up 4 points for her team.
Very aggressive jamming happening from both of these teams today. I mean, coming out of the box, Snowfright just breaks out, puts 4 points on the board right after her penalty. Looks like we've got Coach Lona Negra coming out, having a little word with some of our referees, but they have not called a time yet, so we may just be powering through that one. Again, stepping up to the line, we've got Aqua Knock You Out, number 33, the Galaxy Girls. She's going to be facing off against
Mad Taco for the I-5 Roller Girls, number 80.
That's right. And we've got an empty penalty box out there, so that means we got 5-on-5 on the flat track, 4 defensive skaters per team. And Aqua's moving up front to push them out of the way. Mad Taco's back here trying to make a window of opportunity herself. Aqua getting pushed to the infield. She's going to recycle back behind Watson.
Unfortunately, Mad Taco did pick up a cut track penalty. One of her skates did go out of bounds, and she did not stop and recycle to the back of the pack, giving lead jammer to Aqua Knock You Out.
Aqua knock you out with the patriotic skates. She will be skating with Team USA at the Junior Olympics,
Which I am very much looking forward to. She does pick up 5 points as she passes through the pack again.
fighting her way through that pack, just barreling through that defense, leaving bodies in her wake as she puts 5 points on the board once again for SDB.
I tell you, every time I see these guys, all I can think is that is far more brutal than I want to put myself through. So these girls both, I admire them and I'm scared of them.
It's totally legal. She's in the right direction and hitting in the engagement zone. Nothing wrong with it. Trying to hold that line on the outside. She gets pushed a little bit too far to the outside. Aqua's going to have to recycle back behind number 52. That's Death by Beth.
Ooh, Mad Taco got her hair caught on somebody else's pad there. Had to pull it out before she could get... Ooh, she just got forced to the inside slightly.
I believe we're going to get a low block penalty assessed to Mad Taco on that one, so she's going to go to the box for the next 30 seconds. This jam did come to a conclusion before that, so she'll start her penalty at the beginning of the next jam, which means power jam, power start for SDB, and they're going to be fielding number 1-5, Threatening Thunder once again.
And actually, at the end of that, our jammer for SDB Galaxy Girls did get knocked down on the ground, and she did call it off by tapping her hip. She was in a sitting position, but it was definitely easy to miss. It looks like we have a small timeout. And as you know, here in Seattle, we do love our coffee. Shout out to Pure Coffee, creating strong, clean, beautiful coffee using only perfectly sourced beans, filtered water, and attention to detail. I didn't know attention to detail was an actual physical ingredient.
I can tell you it tastes delicious, that's for sure.
All right. Starting out, we have Threatening Thunder on the jammer line. The I-5 Roller Girls do have their jammer in the penalty box, so this is a power start.
Sprinting aggression that we've seen from Threatening Thunder time and time again. Watching her go from the outside, move to the end of the outside, to the end of the outside, finding a line, breaking through, getting that lead jammer nod. Impressive skating, to say the least, by number 15.
She does have some impressive stamina. At this point, there's a lot of girls that would be starting to tire her out and tuck her out, but she keeps her body low and she keeps herself going as much as she can, and she definitely paces herself, and I think that's part of the reason that she makes it through like that, hopping around the outside on that skater, collecting 5 more points.
Well, there's a definite level of conditioning that you're seeing out here on the track. They are able to go 100% the entire time. They haven't slowed down one bit, and you haven't seen the fatigue on any of these skaters yet. There's a certain level of training that they put into the program, not just skating around in circles, but getting that stamina up so that they can compete at this level. And it's evident right here on the track right now.
At the last end there, Threatening Thunder couldn't quite make it past the pack, so she did call off the jam as she was knocked to the outside for a 3rd time, I believe. Setting up our new jam, we've got number 25 for I-5 Roller Girls, S. Sagos, up against number 60 for the SDB Galaxy Girls, which is Assaulting Carmel.
Slight pack advantage going to go to I-5 Roller Girls. We got 3 blockers on the track for SDB, 4 blockers on the track for I-5. Assaulting Carmel up front trying to make her way through this pack right now. 3 blockers left to get through, but they're pushing her to the outside, but she holds the line. Meantime, Sagos is down here on the south side of this track looking to get by that SDB defense. They push her to the infield, out to the outfield. In the meantime, Assaulting Carmel's picking up lead jammer.
And I-5 Roller Girls jammer, S. Sagos, did go to the penalty box. I missed exactly what for, but this is a power jam in favor of the SDB Galaxy Girls. And as far as defense goes, number 411, Lil Fistfight, and number 911, A Mile Later, are doing a fantastic job on that triad defense, along with number 2, Webster. They're forming a great pack team out there. All right, that was Assaulting Caramel. She did get points. Ooh, almost made that one, but she did have a dragged toe stop, and it did send her out of bounds. As she's skating around to recycle, she did call off the jam before the other jammer could complete their star pass. And it looks like S. Sagos picked up a high block penalty just before the whistle blew on that one, so she is going to be in the penalty box as well.
Again, it's an amazing junior program. These kids coming up through the years. I know that with the league that I represent, we start at 6, go all the way up to 18 as long as they're in their senior year. Both of these teams having people aging out this year. 3 going from I-5 roller girls. Galaxy girls, I think they're sitting on about 6 skaters that are going to be aging out. But Aqua Knock You Out's not one of them. She is out on the track up front, picking up that lead jammer nod once again for SDB like she does. Going from the in, juking to the out. That's going to be 5 points on the board for Seattle Derby Brats.
All right. Looks like number 2 Green is still trying to fight her way through that black pack. Not going anywhere, though. Meanwhile, Aqua Knock You Out has circled around again, gathering another 5 points up on the board. Green has made it through on her initial pass, and Aqua Knock You Out jumps around the outside, collecting 4 more points.
Looking for a window of opportunity. She finds it right down the center of that I-5 defense as she breaks through for another 4-point pass. Heels to heels, toes to toes on this one. I-5 jammer, SDB jammer. Aqua spins to win, breaking away in the front of that pack, putting that 5 points on the board, including that jammer lap point.
All right, at this point in time, number 2 Green is still trying to fight that pack, but that is the end of the jam. It has been called. And it looks like that was an 8-point jam for the I-5 Roller Girls and a 24-point jam for Galaxy Girls, with the score being 270 Galaxy Girls, 106 I-5, with a little under 15 minutes to go in the rest of this half.
5-on-5 on the flat track as we have an empty penalty box at the start of this jam.
Oh, look, a Derby Unicorn.
A Derbicorn.
All right, 180 Rival E taking off, but not getting very far. That I-5 Roller Girls definitely keeping it sealed down on their defense, but she does make it through, collecting lead jammer on the inside of that pack. Number 52, Death by Beth, the jammer for I-5, taking hip checks left and right from Galaxy Girls, but still trying to fight her way through, coming to a stop. Meanwhile, 180 Rival E makes it through for another 5 points, lapping that other jammer as well.
Rival E on the inside window. Once again, 5 in the sky. Bankin having a hard time right now. That SDB defense has tightened up. Just a testament to what defense can do. Holding that jammer back, allowing their SDB jammer Rival E to break on through like that. 5 more points going on the board. She is doing a clinic as she jumps through the hoops to get the points. 20 points so far by Rival E.
You know, you asked me earlier what my favorite part was. That right there is my favorite part of Derby.
The aerial acrobatics.
All right, looks like Benkin has finally made it through on her initial pass, and she's coming around, meeting up with the pack again, sliding into 911 A Mile Later. And 180 Rival E looks like she's trying to push the entire I-5 Roller Girl pack up, but she taps her hips and ends the jam before anyone can move anymore. Picking up 2 points. Both jammers picking up 2 points.
2 more points, because that was a 26-point jam out there for the Galaxy Girls on that one. Rival E earning her keep on that jam, rallying around the track, even did a little aerial show for us. Amazing skating happening right there.
All right. So, jamming for the first time this game, we have 00 Ellaphobia for I-5 Roller Girls, and 113, which is Snow Fright for the SDB Galaxy Girls.
We have seen Snow Fright out here a few times in the past. Again, working her way to the front, breaking through that I-5 defense, getting her way out, getting that lead jammer nod. Elaphobia looking for a window of opportunity, but she does get pushed to the inside. That's by number 5 by SDB. That's Elike.
I got to tell you, number 113, Snow Fright, she does definitely keep her eye on the horizon and just practically rolls with the punches. It's kind of like watching The Matrix, seeing her skate. It's almost like she knows where people are going to be before they do. Oh, and it looks like there is an I-5 Roller Girl Star Pass.
I believe that's going to Frank the Bunny. Frank the Bunny, now jammer of record for the I-5 Roller Girls.
But she does get stuck behind the STB Galaxy Girls. There are no points for that Star Pass. But she did an amazing job trying to muscle her way through that solid wall of black. All right, we got about 10 minutes left to go in this half. Pulling up, we got number 7 for the I-5 Roller Girls, Mad Zass. Also her first time jamming, I believe, for this game. Up against 33, Aqua Knock You Out.
Aqua Knock You Out, moving to the outside. She gets hip checked right there by Death by Beth, sending her a little too far to the out, so she's got to recycle back behind the pack. Mad Zass trying to fight her way through this 4-wall diamond defense that STB's putting up, while Aqua Knock You Out blazes through the pack, picking up that lead jammer nod.
All right, and that defense for STB does definitely knock Mad Zass out on the outside. She did have to recycle, and they pushed her to the inside. She has to recycle yet again. But then again, so does Aqua Knock You Out.
Aqua gets knocked to the outside down on turn number 1. Feeling that little bump as she rolled over the line. She had the track awareness to not get back on the track, recycle back behind the pack, find that line on the inside before she scores those 5 points.
Mad Zass still stuck behind this wall of black. She's not going anywhere quick. These girls are definitely on top of their game as far as defense goes. Oh, looks like one of the I-5 Roller Girls picked up a penalty. That is number 9, Marilyn Manslam.
That was a multiplayer block penalty. I believe that she had her hands locked as Aqua tried to break her way through the defense there. Coming through, hopping backwards, calling off the jam. That was a 15-point jam for SDB. 0 points going to I-5 on that one.
All right, rolling up to the line, we do have number 25 for the I-5 Roller Girls, S. Sagos, up against number 411, a little fist fight for the SDB Galaxy Girls. The SDB Galaxy Girls do have a solid diamond defense up here. The I-5 Roller Girls are still missing one teammate, but the SDB Galaxy Girls do pick up lead jammer.
The great hip check right there by Sagos by Cookie Dozer. Cookie Dozer, actually one of those skaters that's going to be aging out this year. Last season with SDB. 4 points going on the board for Lil Fist Fight as she rallies around that track.
And just before that, Sagos did make her initial pass on the pack. All right, both teams up to full strength, and it looks like it is going to be a struggle to get through that defensive line for both jammers. But Sagos breaks through the line and takes the inside lane, followed closely behind by Lil Fistfight, who jumps over another player to grab those 5 points.
Cookie Dozer going to the box, sits down just after that last whistle. So she is going to be spending her full 30-second penalty in the box at the start of this next jam.
And I'm not sure if you can hear that, but that is a large amount of applause. We have number 81 jamming for I-5 Roller Girls, Lynn Sanity, and number
911. That's a mile later for the SDB Galaxy Girls.
All right, a mile later, heading for the inside, does hit the center of the I-5 Roller Girls pack. Number 81, Lynn Sanity, trying to get through that defensive triad, but not making it. Got pushed to the outside, had to recycle to the back of the pack.
And that is SDB's a mile later, breaking through for that lead jammer nod. And if you can hear that crowd, that's her fan. That's her fan group down there.
Fan, as in one. No, we're kidding.
It's about, yeah, it's one loud person. She brought a whole bleacher section, actually.
Actually, I think there's like 3. And she calls off the jam after collecting her 4 points on the board. The I-5 Roller Girls did not pick up any points that pass, or this jam for that matter. It is a 4-0 jam in favor of the SDB Galaxy Girls. Rolling up, we've got Mad Zass for the I-5 Roller Girls. And we have, let's see, who is this? This is 33 Aqua Knock You Out.
We're a little over 5 minutes left in this game. Aqua Knock You Out on the line, getting pushed to the outside for STB. Matt Taco trying to fight her way through. Make that Mad Zass trying to fight her way through that 3-wall up front. Looking for a window of opportunity and finding it on the inside. Aqua Knock You Out picks up lead jammer nod for the Seattle Derby Brats.
Mad Zass, Mad Taco. I guess we're all mad here, but you know. There goes Aqua Knock You Out. Ooh, trying to go through the inside. Does a little bit of a spin out and has to recycle to the back of the pack. Karmic Death pushing her back. Mad Zass still stuck behind that triad of defense that SDB Galaxy Girls has got going on.
Aqua Knock You Out getting knocked to the ground down on turn number 2 by that I-5 defense. Having a hard time getting through it this time. She does put her hands to the hips and calls off the jam. She does pick up 5 big points on that one. No points going to the I-5 Roller Girls. Just under 5 minutes left in this game.
All right. Up to jam for I-5. Yet again, we got Ellaphobia up against 113 Snow Fright.
Almost a clean track out there. We do have one skater in the box. That's going to be an SDB blocker. So we have slight pack advantage going in favor of I-5 right now. 4-on-3.
And immediately Snow Fright gets knocked to the inside by about 3 players from the I-5 Roller Girls team. She does have to recycle, but Ellaphobia doesn't make any progress either.
Lil Fist Fight sends Double O Ellaphobia to the outside. She recycles back in. We got Snow Fright picking up a cut track penalty. She's going to spend the next 30 seconds in the box, giving Ellaphobia the opportunity to power jam situation. Looking to put those points on the board. She hops, skips, and jumps her way through on the inside for 5 in the sky.
All right, the pack is slowed down to a crawl considering this is a power jam, and she does get knocked to the inside as she rolls right over a couple of other players. But she does not want to give up her space so easily. She's trying to fight past that SDB defense, and they keep pushing her out. She does pick up a cut track penalty. Her wheels did go out on the outside of that turn, but she didn't feel the bump. So straight to the penalty box it is.
And with that penalty, we're going to go to the full length of this jam, as she did have the lead jammer nod on that one. She loses it as she gets that penalty. So that means Snow Fright's got 30 seconds to chomp away at the 5 points that I-5 picked up while she was in the box. Little power jam do-si-do.
And she does make it through, stepping right between 2 colliding I-5 girls, picking up 5 points as the pack is ground to a halt. She's using let's see, what is that called? She calls the rest of her teammates out, and they try to hit the I-5 Roller Girls as hard as they can and bust open that defensive line.
Right, using her blockers to help her get a window of opportunity to get through and put points on the board. Just like that, though, Ellaphobia is back out on the track with 5 more points up for I-5 Roller Girls. 10-5 on that last jam in favor of I-5.
All right, rolling up to jam. We do have number 180, Rival E, up against number 66, Frank the Bunny, for the I-5 Roller Girls.
4-on-4 as our penalty box is empty at the start of this jam with 2 minutes left in this game. This is blown action starts. Cautious start for these jammers. Frank the Bunny looking to the inside, trying to find a window to get up front. And getting knocked to the outside, Rival E, number 180 for STB. Recycles back behind that I-5 defense.
Frank the Bunny did go outside the track. She tried not to, but she did manage to get one skate on the outside line. So she did recycle to the back of the pack as quickly as she could. However, Rival E does have lead jammer, and she is lapping the pack, hopping over people's skates, collecting those 5 points. As Frank the Bunny picks up her initial lap.
Frank the Bunny did make her initial pass, so she is looking to put some points on the board, but Rival E looks like she's going to run it out. Putting 4 points up on the board for SDB. She's eyeballing that defense to see where Frank's at. Looking for that window of opportunity. Goes to the outside, gets knocked a little too far. She's going to have to recycle back behind that pack, but it comes to an end. I believe there was a call on that one.
Yes, she did tap her hip. She did call off the jam. I-5 Roller Girls picked up 3 points on that on the end of that one, and I believe it was another 2 or 3 for the Galaxy Girls.
That was 3 points for Galaxy Girls on that one, so 10-3 in that jam. Mad Zass on the line for the I-5 Roller Girls. She's facing off against number 60, Assaulting Carmel. Pack advantage going to I-5, but Assaulting Carmel doesn't care. She pushes her way through to get that lead jammer nod from our very own skate tool.
And she is putting on the gas on this. She is speeding around those curves, definitely trying her best to get through. She does skate through on one skate, but falls.
That's a low block penalty going to be called to number 2 from the I-5 Roller Girls. That's going to be green. Quick to get back on her feet. 5 points on the board for Assaulting Carmel.
Looks like Mad Zass is not going anywhere quickly behind this wall of black here.
And the period clock has run down. Ladies and gentlemen, 365 in favor of SDB, 125 for the I-5 Roller Girls. We're going to call that the final score. What an amazing game. Both teams, I-5, Seattle Derby Brats, putting the offense and defense on the track. 100% effort given from every skater out there during this entire bout.
Not to mention, it has been a very long day for all the skaters here, and they're going to come back and do it again tomorrow.
Absolutely. Make sure you join us back here tomorrow morning for more Northwest Junior Championships female division action hosted by the Seattle Derby Brats right here in the Rat's Nest in Seattle. Again, it's been an amazing time out here this evening as everybody lines up for their victory lap. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm the Norwegian Persuasion.
And I am Cheyenne Young.
And that out there is the Seattle Derby Rats doing their victory lap. Well earned. Once again, final score 365 to 125 points. Definitely sprinting away with it at the second half there. Coming up 240 points ahead. And now we've got the I-5 Roller Girls doing a lap. Excellent camaraderie by all teammates out here.
I think that's the best part, is after a derby game, you never really see a lot of animosity between these girls. You see a lot of love and a lot of care.
Absolutely. They all know how hard they're working out there.
Exactly, and they all give each other due credit, which is great to see.
Before we sign out, I'd like to say something. We've got 3 I-5 skaters aging out. It's going to be S. Sagos, number 25, number 4, Watson, Maryland Manslam for 9. On the Galaxy Girls, Cookie Dozer is going to be aging out. Number 2, Webster's moving along. Ed Larson, number 363, she's out. E-Like, number 500, Indy 500. Tiny Nuke, 59, they're all aging out from the Galaxy Girls as well. Once again, it's been a pleasure and an honor to announce for you this evening. And we'll see you again next time.
10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Sign in with us. We'll see you there.
Thanks to you.